Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you very much for making yourselves available for an early start to our SPPC. It's 2:30. We're going to get things underway. It is an extremely heavy agenda this evening, this afternoon and this evening. And so I'm just going to outline what we'll be doing over the course of the next several hours for your benefit, also for those in attendance, as well as for those watching from home. First, we're going to go in camera for C1 that's outlined on the agenda. It's revised. We'll read that before we go in camera, so that those watching from home are aware of the reasons that we're going into closed session. We should be in camera no later than 4 p.m. We'll come back out, and I'd like to deal immediately with the timed items that are outlined on the agenda, GMIS specifically, so that we can move that item forward. There's a 410 item. That's a public submission from the London and Middlesex Housing Corporation. I had a chance to speak with Josh Brown today, and he's asked that we deal with that at a future meeting. I agree with that. I think that it's a significant issue. I think that we also have another significant issue on our plate this evening. And the last thing that I want to see happen is for a housing issue to take second place. And so I'll be calling a special meeting likely sometime in May. I'll reach out to all of you to make sure that we can coordinate our calendars to deal with that and a couple of other items that are on the agenda. As we move forward in the agenda, what you can expect is that there will be motions to approve 2, 7, 8, and 9. And hopefully within a very short period of time after 4 p.m. we'll be able to move right into item number 10, which is the staff report that is associated with the rapid transit corridors, and that we can deal with our consent items and the last in-camera item at the end of the meeting. So I think that we're going to be in for a bit of a long haul here, but what I'd look for is any disclosures of pecuniary interest prior to going into closed session. Councillor Morgan.
Oh, I guess I don't have to stand. So I, after consultation with the Integrity Commissioner and a review of the position that my employer has taken on rapid transit, I will be declaring a pecuniary interest on item 10, specifically B, C, D, E, and F, which are all related to the Northern Corridor in one way or another. And at the time that it is discussed, E, if it were separated out properly, is actually something I could vote on, but not as one bulk item at this point. So I would ask my colleagues to consider separating that out at some point so that the Northern Corridor was separate from that, and I could certainly vote on it at that time.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. And I have asked the clerks to work with the city engineer to work on some language so we can split out the spines of the bus rapid transit system to accommodate a number of conflicts that have been identified. Councillor Park.
Thank you. After further consultation with the Integrity Commissioner, I'll be declaring a pecuniary conflict of interest on the Wellington Street, Wellington Road aspect of the 7, because my family owns a property within 150 meters, and as articulated in the January 2017 business case, it suggested that properties within 500 meters of a rapid transit route may see financial benefits being located in close vicinity to the route.
Thank you, Councillor. Other declarations of conflict? Okay, there are none, so let's move then through our agenda. Let's look for a motion to go into closed session for the reasons stated on the monitor, and I'll ask our Deputy Clerk to read those reasons for those watching from home.
Yes, the reasons are for C1, a matter pertaining to personal matters, including information regarding identifiable individuals, including municipal employees with respect to employment-related matters, advice or recommendations of officers and employees of the corporation, including communications necessary for that purpose, and for the purpose of providing instructions and directions to officers and employees of the corporation. And C2 is a matter pertaining to personal matters about an identifiable individual with respect to employment-related matters, and advice and recommendations of officers and employees of the corporation, including communications necessary for that purpose.
Okay, that'll come up on screen in a moment. I'll look for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Van Holst, seconded by Councillor Park. Any discussion? Let's call the question. We're voting, and Councillor Usher is voting yay. We're voting.
I vote yea.
Councillor Squire is manual yay.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 11-0, and we will be in committee room number 3.
Committee room 3, anyone here in attendance will be in closed session until approximately 4 p.m. And we'll make sure that you're made aware that we're coming back into council chambers. We're headed to committee room 3 at this time. Thanks so much. Okay, colleagues, 4:30. We are now back in public session. I want to thank everyone in the gallery, everyone watching at home for their patience. We were a little extended in our closed session, but we expect to be out for the entire remainder of the agenda. Those watching from home, we have some additional matters we're going to deal with in closed session at the conclusion of the public session. So somewhere likely far into the evening. Before we move forward with the agenda, I'm going to look to Councillor Turner, who I believe has a declaration of a pecuniary interest.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to declare a pecuniary interest on the southern leg of the rapid transit corridor, as I own a property within 500 meters of that line.
And Councillor Ridley.
Thank you. Likewise, I would like to disclose a pecuniary interest on the southbound leg of the rapid transit corridor, as my parents own properties along that corridor.
Thank you very much. Any other declarations of pecuniary interest? To our colleagues who give declaration?
I just want to reiterate mine.
You want to say it again? Okay, Councillor Morgan.
Yes, just because there's more members of the public here, I wanted to reiterate my declaration, which I made at the start, that given the advice I got from the Integrity Commissioner and my employment at the University of Western Ontario, who has weighed in on the rapid transit discussion, I will be declaring an interest on the rapid transit report, specifically items B, C, D, F, and E, if it's not separated out.
Councillor Park.
Thank you. I'll just reiterate my pecuniary interest with regard to the southern portion of the 7. I own a property within 150 meters of Wellington Street, so I'll declare a conflict of interest on Wellington Street and Wellington Road.
And for the colleagues that weren't present at the beginning of the meeting, I did make a commitment to have some language prepared within the motion to accommodate each of these pecuniary interests that have been declared. I understand that the city engineer is working closely with the clerks on working on that language, and it'll be ready to go if it's not at this time. So rest assured, we'll be all set for that discussion. Colleagues, I mentioned also at the onset of the meeting that we have an item not to be heard before 4:10, and that is a public submission of the London and Middlesex Housing Corporation State of Infrastructure. I've had a chance to speak with Mr. Brown about this earlier today. We have a heavy agenda. Mr. Brown is back to SPPC on May the 29th. He's very agreeable to bringing forward that report at that time. I've also received an email communication from a councillor who objects to this, and so I want to make sure that we have a fulsome discussion about it, if we need to have a discussion about it, to determine if that presentation is going to occur today prior to our BRT discussion or at a later date. So I'll look for any speakers on the matter. I'll also look for a potential motion to refer this to the May 29th meeting. Any speakers? Councillor Morgan?
Well, I won't make the motion to refer because I actually believe this is something that we should deal with today, and I'll tell you why. The report is on the agenda with a timed item because of a request made by the Housing Corporation on March 24th, 2017. It's a request to present. They already have their slide presentation ready. It's about 10 slides of content. There's a very significant report attached to that. And this is a report for information, and then we can certainly discuss it at a later date. Just because we have other significant things on the agenda, I certainly don't think it makes the matter of the housing crisis, I'm going to call it a crisis, the crisis of the state of repair of our housing system if we don't do something. This is potentially going to cost us hundreds of millions of dollars if we don't have a plan to solve it. This is a report from 2015, colleagues, on the state of infrastructure. In that report, it outlines things we should be doing 2 years from that date. Well, this is 2017, so we're getting this very late. And I think we need to start discussing it as soon as possible. So I would like to hear the presentation today. I would like us to be able to ask some questions. I'm happy to decide what to do on this, certainly at a later date. But I think the presentation was designed, prepared, ready to go. And I think that this is appropriate for us to do. It was on the agenda. I know that I have constituents who are watching the live stream looking for this particular item because I have a great interest in the state of their homes, quite frankly, and how that's going to be. I think we should debate it. I apologize to those who are here for the rapid transit debate, but I think that our housing and social housing is as important as rapid transit in the City of London. And so I think we should debate it today, or actually, I think we should hear the presentation today, and certainly we can debate the issue later.
Thank you. I'll start a speakers list. I do have one of the board members, Councillor Hopkins, who's looking to speak. And colleagues, I'm just going to say this very respectfully. If we're going to hear the presentation this evening, that's fine. If we're going to defer it to May 29th, that's fine too. What I don't want to do is have a prolonged debate about whether we see the presentation tonight or not. It's a heavy, heavy agenda. And I think that all of us take the housing crisis that we have in our community very seriously. And whether you support the presentation being heard today or on the 29th, you are taking that crisis equally seriously. So Councillor Hopkins, I'll go to you. Any other speakers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor Morgan, because I definitely do support the presentation. I was surprised to see it removed. I know our presenters are here. I understand it may not go too long. I know we have a heavy agenda, but this is important to London Middlesex Housing Corporation. They've done a lot of work. I know they will be coming forward May 29th and in June, the 12th, for the stakeholders meeting. But I think to start the conversation is very, very important to this council. Having gone through the strategic plan at London Middlesex Housing, a statement that stuck with me said that we should move slowly to go faster. And I think this is the beginning of the process. So I would really ask council support in hearing the presentation.
Great. Okay, colleagues, let's move forward through the agenda. A couple of members have indicated they want to see that presentation. Mr. Brown is here. He's indicated he's prepared to do the presentation today. So we'll deal with that second after the GMIS public participation meeting. That is item number 5 on the agenda. I'll look to staff for some opening remarks before opening the PPM.
Thank you, Your Worship, and just through the chair, I just wanted to introduce Gary Edwards from Development Finance section. Gary led the GMIS process this year. Just to give you a bit of background, the GMIS process is something that we go through each year. It's called the Growth Management Implementation Strategy, and what it really does is look at the advancing or delaying capital projects based on what we see going on with a number of factors, whether it's market or our own financial situation as well. Then we will go through a process of engagement with the industry to look at what can be advanced, what can be deferred. And what you have in front of you today is our recommendations for advancing some projects and deferring others. And so I'll just throw it over to Mr. Edwards, who's got a presentation to go through.
Mr. Edwards, over to you.
Thank you, sir. I'll go by Kevin as well, just to let you know. Okay, so I'll try and be brief here. The 2018 GMIS update, in terms of the overview, the context, overview of the process, results, project adjustments that are proposed, and a summary remarks. So council's role, so every 5 years, you can see the top, there's a new development charge background study that's prepared. Establishes 20-year growth program and cost recovery. And every fall, we go through a yearly DC monitoring report where we assess project cost actuals versus estimate. And then every spring, we go through the annual GMIS update. And that's an opportunity to adjust the timing to reflect our ability to pay for projects, market conditions, those sorts of things. And then every 5 years, we go through a new development charge study and add an additional 5 years of growth. So I just want to clarify the difference between GMIS and what plan of subdivision is. GMIS is the major timing infrastructure, so that's the timing of the major projects, DC investments, part of Schedule B in the staff report. So you can see on the left here, it's basically the major servicing required to open up greenfield areas. On the right-hand side, that shows plan of subdivision. So that's after the servicing is, or concurrent with the servicing. It shows that development applications come in bits and pieces to use that servicing. So the GMIS, looking at low-density residential projected growth. So the blue bars show what we've experienced in the past, as well as the gray bars show what the adopted projections are. As you can see, the past 5-6 years have been quite low. They've been slowly declining. However, last year they increased to 970 single family. So last year the projections identified 800 this year, going up to 850. And you can see the long-range red bar, which is the 5-year average. The black bar is the 10-year average. So we've increased the average here, recognizing that there's something happening in the market. It's changing, it's increasing, and we're anticipating that hold over the next 5 years what we experienced last year. Now, through consultations, and we've seen the first 4 months of this year, the yellow bar shows a potential to hit 1,200 units. So this is something we've heard, and if the trends do continue, it's definitely a possibility. So what's GMIS doing? This represents all of the projects that are being constructed this year in support of future development opportunity. It represents $70 million being invested and has the potential to accommodate upwards of 3,600 single-family lots, an equal amount of medium density as well, townhouse, row house, those sorts of things. Moving forward into 18 and 2020, potential for additional 1,850 units. And then this is basically the infrastructure, the raw infrastructure we're putting in, and this represents what could be accommodated with that infrastructure. So again, showing that we're definitely got a timing program that can accommodate a wide range of trends. It equals about $141 million out to 2020. The process overview. So this is our annual schedule, and milestone one's the kickoff, where we talk about growth trends, set out the process. Milestone 2 is where we work through, and I think this is important with all of the development representatives. We follow that up with, and we hear timing requests and those sorts of things, what we're hearing in the market. Then we talk about internally with those requests with the internal divisions and come back, as we did on April 7th, with a stakeholder meeting identifying our draft recommendations. There's follow-up meetings following that, and then we culminate in today. So I guess the important point is there's a lot of community engagement along the way. What we heard. So I think definitely what we heard is there's a strengthening housing market into the future. Certainly we're seeing increased migration from the GTA. That's something we heard a lot. There were some area specifics. So in terms of the Southwest, some felt there was too much being allocated to that area in terms of DC funding. Others thought there wasn't enough. The Northeast is a kind of a peculiar situation where it requires a sanitary sewer trunk extension, but it's contingent on development proceeding, so it's tied with that. And finally, the current permit-ready lots. So these are the lots that you can go and pull a permit today. And there was a feeling, definitely we're seeing that it's tight, and we need to focus on accelerating approvals and increasing supply. So all of the requests, we put through 3 tests. And I know we've been through this in great detail last year. But basically, is the project needed to provide additional buildable lots? Number 2, has an application progressed significantly to the point where you could make that investment? And 3, finally, can we afford it? And there's a series of assumptions that go into building this model. And the whole purpose is that it's fair and equitable. So you can see there's certain elements. The intent is to achieve 3 years of permit-ready supply. So have 3 years of supply that you can go pull permits on right away. Looking at a demand of 950 here, and what the color coding means is, so this is for each of our growth areas. The green represents a 3-year of permit-ready supply. The yellow represents 2 to 3 years of supply, so recognizing it's getting a little tighter. And then red recognizes less than 2 years of supply. And gray means there's more demand than supply. So you can see over the next 2 years, it'll remain relatively tight. And then once investments come on, new subdivisions come on, it opens up. Now, also putting in, assuming 1,200 units over the next 2 years. And what the X's denote is where things tighten up a little bit. So again, it's really restricted to the next 2 years. And then following that, it opens up as well. It's difficult from a GMIS timing perspective to resolve this for the simple reason that when you advance projects, so 2017, the capital budget's approved. 2018, if a project's to be accelerated, you still need to design it, may have to acquire land, those sorts of things. It probably won't be ready till 2019, 2020, when things are improving. So I think part of it is improving the Planning Act process, which we've been doing quite a bit of, but also one of the assumptions is when a draft plan's registered, typically a developer will bring it forward in smaller phases. So we looked at, well, what happens if the developer came in with larger phases? How would that resolve the short-term issue? And the check marks represent where there's a level of improvement. So it's recognizing, I guess, that everybody needs to work together to resolve our short-term lot constraints. So in terms of recommended project adjustments, we had 6 here. One was advancing a stormwater pond. One was deferring one because there hasn't been activity to warrant the construction, so it's feasible to put it off for a bit. 3 water projects, which are, when we did a full review, the GMIS didn't align with the capital budget. So what this does is it brings those back in harmony. And finally, there was a request where we didn't advance the project, but we advanced the design to understand the feasibility of moving that project forward in the future. I think it's important also to recognize this is the financial point. So the red bars represent our projected debt payments over the future. You can really see the impact of that heavy loaded investment over the next few years, whereas the blue line represents our revenues to debt payment. And basically for every dollar of revenue, you can see on the left, $1 means when you get down to $1, that means that every dollar of revenue is going to debt repayments. So that's a pretty untenable situation. So you can see we're just skirting that in the future. So again, this is all dependent on our revenue projections as well. And the other problem reserve fund potentially could be the sanitary as well. So just showing that. So we've got to be mindful of the financial component. Now, there is a tool where you can accelerate infrastructure projects outside of GMIS timing. It's called a Municipal Servicing and Financing Agreement. The decisions are guided by the city's MFSA policy, and there's a series of criteria that are used to assess requests. And typically, if we get a request, we evaluate it, it comes to council, council considers it, and may direct it forward. So now part of the criteria is that no project can exceed 3 million and total projects are capped at 10 million. And the purpose of that is just implications for debt. So in summary, there's an ambitious schedule of works over the next few years that will provide major servicing to lands capable of accommodating a range of demand trends. And that's what GMIS is about. Council's approved 70 million over the next year, provides opportunity for 3,600 lots. Based on the growth modeling, demand can be met in each growth area of the city, even if it reaches 1,200. But I think it's important there's no buffer. So that's what that red's about, is we're getting very tight. Also, we're moving towards our 3-year supply target long term, and we've brought forward a project based on demonstrated need. And finally, considerable pressure still exists for some of the reserve funds. So the recommendation is to approve Appendix B of the staff report, and B as GMIS update will be reflected in the 2018 multi-year capital budget.
Thank you for that presentation. Just before we open the PPM, any technical questions on the presentation that we've reviewed? Councillor Usher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. If we achieve the 1,200 in 2018 and 2019, we said, how does it affect the future years if we achieve those? Is it still, we can still meet the rest?
That's correct. So you can still meet the rest following 2018 and 2019. If that trend continues, then we're going to have to reevaluate things.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you, and thank you for the presentation. 2 quick questions. I think I probably ask this every year and quickly forget the answer. In page 7 of the slide presentation, we have the Altus adopted projection, and then we have our building forecasts actuals. I'd understand that I think the Altus adopted projection is in the 5-year DC, so that we're kind of stuck with it, even though we're underperforming on that. So I'd imagine in the next 5 years, then we'd probably look to see the hashed lines as our kind of projection out rather than, okay. The second question is with respect to the kick-outs and kick-ins on the GMIS projects. I think a net total of about $6.4 million in projects. So that's an increased draw on the reserve. Currently, we have about 70 million approved for the current year or the next year. So that's about a 10% increase, and so the impacts on the reserves overall as a result of doing something like that.
I think part of what has changed from last year is, so last year we were assuming future revenues of about 850, and now with the recent trend, we've been able to bump that up to 950. So we had a little bit more flexibility within the reserve fund. So we were able to advance some projects, and that's the outcome of that. So if that answers the question.
Thank you. Yes, partly, I guess the ultimate question to that is that the reserve fund is stable enough to assume a 10% increase in draws in one fiscal year.
The answer is yes, and again, it's assumed that the revenue projections hold over the long term.
Any other questions? Technical in nature. Okay, colleagues, let's look for a motion then to open the public participation meeting. It will come up on screen in a moment. Members of the public, we have 2 microphones available, one here on the right side of the gallery, one here on the left side of the gallery. What I'd ask is that if you're lining up to speak on the microphone, that the lineup be no deeper than 3, just to keep the aisle safe and access and egress available to everybody attending. Also, there are some microphones at the top of the gallery that are more accessible for anyone with needs. You'll be allotted 5 minutes, a maximum of 5 minutes for your delegation to this committee. You don't need to take the whole 5 minutes. If someone else has made a number of the points that you had planned on making, if you could just refer to those, then that will become part of the public record. It has been tradition here to ask people to state their name and their address publicly. If that's something you're uncomfortable doing, please just say so, and one of the city clerk staff will come up, speak with you privately, and record that information so it is entered into the public record, but not broadcast over the internet. So certainly please feel comfortable doing that. So, motion to open the public participation meeting has been moved by Deputy Mayor Hubert and seconded by Councillor Turner. If there's no discussion, I'm going to call the question. We're voting. We're voting.
Councillors Helmer and Van Holst and Armstrong.
Councillor Armstrong has indicated a yay.
Motion carries 14-0.
Okay, so let's start then over here on the right side of the gallery, if there are any speakers. I see none. Oh, welcome.
Hi, my name is Lois Langdon. I'm with the London Home Builders on Warncliffe Road. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. Members of our association are open to working with the city on ways to satisfy the demand of today's unique market of home buyers, to try and protect housing affordability, and to find ways to ensure that development charges and property taxes stay in London to support London services and London infrastructure. We'd like City Council to understand there are 2 causes for today's housing market. There's been considerable media attention given to the influx of buyers into our market that have been forced out of the Greater Toronto Area, and how huge this huge demand is resulting in bidding wars in our community. The other cost, one that our association has been speaking about for the last year with staff, is a critical shortage in the supply of permit-ready lots in London. It's been hard for our industry to quantify the lot shortage for staff or to explain the huge demand we've seen coming beyond anecdotal reports from our builders. However, based on actual starts in the first quarter of 2017, CMHC have revised their projection to 1,200 starts, and that's been reflected in the presentation you've seen this evening. A dramatic increase over the 950 that staff have used, though, in all the revenue projections in the 2018 GMIS. To truly understand what has caused these two situations, I refer council to a slide that staff included showing the supply of lots based on 1,200 single starts. The slide gives a perfect visual depicting in bright red the critical lot shortage that covers the entire city for all of 2017 and 2018. The shortage in the Northeast is not expected to ease until 2021. It is this shortage that is pushing home buyers' prices up and pushing buyers into communities that surround London, taking valuable development charges and property tax revenue with them that could be better used on London services. We support the city in their plan to review the development approval system to identify process efficiencies. However, we ask that City Council also give staff direction to immediately initiate a pilot project to expedite projects to help ease the supply shortage. Time is of the essence for this pilot, and we ask that projects included in the pilot be such that will produce permit-ready lots in time for servicing this fall. Delays past this time would further exaggerate the current situation for home buyers. Again, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. We'll work our way over then to the left side of the gallery. Any speakers on this matter? Sir?
Bill Veach, representing the London Development Institute. Just a couple points that we had to make basically in support of what London home builders have brought forth is London does have a very big opportunity right now with the market that's coming our way. It could be short-lived. It could be a longer period of time that it stays here. What we're trying to say from London Development Institute standpoint is that we need to be ready for it. We need to be able to address this at a fairly quick process. And I, again, going back to the slide that was shown, with the 1,200 units per year, it shows that we may not be ready. We may not be completely ready for those in a couple of years. It may be too late by then to be able to catch this wave that we're on right now. So again, we support staff's initiatives. There's been a number of initiatives come forward to two areas. One is to be able to improve the process or to streamline the process for approvals for developments. And secondly is to keep an eye out, make sure we're watching what's happening with the projects, the capital projects that are going forward, to make sure that it is ready for us to be able to for London to be able to take advantage of the situation that's out here right now. Again, thanks again to staff and the group for putting this together. They've shown, I think, everybody that there is some concerns right now. We have to stay on top of that.
Thank you. And to either of the previous speakers, if you have a copy of your notes, it would be greatly appreciated if you could email them to the clerk's office to be included on the public record. Any other speakers? Let's look back then again over on the right-hand side. I see no speakers on the right-hand side. I'll look then to the left of the gallery. And I'll just ask if there are any additional speakers for this PPM. And I'll ask again. And I'll ask a third time. And it looks like there are no additional speakers, so I'll look for a motion then to close the public participation meeting. It'll come up on screen in a moment. That's been moved by Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Van Holst. I'll call the question. We're voting. And just before, go ahead, we'll report out.
Motion carries 14-0.
Just before we open up into discussion, colleagues, I am going to look to our city manager for some comments, and then I'll start that speakers list.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just to build on some of the comments that were provided by the home builders and LDI, we want to thank them for participating and all the stakeholders for participating in this. It's been a really good exchange. They mentioned a couple of process reviews that we're looking at. So subdivision approval process we're looking at. We're looking at the site plan approval process, and urban design as well is another area that we're looking at this year to improve the processes. In addition to that, we have Ms. Ramsey from our development services area looking at how we can increase the supply of build-ready lots. There is a bit of a difference between what GMIS brings, if you look at the second slide, what GMIS brings in terms of the building of infrastructure versus build-ready lots, which goes through the subdivision approval process. So that's a bit we're really unlocking, and that's kind of the bit of the disconnect between what we were looking at with respect to the provincial mandate for build-ready versus what we actually provide as build-ready. So that's why we're working hard with the industry to do this.
Thank you for that explanation. I'll start a speakers list. Okay, Councillor Ridley, Deputy Mayor Hubert.
Thank you. And through the chair to Mr. Hayward, would that be in response to what we heard Ms. Langdon refer to in terms of piloting more build-ready lots quicker or trying something different for this year? Is that work with Ms. Ramsey's office in response to that, or is that something separate?
Certainly that would be working with Ms. Ramsey and her team to advance things through the draft subdivision approval process quicker. And so she can actually respond to that as well. I think Ms. Ramsey's here and she has some items that she can present to you if you need it.
Thank you. If Ms. Ramsey has anything that would be helpful, I'd be happy to hear it. I think, you know, I want to make sure that the city is moving nimbly in the housing market right now, and wondering if there's anything that council should be looking at doing or moving forward at a faster pace than was previously anticipated to make sure that we are responsive.
Ms. Ramsey.
Through the chair, I do have a few short slides that I brought to kind of go through some of the things that we're doing to respond to the permit-ready lot supply shortage and things that we're working on the industry to bring forward if that's acceptable.
Absolutely. Please go ahead.
So we did prepare a few brief slides just to kind of update you on some of the work that we're doing with the industry. And again, we are working together with the industry and have been doing so for the last year since this first started to become an issue at our last GMIS discussion. But going back to this slide where we're talking about 2017 and 2018 and reiterating some of the comments we've heard already is that GMIS can't necessarily help those immediate years right now in terms of lot supply. What we need to do to drive those approvals is to really push the active subdivision files that are already in the system. And so that's what I wanted to talk to you about today. So for the last year, we've been starting to track achievable timelines to bring lots within active subdivision files to market. So we have a tracking table that basically goes through and applies projections for timelines for both the city time and the applicant time for moving through a reasonable approval process on a typical file. And then we're also adding up and tallying the number of lots that are in first or next phases of registration so that we can plan out and anticipate when we can bring permit-ready lots to market. We're also working on other opportunities to try to expedite approvals. You've heard about our ongoing subdivision process review. We're also looking at trying to promote some corporate best practices on how we process applications through and work together with all the liaison groups that we partner with. And then we're also looking at resourcing our development inspection end of things, which is the very final step before moving to permit ready. So our subdivision process review, we've heard from the industry that in essence, the timeline that it takes to get through the approval process is a contributing factor to the lot shortage supply, and they'd like to see us be able to move that along quicker. So one of the things we're hearing is that one aspect of our approvals process, which is the design studies stage, that's where we look at the functional design and servicing analysis that goes along with those approvals and review that. And I think that there's some concern that that process is taking too long, then it's not adding a lot of value to the process. So that's where we're going to be focusing our process review and looking on alternatives to be able to achieve that analysis and review, but maybe shift it throughout the process to overlap, to find other efficiencies and be able to move files through more quickly. We're also looking at promoting corporate best practices. So this is ways that we can work better with our colleagues in our various liaison groups. On any given file, there's more than 8 liaison divisions and external agencies that provide input to the process. And so we can review their approvals process any number of times, but it's our efficiency and how we work with our contributing liaison groups that's going to really drive forward our approvals process. So we're actively trying to promote some sensible best practices that are intended to really focus the responses we get from our liaison groups and optimize the value that they add to the process. Lastly, we're looking at trying to resource our development inspection wing. So the last step before getting to permit ready is an inspection of the infrastructure by our development services staff to confirm that it's operational for use and ready to start pulling full building permits. Obviously, our increased demand has affected wait times for those inspections, and so what we're looking into is options to be able to provide additional resource to get through this final step to permit ready. In the meantime, as we wait to try to find ways to bring on new inspectors and additional resource, conditional clearance inspections are being given top priority to be able to move those through. On the other side, there's things that applicants can do to help drive the process. You know, when we have situations where we're in lean times for lot supply, this is when quality complete submissions are most important. I think that it's important that now is when we need to really pull up our socks because a quality submission is one that can make it through the process very quickly. We're also looking for applicants to keep the files moving. There's in numerous places opportunities where we can overlap processes, and we're there to help applicants do that. So keep the file going, and we're there to help. We think it's important to advance full plans of subdivision to shovel-ready rather than, bring forward our design analysis by stage and stage. If you bring an entire subdivision full through design studies and drawing review, then you can still opt to register that plan of subdivision in phases in response to the market, but each phase doesn't have to go back 2 stages in the approval process to move forward. And we're also always driving for open communication. We're there to answer questions. If they have questions, call us first because we're here to help. So if we want to check in really quickly on where we stand, this is some outtakes from our current status on our permit tracking table. What we try to do is look at what are the reasonable timelines to get to permit ready based on where a file is in the process. So to give you a perspective, we have about 8 files that are already in the inspection process right now. So those 8 files are within 2 months of getting to permit ready, and that's about 617 lots. And right on those tail, there's another 8 applications that are in construction and will soon be coming forward to receive their first inspections for conditional approval, bringing on another almost 600 lots. And you can see it goes there from there. We've got another 4 applications that are working through drawing review stage right now, another 7 that are working through the design study stage, and then 6 more that are in the draft approval stage. So what we're going to be working on to help support market supply in 2017 and 2018 is looking at each of these files and seeing what can we do to drive them forward. We use our permit lot tracking table to be able to identify files that are moving well and keep them moving well, and files that are maybe starting to slow a little bit, figure out what's going on and try to get them moving again. So going forward, we're really just trying to keep the dialogue open with the industry. We're continuing to monitor those active files and try to drive the ones that we think can move forward and be expedited. We're continuing to seek those opportunities to drive approvals on a site-specific basis and in general. And as we move forward with our process reviews, we're looking to the industry and our colleagues to give us any feedback and suggestions they can for process efficiencies that we might incorporate. I'm happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you for that presentation. Thanks for being so prepared for this discussion. I have Councillor Ridley who has the floor. I'll move through the list then. We have Deputy Mayor Hubert, Councillor Squire, Helmer, Salih. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I'm a little challenged because obviously I just got this, so I won't have a chance to ask you a detailed question on it, and you're probably thankful for that. I guess the question, I really appreciate Ms. Ramsey's comments because and maybe my question is on slide 16, which is the red slide, if I could put it that way, of 17 and 18. Is it red because we're trying to move from 950 to 1200 in 2017 and 18? And to what degree, if everything goes as per the mediating initiatives that you've outlined, will that move it to yellow? Like, will it have a significant impact? It's hard to imagine it in 17, but will it have an impact in 18?
Through the chair, I think the work that we're doing with the applicants to try to drive their files will make some adjustments to try to move that. So that's essentially what we're doing, is taking files that those phases of registration are maybe sitting in the later half of 2018 or the early part of 2019 and driving them forward. Same thing for 2017. I think Lois made the comment about trying to move as much as we can in by this fall. And so there's files that are maybe on track for 2018. Can we expedite those and bring them into this year's market? And I think that going forward, even with 2017 and 2018, the skills and the tools that we're applying to expedite these files doesn't end with 2017 and 2018. We still have future investments in the DCs that we have to make sure that the subdivision files are keeping up and dovetailing with. So we'll be continuing this ongoing.
Thank you for that answer. And I guess to industry, I got a number of documents from both LDI and from London Home Builders late this morning, and I have to confess, I do like reading them, and so I haven't had much opportunity to review the documentation that came in today. What I am encouraged about, although a little frustrated because we've been having this conversation for some time about both the quantity of lots, and that debate's been happening, but also the our ability to bring them online. And I remember the file manager project of 2007 and 2008, and sitting through a number of those training sessions. And, you know, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Costas, I guess at some point here, at what point will we have a process that works for everybody? Or is this, and forgive my naivete, after 11 years on council, it's remarkable I still have any. Is this just the nature of the beast in the sense of the development industry and the challenges with a growing city and market conditions?
Okay, so through your worship, I would say that the process is not broke. I think it is working. The file manager system does work. I think there's been a lot of positives that go with that system, and we've had the discussion even with the industry about the system itself, because they had a role in the development of the file manager process. I think what we're doing now is, and we're continually improving the processes, and this is another piece to it. And in some cases, we've done things such as the design studies, for instance. We've introduced processes where we thought we could expedite approvals by implementing new processes. And in this case, I think that it actually worked contrary to that. So we need to go back and revisit that, and that's exactly what we've been having these discussions with the industry on. So in some cases, we try to do things to expedite, and it kind of backfires on us, and we need to correct that. So this is a perfect example and the time to do that. The other thing, there's always been a lot of, and Jenny mentioned, is, you know, there's been a lot of scope creep and the ability to satisfy all our service partners, and sometimes that's almost impossible to do. So we're trying to get back out there and have conversations with all our service areas and come up with realistic. So it's a cultural change as well, so that we're trying to implement at the same time. So there's a number of factors where, again, it's back to continual improvement, and this is just one piece of it. In terms of the quantum, I don't think anybody predicted this a year or two ago, in terms of the volumes that we're getting and experiencing in development and in building permits that we're issuing. So it came up pretty fast and furious, and we're trying to deal with it. How long it's going to last, I don't know, but we want to be in a better position to deal with it over the longevity of this. So that's why one of the other reasons we're trying to tackle this very seriously. And a lot of this came out of the economic roadmap as well, and in terms of improving our processes. So we're trying to be respectful of that and trying to come up with creative ways to deal with it.
Councillor Squire, Helmer, Salee, Van Holst, Morgan.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I just, this is a process question. Perhaps Mr. Hayward could answer it, because I feel a bit like a math student who's being asked to write an exam, and I'm just getting the materials today to study, and it's hard for me, and perhaps it's just me, but this afternoon, as I was sitting in meetings, getting ready to start, I was getting letters from stakeholders saying, here's what we would like you to do about this report. So I'm left in the situation where I'm trying to read input from the public while I'm dealing with other matters in front of the committee. And I pointed that out to them and said, really, you should send your letters earlier to us so we have a chance to review them and maybe talk to you. Their answer was, well, we didn't meet staff till Friday to go over all of this information. So it just seems to me, through the chair, this is not the best way to do this, and that coming to council and saying, we have two issues here, you know, they want a pilot project and we're not sure and we'd like you to decide today. It's very difficult when you're getting everything at the last minute. Is it at all possible in the future that those meetings could take place with stakeholders, not the Friday before the meeting, but maybe a little earlier, so council would be in a position to actually talk to the stakeholders beforehand and have a reasonable idea of what we're being asked to do? I hope you understand that question.
Through the chair, yes, I do understand the question. And we actually put out a plan for this process every year, and we started in February and we ended in May. And the process is clearly articulated. We actually had a slide up there on page 11 that outlined the process that we follow. Part of that process is meeting with the community reps or development community rep and doing interviews with them. And that we did. And if you look on page 263 of your agenda, didn't think we'd ever get that high, but anyway. We've had roughly 10 one-on-one meetings with stakeholders over that time period to look at different projects that need to be advanced. What happened in the last week and the week before, actually I think it was the week before, we've had a number of last-minute interviews on this 1,200 lot issue, and I can maybe let Mr. Edwards speak to it. But we try to be responsive to the stakeholders. And certainly the recommendations that you have in front of you is about advancing or deferring projects based on the information that we've gone through with those stakeholders. So we have had adequate input from them. There may be some additional items that came up. I'll let Mr. Edwards speak to that.
Well, I think that's part of it is the 1,200 is such a new phenomenon, or the opportunity for 200 or 1,200. We haven't hit 1,200, and certainly I think the permits that we're seeing pulled over the past 4 months are trending towards that. So I think it's something that's new and evolving, and it's something we got the CMHC numbers, and that's what kind of triggered these follow-up conversations, is that in the very, very recent past, we've seen some change. So I think that's why they wanted to re-engage us and why we tried to respond through our presentation.
All right, so we are where we are, and through the chair, my understanding, because I've spoken to the industry on many, many occasions over the past 2 years, and they've certainly, for your benefit, alerted me to this challenge. This is not a challenge that they just raised today or told me about last week. They've said for the last 2 years to this councillor, we've got a real shortage of permit-ready lots. What are you at the city going to do about it? So now that we're engaged in it, the suggestion we have today is for some kind of a pilot project. And I didn't really understand through the chair if we've had a specific answer to that. So my question is, does staff have an objection to working with the stakeholders to develop some kind of a pilot project that'll enable us to get lots on stream earlier?
Ms. Ramsey.
Through the chair, we've actually already started that process. So we've established a working group that came through the economic roadmap, and it involves both industry and staff that are looking at the process. And part of the things that we've been discussing is looking at options, particularly focused on that design study stage, to try to overlap and, I guess, create some additional efficiencies through there. So I think that's where the language of pilot project is going for. We've already in our discussion started to focus in on a preferred alternative for process reform, and it will be different from how we do things now. And the suggestion has made a pilot might be a good option to be able to test some of those changes before putting them fully into effect.
Councillor Squire, did you want to make a motion?
Just before I make my motion, as you were speaking, the people from the industry were shaking their heads vigorously. And that's a challenge, I think, for council. As councillors, we're hearing two different issues. So I would like to bring a motion to ask staff to, in conjunction with the London Home Builders Association and the London Development Institute, work together to initiate a pilot project. I don't want to tell you what the terms of it should be, but surely the two of you can work together and work this out. So I'd like to make that motion, if it's all right, Mr. Chair.
Yep, so we'll deal with that motion. It's coming up on screen. I have a councillor who's indicated a second as well, so we'll deal with that. And as that comes up, let's work our way through the speakers list. I have councillors Helmer, Salih, Van Holsten, Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a letter here from Sifton, and I thought that perhaps they might speak during the public participation meeting. And this is something that I raised last year, it's along the same lines, which is, it's one thing for overall across the city for things to be working fairly well and not having a huge number of deferrals or accelerations based on the previous plan. But I do think that there's variations in the different areas in the city where you can see it on this chart where you've got certain parts are tight on housing supply and other parts are not as tight. And then we have some developers who build relatively quickly and they get things to market fairly fast, and other folks who take a very long time to bring their units to market and so forth. And Sifton is asking in these two particular projects that they have, I don't see any references to a pilot project or anything like that. They're saying, gee, we're ready to go in the north, east, and the southwest with projects. So when you went through those breakdowns of the units, where do these 700 units that Sifton's talking about fit in the stages that they're at? And what exactly do they need to move forward on those from GMIS in terms of accelerating projects?
Through the chair, as part of our GMIS discussions with Sifton, we did look at some of their proposed plans. One of them was the one that's mentioned in the letter in the Northeast. And we'd suggested that the best next step would be go through an initial proposal report. That's our first consultation for a new subdivision plan prior to coming in with an application. From what I understand, their proposal summary for that application came in and is on our monthly agenda for June. So they've taken that advice and we're going to be discussing that. So part of that consultation process will identify the requirements for a complete application, look through the servicing options. But as far as the permit-ready lot table goes, that one hasn't made it onto the table yet. It's not yet an active application that's come in for draft approval.
And the other one that's in the southwest, is it at the same stage? It's not on the table anywhere?
That's right. We have also suggested an IPR for that, but I don't believe that we've seen anything in at this point.
And to make those projects happen more quickly, which specific projects in the GMS would need to be accelerated?
So through the chair, for the northeast area, it would require that one's a little bit more complicated in the sense that there's a piece of private property in between where the sewer needs to be extended across. Extending that sewer is contingent on development occurring. So we don't have an application on there, so it's unfortunate. It's almost like a bit of a bottleneck. We have to wait for that application to proceed so that everything else can open up. So that's for that one. For the one in the southwest, there's two projects that would need to advance. So Pincombe Forest Swim is number one. The recommendation was to advance it from 2020 to 2018. It was considered premature and for the reason that at this point the site is located on a property which doesn't have a development application, so somehow we'd have to acquire the site. The Dingman EA is still outstanding. That's not completed to the beginning of next year, so then by then we can get into functional servicing and design. So 2018 is a pretty ambitious time frame for getting that constructed, so we left that at 2020. The other one is Water Main A21, and that's where we're looking at a water main extension down Wonderland. It's time for 2024, and the reason it's time for 2024 is that's when we're also rebuilding Wonderland Road. So the project is costed out, I believe that component is about $800,000, and that's based on it being coordinated with the road reconstruction. If you want to advance before 2024, you would be looking at, number one, ripping up the pavement, and number two, potentially putting in a temporary lane to advance those 4 years, which in theory could triple the cost. So what we've done is one of the recommendations for that one is we've asked that not the project be advanced, but the actual design be advanced, so we can really hone in on what those costs are And once we understand the cost, then we can maybe move forward. But at this point, it's pretty difficult to justify ripping up the road in 2020 and then going back and ripping up the road again in 2024. So that's where a little bit more design work needs to be figured out on that one before we can advance it.
Okay, switching gears a little bit, obviously we're getting near the end of the sort of time frame for the initial sort of DC study and forecasting for these initial works, and we keep an eye on it through the monitoring to see what we're doing on the cost side, and then every year with the GMIS. In terms of the feedback mechanism from the industry to us around as the housing market trends are changing, sort of how soon can we get this feedback in about what's happening in the market? Because some of these things, the lag for adjusting all of these different projects is very long. And so even if we miss a window of like 4 or 5 months where developers know from their own market understanding that things are changing or they believe things are changing, how quickly can we incorporate that in? Because what I'd like to avoid is that we have an annual process, and if you have an update, tell us about it at the beginning of the year versus maybe they know about it in September, and that's really when we need to know about it, not January, February. So I wonder if our staff could just speak to that.
Each year we try to improve this GMIS process, and so part of the GMIS process is to get that economic update and forecast of where we're going, and that's what we're working with the industry and have been over the last couple of years. So the first, we recognize there is a short-term problem, and that's by sitting down with the industry and saying, wait a second, we're seeing the demand for building lots from the builder's perspective being going up. And now it's just gone through the roof with the potential for 1,200 lots. So we're trying to model that within our system and then adjust accordingly. What it also does is that we then have to come forward to council at different times of the year and adjust that capital budget. So that's one of the things that this council will have to recognize, is if we're going to be that flexible, then that's going to take us some time. However, what I want to point you back to is on the chart that you have, if you've got your presentation, the chart on page 5 or slide 5. What the GMIS does is allow you to make your investments to free up tracts of land that could be buildable. And I say could be buildable. The plan of subdivision process is what actually makes those buildable lots. And once that's completed. So what we've done is we've worked with the industry to clearly identify some processes that Ms. Ramsey and her group can work through to free up those buildable lots. And as you could see, there was over 2,000 lots that we could free up by the end of the year, which would help alleviate some of those red issues. We do have other issues in the hopper that we're looking at, and that's the way we go about in terms of looking at our design and build for swim ponds, and we're reviewing that process now under Ms. Scheer. So we're looking at some of those things to be more nimble in that process. But building infrastructure is not a quick fix for a short-term piece. We have to make sure we're more nimble in those processes, yes, so we can react a little more quickly, but it still takes time to build that infrastructure properly. And we also are, to a certain extent, and this is a bit of give and take with the industry as well, and we've gone over this with the industry, there are certain areas where developers don't want to develop, and that may hold us up a little bit every once in a while in terms of, because you do not want leapfrog development. That has been made clear by the city planner and by others. It is more costly to do that because you've got to put then infrastructure in between in order to get those peripheral developments underway. So bottom line is, I think we're working towards being more nimble on the infrastructure side, but it is not a fix for the short term. We are working also on the other side to make it a more nimble process in terms of getting the actual building lots buildable.
Councillor Silly.
So I'll support the motion by Councillor Squire. My question through you to staff is, you answered some of my questions I wanted to ask, but is part of the solution more resources? Are we well staffed, or do we need more staff to address those concerns? Because I don't want that to be part of the reason why we aren't able to keep up with the demand, because I only anticipate it to be more, especially with some of the changes federally and I guess provincially as well that we're anticipating. We're just going to see more demand, so through the staff.
I'll take a first stab, and then some of my colleagues can weigh in on this. We're undertaking a review, so we recognize that in the processes that we follow, there are some bottlenecks in those processes. It's not necessarily staff, but it could be some of the processes that we actually follow, some of the delays in those processes. That's the first step that we need to look at. We believe we can take some of this, and that's why we're doing the review. We can take that and move some of those processes ahead so they are more nimble and a little shorter. When you start getting into significant volumes coming forward, there may be some volume issues that impact staff, and we can certainly address those through the acquiring of temporary staff to help us through that process, and/or if it seems to be permanent, make that permanent. And we'll certainly address that. But for right now, I'd say staffing is not the issue. It's more maybe processes and process design, but
Through the chair, I would add on that there's not one solution to getting through this process. The process review is one aspect of it. The corporate best practices that we're trying to promote about timely responses, coming to meetings with comments prepared, making sure that comments that we provide on applications, all of the groups that feed into it, are solution-oriented and focused and prioritized. Those are the things that help us to drive a quick approval. So it's more than just the approval process. I think that we have the staff to deal with the processing of the application in high peak periods. The area where I would suggest that we need to look to resource more is on the inspection side, and that's something that we are in the works with doing. We've just recently improved and updated job description for that, and I'm in a position to start looking to try to increase the numbers. So that's an area where we do need to resource.
And through you for a follow-up, so what kind of resources are we looking at, or how many in respect to the inspection side, so we can kind of anticipate that as a council?
Through the chair, we currently have 2 inspectors in development services that are responsible for reviewing all subdivisions, all site plans at all stages of inspection, whether it's conditional approval, assumption, end of warranty. We also are responsible for inspecting all works prior to security releases for both subdivisions and site plans. So they're 2 busy guys, and it's something that as over time, it's becoming more of a resource issue, but with this demand, it's certainly something that right now we're dealing with by putting conditional clearances, which is that last step to permit ready, priority over all other inspections at the moment. And we're also pulling on some of our other resources in development services to help those 2 staff be able to be as responsive as we can.
And the councillor, I think, was asking specifically for what kind of increases in staffing are you looking at in that area specifically?
Specifically, if I could get to the vision for where we'd like to be is at least 4 inspectors so that they can be dividing the city on a quadrant basis. One of the things we've done with our new job description is made it so that it's a cross-trained position, so that inspector can inspect both subdivisions and site plans. So therefore, we could have an inspector in each quadrant that's able to, really kind of be more efficient in how they review the city, rather than 2 people doing a full 360 on the city for the 2 different file types.
Thank you. So I guess I'll just leave it as a comment then. I'm very supportive of seeing more resources in that area if that's what you deem is appropriate to address the concerns. I mean, that's just my position because I don't want the industry to have to be delayed or stalled because of lack of city resources going in, because I know that the benefit that we'll be able to reap as a city and a community will recuperate those costs for those staffing. So more than happy to support the motion by Councillor Squire.
Thank you. Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you very much, and thanks to Councillor Salee asking about the staffing question that I was concerned about. Maybe I'll take that one step further and through the chair to staff. Do we need help with the review in terms of, is there more resources we can provide for you, or in terms of the review and speeding that process?
Through the chair, I think that our review end, we're managing well. Again, a lot of these processes that we're dealing with, there's an ebb and flow as files come in and out, but I think we're managing on the review side. It's the inspection side that's really our big resource area.
Okay, thank you. And then another question just about the water main that was suggested, we need to get water to a subdivision. Are there any temporary solutions to that? Can we take it from another area? I know we've got wells in the city, we've got neighbors, that we might be able to get something that might be closer to the spot and not necessarily our intended route.
Through the chair, I'll take a shot at that one. We don't have another option in terms of servicing off of wells or I suppose potentially from our neighbor, but we haven't explored that. The best plan really is the plan that's at hand, and aligning that better with the road construction would be the alternative. But at this point, we do need to make sure it's aligned with the development demand as well. So the short answer is yes, there are such things as temporary services. They're not great all-season solutions typically, running temporary mains, and to do an intermunicipal water agreement on a temporary basis would likely be more work than it would pay in rewards.
Councillor Morgan, then Turner. Anyone else?
Sure, I have a couple of comments on this. First, I'm supportive of the idea of a pilot project. Second, on the idea of resources, I'm glad to hear my colleagues talk about resources because it was something that I was contemplating, and Mr. Kostas knows this, bringing forward to Civic Works to ask for more resources on the inspection side, not just because of bringing on new lots online, but the inspections, while those subdivisions are under construction for the people who live there. There are lots and lots of issues in new neighborhoods that need help to be resolved. In this case, we are liaising with the people who own the land until assumption, and it is the same two individuals who are doing all of that work as well. In all of these areas that you see on our colored map. And so there is a huge resource deficit there to not only assist with bringing those online, but also to assist the residents of those neighborhoods and the councillors who represent them with our development liaisons to get those who own the land to try to make it as livable as possible through what is construction, and reasonably so. But there are lots and lots of issues. I must deal with 2 to 3 of them a week. And Mr. Brandt, who's excellent, can only be in so many places at once. So there's certainly a resource need there. With the idea of bringing lots online, and I look particularly to the northwest, which looks like red and then yellow and then green and then all the way back to red eventually in the scenarios. And the bringing online of Fox Hollow 3 and the other facilities, my understanding is that that is designed to service a larger watershed than what is actually in the urban growth boundary there. And there's a series of tier one lands north of there. I don't want to have a growth boundary dispute because I know that makes people really sensitive, but at some point we have to talk about the easily serviced, already ready lands that can be brought online, particularly in the Northwest where we run into problems in 2026, 2027, that sort of thing. So I don't want to have that conversation now. I know it's very sensitive. Everybody gets upset when we talk about urban growth boundaries, but there are tier one lands out there that are very reasonable to develop that as long as we're servicing them with our capacity now, we will have the capacity to deal with at the appropriate time. The other thing that I would make as a comment to our staff is, so I have, with a newly developing area, a lot of things that go through committee of adjustment. I think there were 9 today that related to new home builds that were holding up those homes from being constructed. And 9's not a lot, but when this happens week after week after week, these are homes not coming online. One of them needed a 6-centimeter variance to actually be built. There's got to be a way, if we're looking at improving processes, that we can streamline these small, mainly side yard and corner lot issues that need small, tiny variances that almost always get approved to bring lots online faster. And when you add up, a few a week, every week for the whole year, we're talking like, dozens, maybe even close to 100 in a given year. So that's something else for staff to consider, whether we can clean up the committee of adjustment process, and maybe we can pull some of those back to an administrative process or not. But thank you for the comments.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Your Worship. So all of this discussion is now kind of mashed in 2 completely different items. One is the question of GMIS, and the second is how quickly we can get lots available in this year. GMIS speaks to a few years down the road. It's putting infrastructure in place for future. So I wonder how much the rest of pilot projects and things like that actually speak to the subject of GMIS. I don't think it really does. But I'm kind of curious what the impacts are. Whenever I hear pilot project, I also hear cost. And haven't even talked about what that is. So we're just nebulously saying, hey, let's do a pilot project without knowing what resources are required or what cost that has in terms of implication. And if it has anything to do with infrastructure, that's not a small amount of money. So through your worship, if I might ask for a comment of what could be executed as a pilot project, is this reasonable or is this something that would be difficult to address from a staff perspective?
Ms. Ramsey.
Through the chair, the discussions we've been having about process review would really affect how we process those files within City Hall and the liaison groups that focus into it. So it would be reviewing the same information that we do now, but looking at ways to shift it within the process to be able to create efficiencies. So one of the things that we've been focusing in on is looking at the design studies stage and some of the analysis we review at that point, and then we look at a lot of that same infrastructure and analysis at the drawing review. And potentially, we're looking at maybe dovetailing some of that review so that it happens at the same time. So hopefully find some efficiencies and maybe even reduce that design study stage for some of the more straightforward files right down to nothing. So where you'd go from draft approval to drawing review with concurrent detailed. Now, this is something different than the approach we've taken before. It'll be new for staff and for our liaison groups that feed into our process. So by pilot, the suggestion was maybe before we say, hey, this is the way we're going to review all site plans going or subdivisions going forward, we could take a couple files and actually work it through our staff to see if that's something that makes sense. Are there some hiccups that we can try to resolve going forward before we lock it in and say, hey, here's our new process? But there shouldn't be any costs other than reestablish or I guess readjusting the existing resources that are applied to the process.
Thank you, Ms. Ramsey, for that answer. That's if that's what pilot is interpreted as, then I can support that. The second is the question at Planning Committee. We see a lot of requests for extensions of draft plan approvals. When a draft plan is extended, it's a series of lots that are available for development that haven't been executed. How many lots are there in draft plan on extensions that haven't been executed? And what proportion, I guess, of draft plans that come forward aren't executed in their first term without a renewal?
Through the chair, our standard timeline for a draft approval is a 3-year turnaround. And what that does is it gives us an opportunity to come back every 3 years and review draft conditions to make sure they're current with existing legislation. Typically in that first 3-year draft approval, developers can bring 1 or 2 phases online. But if it's a larger subdivision, there's often additional phases that it's just the progression of build out that, so we do those extensions to be able to make sure our conditions stay current, but will allow for that draft approval to be in place as they build out successionally through the various stages. So most applications will need at least 1 draft plan extension as they move through to all of their later stages of approval.
Thank you. I guess more to my point is that inventory exists and is available and has been approved. It just hasn't been executed. So to say that we're not approving enough and they haven't been executed, those two streams are a little against each other, but I can understand that the resources may not be available to progress their subdivision through the full development and full build out at that time. But anyway, thank you for that. I can support the amendment, and I'll certainly support the recommendation put forward by staff.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. Any other speakers? Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, and through the chair to staff, I'm wondering what can be done to perhaps speed up zoning. I know in my area I've got down off Hamilton Road, number of developers hoping to build something in an area, but there's some other things. There's a number of things slowing it down, but I'm wondering in that where there's actually lots that can be infill, so there's already some zoning in place. If there's room to speed that process up.
So we're getting a little far afield of the discussion that we have before us, but I think it's a healthy discussion. I'd like to go to Mr. Fleming if you want to speak to that question.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'm certainly glad to hear the perspective of the councillor, likely offline, on what the sites are that he's referring to. I would say we have pretty robust statistics on our processing times in terms of zoning amendment applications, so this is quite apart from the subject that we've been talking about in terms of subdivisions and site plans and the development approval side of things. But the statistics we have, we could certainly bring to the committee, or we will be showing them actually in an upcoming work program report that I'll be bringing forward, just as an expression of some of the ongoing work that the Planning Services Group does. And we can show you our processing times. You'll see that they've been cited as best practices in the past, and it's a pretty expedient process.
Sounds like it'll be discussed at committee, and a good opportunity for you to speak with Mr. Fleming offline as well. Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be quick. I want to remind everyone, we review the GMIS every single year, and it's a good thing. So I want to thank staff for the review, and also to Ms. Ramsey for the approval process, or would be very supportive with the pilot project. I know part of the GMIS is about growth projections too, and it hasn't been part of the discussion here tonight about where the city is with its approved growth projections. And I'm hoping, I don't want to have that discussion here tonight, but I'm sure staff will be looking at that going through the process, because I'm always wondering what that is. I tend to hear different amounts constantly. So just wanted to bring that comment to staff.
Other speakers? I'll speak briefly from the chair, if that's all right, colleagues, about the motion and about the amendment that Councillor Squires brought forward. First of all, I'm amazed that nobody once said the words, red tape, but that has come up in the past, I know. And I think really what we're talking about is throughput. And I want to thank staff for being really open and honest and frank about the systems, and admitting that they're not perfect, that there is room for improvement. And I want to thank you for the work that you're doing through council direction, both through our strategic plan and through the economic roadmap, directing you to do so. I know that there is a good amount of work happening through Lean Six Sigma and service review, and this is very important. Right? If our development community is going to make significant investments in our community, then we need to be with them every step of the way. We don't break rules, we don't bend rules, but we can get to yes as quickly as we possibly can. And so I think that what the pilot project does is really formalizes that commitment from council to the community. And I think that largely, by and large, that pilot project may have already been underway, but this really does solidify that relationship and provides a solid, clear council direction to staff to move forward with this. This is a good problem to have, the kind of boom that we're experiencing. And it's one that I don't think anyone could have predicted. I have heard about the concerns about the amount of inventory online, and certainly that I think has been a legitimate concern. But to see the kind of boom that's happening in London was unpredictable by all parties, and it's something that we're going to have to watch really carefully, because we don't know what's going to happen next. And it's good news. We want to harness the growth, but I think we also have to be cognizant of what can happen down the road when the situation changes. The last thing that I think I'll speak to is just actually, I think I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there that systems aren't perfect. Often when we look at a system, we look at the end, and we can sometimes blame the person who's holding the file last, but really it's about throughput. It's about identifying what part of the process doesn't need to be there, what can be eliminated, how we can make it more efficient. And the only way to do that, I think, is to work hand in hand with the industry. So I'm very supportive of the work that you're doing already, very supportive of the motion that Councillor Squires brought forward as well. So thank you. If there are no additional speakers, I'm going to call the question. Okay, if we can get that moved, please. Councillor Squires, seconded by Councillor Salee. Thank you. I'll call the question.
Councillor Squire. Motion carries 14-0.
Colleagues, in terms of agenda management, we have a scheduled break for dinner at 6:30. I'm going to actually call for a motion to recess once we've dealt with the London Middlesex housing file. But before we do that, I want to draw your attention to agenda item 3. This is the staff report, Council Policy Manual review of chapters 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 8. I have a councillor that wants to make a motion to refer this. I also understand that there are a number of staff that are on standby waiting to address this matter tonight, and so this could free up their time if we're going to refer it. So why don't we deal with that right away? Councillor Ridley.
Thank you, Chair. I did review the 200-something pages, and I think there's a number of policies which are quite urgent to be addressed. That being said, I don't believe that I know that this didn't make its way to governance working group just for some timing issues, and I think that the most thorough way for the policies to be looked at in detail and discussed is at the governance working group. So I would like to recommend that we refer this item to the governance working group. That means all members will have all the policies from now until the 2 weeks before we meet, and it would be one cycle before that committee reports into council. I believe I have a seconder on that motion. So at this time, I'd like to move referral of item 3 to governance working group.
Okay, so language is coming up on screen. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Van Holst, fantastic. Any discussion? There is none, so we'll just wait for that to come up on screen. And anyone prepared to address that report this evening, stay tuned because I think it's going to be referred and you can get on with your evening. So moved by Councillor Ridley, seconded by Councillor Van Holst. There are no speakers, so I'm going to call the question. We're voting.
Motion carries 14-0.
Excellent. Okay, committee, let's now move to agenda item 6. This is the public submission, London Middlesex Housing Corporation, the state of the infrastructure. I'll invite Mr. Brown to the podium. We'll review a presentation from Mr. Brown. I'll look for any technical questions, and we'll look for committee direction on where to go next with this presentation once he's had an opportunity to address the committee. Good evening. So, welcome to Council Chambers. I think this is your first time presenting. Pro tip, your microphone, you activate it with that button. No one else's microphone around the Council Horseshoe can work while you have yours activated, so if you can just remember to turn that off and allow questions to occur. So, we're going to hand things over to you if you need any technical support. I know that staff are available to help, and I'm going to go to Councillor Usher just before I give you the floor. Go ahead.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. This is not item number 6. I guess it's 7 and 9, maybe?
To clarify, there are two separate items. There's the state of the infrastructure, which is one item, item number 6, and then 7, 8, and 9 relate to the upcoming annual general meetings, the request for the annual general meeting. So they are distinct items.
But Councillor Usher, 99 times out of 100, you're right. So thank you for that. We'll deal with the public submission. This is the 410 presentation, and we're right on time. It's 5:54. Apologize. In all sincerity, there was a good deal of business that we wanted to get through before this, but this is a very important topic. So over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and councillors and ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. My name is Michael Bazzelli. I'm the Chair of the Board of London Middlesex Housing Corporation, and I want to begin by thanking you for approving our delegation status, and particularly for allowing us to go forward tonight. We are ready. We know you have a packed agenda, and I also want to thank you for putting off your supper until after we're done. My role is mostly symbolic this evening. I'm here with our CEO, Josh Brown, whom you all know, and Paul Rosell, his director as well, to give you a presentation on the state of our assets. I'm joined by several colleagues on the board up in the gallery as well. I have Marcy Allen Easton as well, who's the vice chair, and Larry Ducharme as well. This slide is an overview of the presentation. I'm just saying a few words off of the top and tell you why we're here. And Josh Brown will take over to talk about the facilities assessment and the VFA report. you have the VFA report, which is part of the submission package for this presentation, and you also have the accompanying summary of that VFA report that we've prepared specifically for this meeting. So again, we appreciate the opportunity to go forward this evening. The VFA report is a really important initial first step. So it's a air quotes first step, but an incredibly important one to understand the state of our physical assets in the LMHC Corporation. And we think that now being 2017, I think was mentioned earlier in terms of whether we'd go ahead or not, is a critical time to really stop and reflect on the condition of our assets and think about what the next steps might be. This is a slide showing our senior leadership team and the members of our board of directors as well. I'd like to extend a special thanks to Councillor Hopkins, your appointee on our board, who manages to wear multiple hats and does so very admirably right up to the present moment. So thank you very much for that. And the Mayor of Southwest Middlesex, Vance Blackmore, who couldn't be here this evening, but he's the county appointee as well. So why are we here? It says to reestablish. I think we have established an informed relationship with the shareholder. Our intent is to continue doing the good things that we already do with you as the sole shareholder and in your role on behalf of the county as well. But also to think about what we do and how we do it and the different things we might like to do going forward. There are many fronts on this conversation. This particular presentation is one of those fronts. It's about the physical assets. And we think about our plans in the months and years ahead, and we know that we have to have an open and honest and frank conversation about LMHC, the work that we do, how we do it, and what our vision is going forward for social housing in the region. Reestablishing the relationship is important for many reasons, one of which is that we had to hit a pause button over the last year or so, in part because of changeover in our leadership. And that also meant that we had a slight pause in the way that we dialogued with you. That meant that we may not have been as informing of our operations as we might like to have been from, I would say, late 2015 when we had a change in the CEO's desk up to August 2016 when Josh joined the corporation. In the meantime, we had our board chair lead a tripartite leadership of the three managing directors at LMHC. And that was a very difficult time for the corporation, but it was also something we came through, and we managed to take Josh from you, from the city. You may not have him back, by the way. And so we have a new CEO, and it's a time for us to take the chance to regroup and do things like present to you about our critical emerging issues. So number two is a presentation centered on the VFA report that you have and the summary that we've provided as well. And just talk to you a little bit about our plans going forward in the context of our new strategic plan. And we were very grateful that you could commission the VFA report on our behalf and provide it to us about a year ago. As I say, 2016 was a year of some considerable flux within LMHC, but we've now had the time to study VFA amongst a number of things and think carefully about what its implications are for the management of our physical assets going forward. And so that's the nature of this presentation. And we also put number 3 on the slide to give you a collective sigh of relief so that you don't necessarily have to deal this evening, particularly with a request for funding, but understanding what the nature of the VFA report is, and that in the not too distant future, that will be coming forward with some careful and considered and responsible requests for resources to manage our physical assets in the next medium to longer term. So without the dollar signs to distract us too much for the presentation, this is really about being able to absorb the message of the VFA report and move forward from there. So I'll turn it over to Josh Brown, our CEO, to take the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Michael, and thank you to the committee for having us tonight. to talk about a very important subject for sure in terms of public housing. So the facility condition assessment requirements, an important role of LMHC is to ensure that our buildings are maintained in adequate condition for the health and safety of our tenants, and that the portfolio is physically and functionally sound. This is obviously a major cost driver for LMHC. Historically, we have managed this responsibility through the use of paper-based building condition assessments that were narrow in scope and also unsophisticated capital management systems with limited capacity to perform any calculations, analytics, scenarios, and advanced reporting. The system also lacked cost estimating tools, which means projections for future projects had to be done using rule of thumb estimating based on historical comparisons. So what is the VFA report? Well, sound management decisions should be based on comprehensive assessment of capital needs and resources available. One of the fundamental tools used to develop a capital plan is exactly a facility condition assessment, or FCA. The VFA report is a critical assessment completed by an independent body regarding the state of LMHC's and by extension, the City of London's public housing assets. So why was the study authorized? The need for the assessment, given the known age and observed concerns, serves as critical input to the development of a multi-year asset management strategy and related financial plan. The findings also provide the basis for setting annual capital program priorities and needs. So the current state and need. According to the VFA report, LMHC's assets are currently in good condition, but are aging, and now is the time to plan to address the short and long-term challenge of escalating maintenance, repairs, and capital replacement. The report actually assessed over 154 assets or 25 sites with a total asset area of over 2.8 million, with a current replacement value of 623 million and an average age of 46 years. But what is the FCI, which you can see as the average two-year FCI is 0.09. So FCI, or Facility Condition Index, is an assessment formula which measures the condition of a building relative to its replacement value. It is the known replacement cost of components that need to be replaced divided by the total building replacement cost. So for example, an FCI of 20 means that 20% of the building needs to be replaced. The current condition range for LMHC is 9%. This means that LMHC has managed to maintain its capital assets at a level that the industry would consider in good standing. However, LMHC's success in this regard will be challenged in the near future with its aging infrastructure and current level of capital funding. The report shows two-year FCI renewal cost of 56.8 million with a total replacement cost of 223.8 million over the next 5 years. The underlying reason for this significant increase is that LMHC owns a large percentage of buildings that were constructed around the same time and therefore all aging at similar rates. This has created actually a tidal wave of unexpected or expected renewals coming due at the same time as a result of systems aging out at the same time across many buildings. Continuing with current state and need, what is important to note is that the FCI is just a snapshot and only tells part of the story. If we look out over the next 20 years on the potential FCI impact with no additional capital investments are made, the conditions of our buildings will decline significantly. In order to maintain the current FCI of 9% or good condition over the next 20 years, LMHC would require an annual increase in capital funding of 21.2 million above the existing budget allocation of 2.2 million. Over the same period, adding 11.3 million to the current annual funding would result in an FCI at the end of 20 years of 40% or fair condition. Maintaining the current level of funding would result in an ending FCI of 75%, which is a deficient condition. Simply stated, without significant investment, LMHC will not keep pace with our aging infrastructure, and the conditions of our buildings will begin to deteriorate to unlivable conditions. So our response to date. As you've heard, over the past year, LMHC hired a new CO, added 2 new board members, and replaced our long-term construction manager, Terry Calder, who retired with close to 30 years of dedicated service to this community. We've also looked at a new strategic plan. LMHC has charted a new course. The board has recently approved a bold new strategic plan that will use housing as a foundation to make a difference and positively impact the lives of the tenants we serve. The process to develop this strategy was robust, intense, and inclusive. This was necessary to achieve alignment to all stakeholders, from the shareholder, to the board, to staff, to community partners, and to tenants, regarding the commitment to change how LMHC is governed and how it will operate. A new strategic plan was required before the development of an asset management strategy, because making the best use of capital investments requires effectively linking asset management activities with overall strategic and business plans. We've also implemented a new asset management software. LMHC is actually a VFA facility. The implementation of a new user-friendly system has provided the necessary tool to effectively and more efficiently manage our housing stock. With the capability for reserve fund planning and management, the system will improve our decision-making ability, maximize housing investments, ensure long-term sustainability, and support regeneration activities. Moving forward, the condition assessment is simply one component of a broader asset management strategy that LMHC will develop. Developing and implementing an asset management strategy will allow for a detailed understanding of the physical assets that are currently held, their value, their future value, and the costs associated with maintaining them or disposing of them. Having a comprehensive asset management strategy in place will allow LMHC to best manage the assets and deliver on providing healthier homes and communities. Number two, LMHC will work with civic administration on financing strategies and options, including what is covered through operating and capital budgets, reserve fund management for life cycle renewal purposes and asset disposition, and a strategy for pursuing alternative forms of funding, for example, energy efficient grants and infrastructure funding from the various levels of government. Number three, in order to advance regeneration activities, all parties must clearly understand their roles and responsibilities with shared goals and objectives. This requires the creation of a memorandum of understanding between the city's housing services, the Housing Development Corporation, and LMHC. Outcomes and recaps. Before considering long-term asset management activities and decisions, sufficient information and analysis is necessary to understand the impacts of setting out proactive strategies that appropriately respond to capital needs. Without the right information about the condition of the entire LMHC portfolio and the individual building systems within, it is difficult to develop a comprehensive asset management strategy and regeneration plans. Previously, LMHC did not have the ability to generate the kind of data required to develop these plans. Second, we know that we cannot do this work alone. Solutions will require collaboration, innovation, and flexibility. It will also require advocacy to the provincial and federal government to ensure London receives its fair share of infrastructure funding to repair existing social housing. Coming forward now with this emerging critical issue is about building a more informed relationship with the City of London based on trust and credibility. As Michael said, this is not a funding request at this time, but we are committed to working with the city to reduce the capital funding gap identified in the VFA report over the long term. This may require the submission of a budget amendment in 2018 and 2019, which would increase the current allocation of $2.2 million.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you.
Questions from committee members? I have Councillor Morgan. Anyone else? Councillor Morgan. Councillor Squire.
Well, I want to make a couple of statements, and then I have some questions for our staff. First off, and I'm probably not going to make any friends with my discussion on this tonight, I was a little shocked this morning when the chair of the committee suggested that this group was asking not to present tonight, because I had heard from the group that they wanted to present tonight, and I don't know what happened with that, but when there's a scheduled item on the agenda at 4:10 and a group is expecting to present, we need to be ready to hear them. And I know their board was here, and I know there was some confusion. Some people went home, some people came back, and we just have to do better at that. So I apologize to you on behalf of whatever happened, and I'm glad you were able to present tonight, and I'm glad you said you were prepared and willing and able. So I just wanted to say that. With the report, I have to say I've kind of been waiting for this for a long time, and it was commissioned by the city, and I think that was an important point, because I didn't realize that it was commissioned by the city. And my question is, if it was commissioned by the city, and this is really important information, and it's about an assessment in 2015, And in this assessment, it lists things that we need to start considering within the 2-year mark, and the amount of investment that we need to consider by 2017, which is this year. Why haven't we seen this before now? My understanding is this was ready in April of 2016. Why don't we have this before us? We entertained a budget request from LMHC. We allocated money to things like the Housing Development Corporation in the last little while without this piece of information, knowing whether this was something that we should have been considering. And I recognize the challenges that the organization has had by moving through some leadership changes. But if it's the city's report, I think this council should have seen it before now, even if we needed some time to work towards the plan. I think it was important information. I would have liked to see this before. I'm going to have some specific questions about the report, but I would like to know why we haven't seen this before today.
So it's a question from a councillor referencing a staff report, and so I think it would be most appropriate if the city manager addressed that, not our guests who are here this evening. Mr. Hayward.
Through your worship, I actually can't answer that question because I haven't seen the report myself, so I don't know. I can't really comment on it, why it didn't come to council. I am aware of the report, however, and I have spoken both with Mr. Brown and the chair of the committee about it, and so it's something I think that's been on the radar for a while. But again, I can't answer why it hasn't come to council yet.
Councillor Morgan.
Thank you. So in the report, I think this is important for us to consider, and I certainly support the work that the Housing Development Corporation is doing. I think very important work, developing your strategic plan, moving towards the ability to figure out what investments need to be made in these assets. But the reason why I asked the question I asked is because in the report, it outlines how quickly some of this stock is deteriorating. And for me, that's very concerning, is that every second that we waste in trying to figure out what our plan moving forward is and how we, as a municipality, as was described by the chair, the owner of the public asset, what we need to do to start to fix this problem. Because some people may be okay, it may be good that 10% of the assets are in a deteriorating or poor condition, but people live there, and as it deteriorates, I hear every day from the community in Limberlost about the conditions of their facility, and every day how there isn't enough investment in trying to bring us up to speed. And whether we invest or whether we rebuild, I think that's an important question, but certainly there are conditions that are deteriorating today, and there are investments that need to be made. And this is, and I appreciate that we had this in front of the rapid transit debate, but for me, this is really important. This is as important as discussions about how people move around the city, is where people live. And so, how quickly, I guess, are you anticipating being able to have the discussion with us? And at what point and what path do you predict that we need to do this to start to get into what we do in supporting the asset, how we start to find the money to invest in it, when we try to find the partners to invest with us? Because I'm concerned, and I know you are, and I know what we share is that we really want to provide excellent social housing to our community. And for me, this report is very alarming, and I want to move as quickly as possible on it, and I want to do it in partnership. And I wonder, what do you foresee the next steps being for this council in engaging and supporting the Housing Corporation?
Okay, through the chair, just a point of clarification before I address your question, and that is that the report was prepared over the course of 2015. I think technically it was released officially in April 2016. So that's about a year. And again, we appreciate that the city commissioned it and it was shared with us. We are the stewards of the assets, obviously. With Josh coming on board in August, that's given us the time to get him up to speed and then make a quick study of this report. So in a sense, this is the earliest opportunity we've had to bring this report to this forum and start to have a collective think around what we do. If you have technical questions, I'm going to ask my, I'll ask the staff to address those. But this is an initial step. We have to address this quickly. This is an issue for 2017. And I think that the longer we wait to address the deterioration of the asset within the current envelope of 2.2 million a year, the more quickly the condition deteriorates. So the rate at which it deteriorates accelerates, and that's fundamentally the problem. So it's not a linear relationship. So the waiting a year doesn't make it just a year worse, and that accelerates. So I think that's what you're referring to when you see the 2015 numbers in the report. In terms of the technical side.
Through the chair, I'll just add one additional point to that to try and answer the councillor's question. There was a strategic initiative through the city's strategic plan to actually look at LMHC regeneration. And I think there was money set aside for 2018, 2019 to do that work. We first need to, and like I said in the report, is to understand what our role and responsibility is within redeveloping our sites, because we recognize that the HTC is a new corporation for the City of London, and that we have, they're an extreme partner with us in terms of moving forward. So we need to figure out how we're going to work together, what work needs to be done, take the information that we now have from the VFA, which is a lot of data. Like I said, we've gone through some changes on the staffing ones. We really need to take the time and energy to figure out what that information means, create the plan, and then move forward from there.
And I'll let my other colleagues weigh in on this. I'm going to say the reason why I may be coming across as a little bit upset is because I am a little bit upset. I think that this is a really important asset, and I think that, like you said, it's not a linear relationship. Us knowing this information sooner rather than later is better for the deterioration of the asset and trying to tackle that. I know you said you didn't come with a funding request. I think that's fine, and we all kind of snicker at that and say that's great. But it's money that solves this problem, and where it comes from is something that we have to start talking about. And as soon as we possibly can start to have the dialogue for what you described as a 2017 problem, as soon as we can have that dialogue, and you can let us know how this council and how the city can assist in the process that the corporation needs to move forward with, because I recognize it's a separate corporation to steward for the asset. That's the way it's set up. But as the shareholder and funder, like, as soon as you know, when you can start to make asks of us, when you can start to have that discussion about how we're going to stem the curve of the deteriorating asset, when we're going to have the discussion about what is acceptable, because quite frankly, the report is pretty clear about there's different levels that you can just let it deteriorate to. You know, you can be good, you can be fair, you can let it go all the way to poor. But, you know, where we're going to have that conversation and where the right balance is for the taxpayers versus, you know, providing a great place for people to live, which quite frankly, I hear all the time is not up to standards in some of the units. Some are great, but some of them are deteriorated, and some of them are deteriorating fast, as we are well aware from this report. So I will apologize. I am a huge supporter of what you do. If anything came across as other than that, it is my passion for wanting to help and being a little bit frustrated about getting this type of information at this point in a budget cycle, in a time of year where I'm not sure how we can help yet, and I'm looking forward to the next step. So I'll end on that.
I have an extensive speakers list. Just before we move forward, Councillor, I wanted to allow you to finish your comments, but there is a comment that you addressed, and I know that this is passionate. We're emotional about this topic. Everyone around this horseshoe cares about this topic. This is about people living in housing that is in many cases very much substandard, and in some cases deplorable conditions, and that's not okay. There was a comment that you made, Councillor, about snickering, that some of us snicker about that, and I don't see any council colleague snickering about this. I see council colleagues taking this very seriously, just as you do. And so I'll caution other members just as we go forward in this debate. I know it's emotional, but I'd ask that you just continue to respect your colleagues, and sometimes we choose a word that we don't, it has an unintended result for some of our other colleagues. I don't see anyone snickering. I have Councillor Squire, Van Holst, Hopkins, Usher, and Park.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair. I remember the first year that your predecessors came before council at budget time, and they asked for, I believe it was, a $1.6 million budget increase, made up entirely of increased hydro costs and increased tax costs. So we were effectively giving money to the corporation that wasn't benefiting anybody particularly. We were just covering things that any person would expect in a residence. And quite frankly, since then we've heard a lot, But I share Councillor Morgan's frustration that we haven't accomplished a lot. And we do have a lot of expertise that should be applied to this. And I don't accept that entities such as the Housing Development Corporation, our housing department here at the city that's made up of many people, our Housing First people, and you are separate and should be operating in silos. I just do not accept that. And it's not, in my view, for council to spend all of its time trying to get people to work together. We had a previous presentation with the development industry and our staff. It's important that people find a way to work together and do it so that we're not the referees between different areas and we're not the allocators of money. That being said, I think everything should be on the table. I think you may have to consolidate some of your assets. You may have to say some of this housing is so bad that people should not be living in it. And Housing Development Corporation, why don't you come over and help us with this problem? Why don't you help us improve this place? Maybe we've got to rejuvenate it completely. Maybe we've got to tear it down and rebuild it. But if we keep doing what we're doing, which is having meetings, having people telling us there's a crisis, and us not being given a specific plan of how to accomplish what you want to accomplish, it's going to be very, very difficult for us. You have my complete and absolute support for any reasonable solution you come here with. Understand that. But you're going to have to be creative. You're going to have to work with other people at City Hall. You're going to have to create those meetings. And if there is a brick wall that you've run into that you need help with, then come to council and we'll see what we can do. But I think the time for talking about this is over. I have a friend who I made who lives in London, Middlesex Housing over on William Street, and I've met her and we're both baseball fans and she's great. But she's living in pretty bad circumstances. And she tells me about it all the time and I feel bad for her. But the other part of it is that I'm neighbors with London Middlesex Housing Corporation tenants, and they're great people, really good people. They're just trying to make their way in the world like anyone else. So they need help. They need us to be in there, not just providing them with housing, but providing them with other things. So I'm with Councillor Morgan. I'm hopeful that you will work with other areas in the city and that they'll work with you, and that the next time you're standing in front of us, you'll have a plan. You'll have something that you can put on the table for us, because it falls back on you to do that, to come to us for the ask. So that's all I have to say.
I'd like to provide you with an opportunity to respond. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to diffuse the earlier point just by saying that we came here this evening to articulate that this isn't a time to make a funding request, because we'd like the time to study everything that we have before us in order to come forward when we do with a responsible request that we can substantiate. And we're not at that stage yet, to be perfectly honest. Of course, we've come forward, secondly, because we recognize the urgency of this. It is 2017, and the rate of deterioration does accelerate. And we do so very much in the spirit of collaboration with others. We mentioned that during the presentation. There is very much a renewed spirit at LMHC. Part of that is conditioned on the strategic plan, which we actually just finalized last week, and will be made ready for public release in the next little while. And when it comes to the stewardship of the assets, we want to be perfectly clear as we dialogue with you, the sole shareholder, that you own these assets, but we intend to gain even more of your confidence so that you can understand and support our role in stewarding those assets going forward. I think without the confidence from your side of the table, we're probably not in a position to be able to make the kinds of responsible requests that we intend to do going forward. So, yeah.
Yeah, did you want to make one final point? You have the floor, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was my own way of encouraging you and saying, put everything on the table, come to us and tell us what you want. And you're going to, I think, have a very receptive audience with this council.
Thank you. Councillor Van Holst. Then Usher Park and Councillor Hopkins is going to close.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I want to thank the guests for coming and also the opportunity to have met with them previously and talked about the report. We've had a number of discussions on the need. I also wanted to point out that that housing is the priority for 2018 for our internal audit function. So we're going to be looking at how the organizations and the various divisions that deal with housing can work together and do work together. But finally, I wanted to make the point that although there's some dark clouds maybe in this report, there's also some silver linings, and I think some reason to be excited about future opportunities. We've got some assets that are certainly dated in my ward on wonderful properties that if they were developed in better ways could produce some more intensity and some great opportunities to have mixed developments and some very nice ones that pay for the social housing. So I think there's great news ahead of us as well as the regeneration happens with these assets. So thank you.
Councillor Usher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the presenters for the presentation. I think it's, in a sense, it's an eye-opener, but not necessarily for me, because I always wonder how you get along. Years ago, part of my ward included a number of homes that were maintained and supervised by the LMHC. And they never seemed to be attended to. They never seemed to be improved. And each time your former leaders came here and asking for money, they never seemed to be able to ask for one reason or another, enough money to be able to put into these assets. And I wonder, to me, all that would be happening since that time would be those assets would be deteriorating. And although people were living in them, I just wonder how is it that they were able to cope, because I was called to them on several occasions, and it was not good enough from my perspective. I was always told that, well, we are maintaining them, we are looking after them, and so on. And if that was happening to those few, I wonder what was happening to all the others that you mentioned here. So having said that, I'm so happy that you're coming forward with this presentation, and I'll say with gusto and honesty, because this is a type of information that I always thought that council needed with respect to funding. So I just don't know how we got along. I remember sitting here at one budget about 6 or 8 years ago, and the manager said that I could give you back $560,000 during the budget. And I wonder, how could you do that when I know that you've got all these assets out there that need refurbishing or better maintenance at least. So thanks for the presentation and thanks for bringing it out at this time. And I fully agree with you that you've got to look at it and digest it and come back and tell us what you need. I also want to say, Mr. Chair, that part of the advocacy that Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the big city mayors have been doing over the past 2 to 4 years was advocating for better housing, better transit, more infrastructure, and so on. And the $81 billion that the federal government allocated last year, I believe this year in the budget that they allocated $24 billion to housing, at least the National Housing Strategy. How much of that we will, and this is over 11 years, by the way, and I believe my numbers are correct. If they're not correct, they're near correct. So I think that at some point in time, we're going to have to look at that and see if we could get a share of that here in London. And I think that one of the ways that we will be able to do that is to put housing in the forefront, the same way as how we put transit. I'm not downplaying transit in any way, but I think we've got transit up at a level now where everybody is noticing it. We've got to bring our housing up there because it is one of the things that FCM has been advocating. I know, for example, that I went to Parliament Hill along with all my colleagues last year, November, and we spoke to several MPs about this. We talk about housing, we talk about transit, we talk about infrastructure, and we talk about other things. So I just want to pinpoint that to ensure that we don't leave this in the background, that we bring it forward. Thank you. Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Park and then Helmer.
Thank you. Through the chair, I wonder if you could tell me how much progress has been made in terms of getting a MOU with the Housing Development Corporation at this point, and when can we expect the two parties to hunker down and really finish that up?
Through the chair, having gone through the process of developing a strategic plan, we've actually identified that as a goal and objective, is to get that work done. So I fully expect that work over the next few months will start. We'll have an MOU, I'm hoping, for the fall that will kind of guide our work into 2018 when we start to look at how we spend that money that's been allocated toward a plan to redevelop our properties.
Thank you for that. And I just want to go back to a point that Councillor Squire raised about the innovation and how these two corporations can work together to reinvigorate the stock that you have and what we can do going forward. And I'm sensing a real sense of optimism from hearing from both parties. I met with Mr. Giustitia last week and talked about the future in the City of London, not in context of the two organizations, because he's never going to speak on behalf of LMHC, but I just sense a real sense of opportunity and optimism going forward. And I want to thank the members of the board who have been here and have been here most of the night, so thank you.
Councillor Helmer.
Thank you, and certainly the best time to receive this information was a while ago. The next best time is right now, so I'm glad that we're at least talking about it now. There's a chart on page 333 of the package, which is talking about maintaining the facility condition index, target facility index of 40%, and then, you know, continue with the current status funding and where that would go. It looks like it's north of 70% in terms of the facility condition index. I know you don't have a request specifically for what you're looking at, and you want to do more thinking around what your target is, but are we in the ballpark of something around 40%, or are we trying to get to a target lower than that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think that saying 40% would be a ballpark would kind of be the outside region of the ballpark. We certainly would not want to be worse than that, but I think part of the work that we want to do is to go away and, in consultation with the Housing Development Corporation as well, identify which of our properties are prime candidates for regeneration and which ones are prime candidates for revitalization. So being able to come up with a firm, you know, the existing properties are going to be at 40% or 30% or somewhere is very difficult at this point in time. But that's essentially a part of the work that we want to go away and do. And we agree with you entirely that there are some of our properties that are at the point where they need to be rebuilt, and whether or not they're rebuilt on the existing sites is another question as well. But essentially, we put all of the properties into one of two categories: either regenerate, which is pretty much new out of the ground, and revitalize, which is the existing building, but brought to a whole new level to give it another, 50, 60 years worth of useful life.
Thank you very much. I was going to ask you to clarify what you mean between regenerate and revitalize, but you just did that, so thank you. Obviously, the different buildings are at different stages, and there's some helpful tables that kind of show at the various properties, what the condition was when the study was done. And a couple of the ones that are at the high end, and it's a pretty big difference from the average being 0.9 or 9% going up to, there's a building on Booley that's at 14%, which is a lot higher than 9%. And so in terms of your strategy for identifying priorities for either regeneration or revitalization, are you using the existing facility condition index and sort of the path for that in terms of your prioritization, or are you using other factors in addition to the current facility index?
I believe it would be what you could call a combination. So we are going to look at the existing condition, what needs to be done to that particular property to get it up or more to an acceptable level, versus possibly what the market value of the particular property is. Someone made a comment earlier about, properties sitting on very favorable land. So there would be some value associated with that, and that might mean that property is better for regeneration, whether on that site or in a different place. Some of our properties are very underutilized from a density perspective. So again, we can increase number of units on any given site and change the use, get to market rental or even home ownership on some of our sites. So there are a lot of things that we need to look at. And I agree, we have a very short amount of time to get that done in, but that's kind of where we're going to be going over the next several months.
Thank you. So in this chart that again, I'm referencing page 333, it shows a very significant spike between 2017 and 2018 from something like the FCI around 10% to 30%. This report was done in 2015. Are you still seeing that is expected to happen as the buildings age, that you're still going to have this tripling in the facility condition index?
I would say yes. When the organization that was commissioned to do this work for us, they have an understanding of kind of how long it takes from the first minute that they go look at a building to when a report can be delivered, and then from when you can actually start to implement some work. So some of those elements were put into the timeline in front of you. So delivering a report to us in 2016, there was very little expectation on their part that we would be able to jump into the game right away and start building like crazy, or repairing like crazy, I guess would be a better term. So as a result of that, they structure it so that the first couple of years are more manageable. I think if you look at the data, 2016 had very little actual, very small amount of money attached to it, and then it really started in 2017. So us being here today talking about it, we have not slid that timeline to any great extent. It has slid a little bit, but not to what I would say an unmanageable extent. You know, the real big number, if you will, is 4 to 5 years out, which is what the report shows.
Thank you. I just question through the chair to our staff who are responsible for housing. I realize there's a lot of money that's been announced for housing at the federal level in particular. I just wonder though, because I read in the news about the kind of issues that Toronto has with its social housing units, which one thing that was good about reading this report was it's not as bad as Toronto, I guess. But I imagine they're going to gobble up a lot of the amount of federal money that's available for housing, and it's not just for social housing, it's for all different kinds of housing. So I wonder if they could speak to the order of magnitude of the opportunity from London's perspective.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I think at this point in time, we have already had opportunities to have access to funding that we've been able to provide to LMHC to repair a number of cases. And I know we haven't talked about that tonight, but that's certainly some of the money that we've seen over the last number of years have gone directly to LMHC for a number of different initiatives. At this point in time, I can't give you that information because we don't quite have it yet. We're working on trying to get that information in terms of how much the allocation would be to the City of London specifically, both this year and the future years and into the longer term period of time. We recognize that in addition to having the units with the Housing Corporation, we have many other housing and not-for-profit and cooperative housing units as well, that while not all the same age as these, they have pressures as well that we need to look at as well. So just wanted to clarify that too.
Okay, no more questions for me for now. I know we'll be talking about this again, but to my colleagues in terms of a comment, I think, you know, I live right near 202 McNay and the two complexes on Booley and the one on Huron Street. They're all very close together, frankly. And when I read over the condition index of some of those buildings, certainly alarm bells are going off. And it's not the first time I've heard that. You just talk to the tenants who live in those buildings and they give you pretty direct feedback about the condition of the buildings. I guess the concerning part is it's confirmed by a sort of objective analysis to say, listen, this is not great and it's going to get worse in the short term. I think we need to think really hard about the approach of having all kinds of social housing units all in one particular location and building out these areas where there's a lot of social housing all together. It turns out, I think, looking at this and you see the experience in many other municipalities that cities are pretty good stewards of certain kinds of infrastructure, like stuff underground and roads and things like that. We're pretty good at making sure we maintain those and keep it at a certain level. When it comes to public housing infrastructure, we're all doing a pretty bad job in terms of maintaining that infrastructure. And this peaks and valley piece that we just were talking about in GMIS around apartment buildings, it's very similar with social housing. You build a whole bunch of it, all kinds of these programs happen when you have particular alignments of governments, and then there's a period where there's very little. And I think we really need to look at, especially as we start regenerating some of these sites, is to say, what's the mix of market rent versus rent geared income units? The kind of revenue problems that the LMHC has from having so much reliance on rent geared income rents. is part of their revenue problem and part of the reason they can't maintain the building. So they just don't have enough revenue to be reinvesting it directly. They have to rely on the shareholder to do these capital injections over time. I also think we need to look at the inclusionary housing where we're distributing out rent geared to income and generally speaking, more affordable forms of housing into many other buildings, because the private sector is pretty good at building buildings and maintaining them. You know, we have a proposal from Mr. Rogers, remember that, it was $300 million to build those buildings. That's almost half of the replacement value of the LMHC units, 3,200 units. They're only doing 700 units in around that area for that building. They're putting huge amounts of money in there, and they will keep them up to date, and they will stay good for a long time because the private sector is quite good at that. So I think having some rent geared to income and some affordable included in more developments is a much more sustainable, better way of maintaining it in the long run. I think we need to keep that in mind when we're thinking about what we're going to do. Are we going to repeat this problem, fix it now, and then 50 years from now, 60 years from now, we're going to have the exact same conversation, everything got replaced at the same time, and we had the same kind of issue? Or are we going to fix it so that it doesn't happen again? And I look forward to that conversation.
Mr. Bazzelli, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, please. Thank you. There is a thread that runs through many of the comments that we've heard. We're giving a presentation about physical assets, but obviously it's all about the tenants, and that's the social side. That is, I would suggest to you, a distinguishing feature of what LMHC is. We obviously manage the physical assets, but we do so on behalf of the tenants that live in all of your wards. And obviously we take that side of our business seriously, and that is a growing side of our business. On the issue of what it is that cities do, obviously cities exist to manage property, and there are, as you said, some aspects of that are done really well. And the extent to which that is done well across the 47 regions in Ontario where social housing has been devolved to, will necessarily vary. LMHC has been doing a very good job with the resources it's had in the 17 years of its existence, always on behalf of the tenants. So we're sometimes, frankly, white-knuckling our management of that, given the capital envelope that we have, recognizing now we're at a critical point where we can't continue with just that envelope. But to now, certainly doing a good job, which is why we have a favorable FCI score now, but one that will deteriorate quickly without further injections. So, thank you.
Any other speakers before I hand things over to Councillor Hopkins? Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank my colleagues tonight for allowing the presentation and the discussion. It really does show that we are a council that does have housing as a priority. And it's important to have this discussion now. I agree with Councillor Squire when he said, time for talking is over. We do need a plan. This is the discussion. This is the beginning of that discussion, and we're having it here tonight. I want to thank Michael Bazzelli and the board. I sit on this board, and it is, the board members have so much compassion, and they're so dedicated and spend so much time on this board to working through the strategic plan. It's something that they're very, very much aware of and involved in. And it takes a lot of hours, and they are truly dedicated. So I want to thank the board members for their dedication. And also to our CEO and to staff, because they too are just as dedicated and passionate about London Middlesex housing. And I'm just very honored to be a part of that discussion. I look forward to further presentations, hopefully in May 29th, and the stakeholders meeting June the 12th. That conversation is going to continue. And Mr. Bazzelli really said it well at the end. I know tonight we're talking about our assets, our building assets, but a big part of what I have learned going through our new strategic plan is the importance of making a difference to the tenants that live in these buildings. And that, I hope, my colleagues, you will always be mindful of when we talk about our housing. So thank you.
I'm just going to say a couple closing remarks as well on behalf of council, and I am so glad that you repeated that statement that Mr. Bazzelli presented to us. I remember very clearly in 2010 when I was knocking on doors, pre-election, spending a great deal of time in Limberlost. And one day I returned to my minivan with a great big dent in the side and a whole bunch of yellow paint down the side, but that's another story. And there was a piece of paper tucked in the windshield. And that piece of paper was a letter from a tenant in Limberlost expressing gratitude for the attention that a person was giving their neighborhood. And she said within that letter, she said a number of things, but one of the things she said, sometimes it feels like we don't exist. And I hope the message that is received to the public from this conversation today is that every single member of council is focused on this and cares a great deal about this issue and are frankly grateful for the leadership, both from staff and from the board commitment within your organization. It's phenomenal. And I can tell you, as a person who's been on council for 6.5 years, I've never seen our relationship stronger. I've never seen your board stronger or the leadership at the executive level stronger. And so I think there's a huge opportunity here to make a difference in people's lives. And so on behalf of council, thanks for the presentation, but thanks for your leadership. Thanks for putting yourselves forward into these board positions and for remembering that this is about people and that there are things that we can do better moving forward. And thanks for your frankness and honesty this evening as well. So with that, we'll look forward to seeing you again at the end of the month, and please keep up the great work. Thank you very much. Okay, motion to receive. It'll come up on screen in a moment. Moved by Councillor Usher, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Any further discussion? Let's call the question. Voting.
Motion carries 14-0.
Colleagues, it is 6:45. I'd like to call a recess. I'd like it to be limited to 15 minutes. There's chicken fingers in the Councillor Lounge. It shouldn't take long. There have been a number of, I know we've all been working since 2:30. There are a number of people waiting for the next item, and I know they'd appreciate for us to come back to the Horseshoe as quickly as possible. I will call the meeting to order at 7 p.m., so please make every effort to be here. Motion to recess, Councillor Van Hol, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Motion carries. Enjoy your chicken fingers. So I'm calling the meeting to order. If you could take your seats, please, log in if necessary. And I will look to Ms. Scher to see if you had any opening remarks that you wanted to make. Mr. Hayward does, and I'm certain he will be here momentarily. There he is. How were the chicken fingers?
Still eating.
Thank you, Mr. Hayward. And just take a moment, if someone could get him a glass of water, I think that would be greatly appreciated. There we go. Over to you.
Thank you, Worship. And I make an assumption that we are talking about rapid transit at this point, so I wasn't here for the start of it. This has been a very difficult report to write and a very difficult exercise that we've gone through. And about actually 3 months ago, almost to the day, I started getting involved more in rapid transit, and as did Ms. Scher. So Council asked us to take a look at a number of alternatives to the proposed corridors and routes, to engage with business, and to get some more information on the tunnel, all of which we've done. What we have in front of you tonight is a professional recommendation, our professional recommendation. It has not been an easy one to come to, and I know there are some that are disappointed, and there are some that are happy. The recommendation, as I said, is not easy. It does, and we've outlined in the report some of the areas of the London plan and so on that are not won't be met in the immediate. But the end result, there is still a good result achieved for rapid transit. So we're still suggesting that we move forward with 96% of what's been recommended. We've done the tweaks to the plan. The change with the tunnel is recommended based on revised numbers, almost doubled the budget. Is that unusual for tunneling projects? No, I actually did some research and looked back at the Channel Tunnel project. It was budgeted at £5.5 billion in 1985, and it came in at £9 billion in 1994. It is a concern, obviously, with the risk levels that we have, and Ms. Scher has a presentation that we're going to be walking through right now. But this has not been an easy decision, but it is our professional recommendation, and we're going to go through a presentation which will outline why we came to these conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hayward. Ms. Scher, I imagine you've got a slide deck, so we'll toggle our monitors. Over to you.
Thank you. I think as council and most of London are aware, we have put forward 5 recommendations, 5 primary recommendations related to rapid transit and how we recommend that we move forward. I'd like to start by saying, though, that this is not sort of the final road for us on BRT. This is not a project we will finish and wash our hands of. It is something that needs to grow and evolve and change as London's needs change, and it's something that has to become part of our business as usual as we do transit planning and transportation planning and growth management for the city. First, we are recommending that the Queens Avenue King Street couplet be approved as the preferred downtown east-west corridor. We're secondarily recommending that we remain on Richmond Street as the preferred northern corridor through downtown. We're recommending at this time that an at-grade crossing at the CP Railway on Richmond Street with dedicated bus lanes be approved. And we're also recommending that we explore alternative methods to separate both automobile and transit vehicles from the railway in the downtown, and report back on how that could be implemented and integrated. This would be subject to a separate assessment and a future business case for implementation. We are recommending that the bus rapid transit network with those modifications be approved, and that would be the preferred alternative and allow us to finish this stage of the planning process and move into the transit project assessment process, which would be the more detailed piece and allow us to work on detailed design, mitigation, and impact management throughout those corridors. And finally, subject to the approval of C, that is that we remain at grade on Richmond Street, that the Adelaide Street CP Railway grade separation be tied to the rapid transit system and a request under the PTIF funding Phase 2 program be advanced.
So just a bit of information on why we're recommending it, why there's been a change if there has been, and what those impacts would be, and then we'd be pleased to take questions. Just to let you know, we do have people from LTC here tonight. They do have a plane to catch at 8, but they're here to answer some questions, and we also have some of our consultants for more technical questions as well. So we are recommending that we go to one rapid transit lane westbound on King Street, one eastbound on Queens Avenue. This would allow us to retain parking and loading on the north side of King and on the south side of Queens Ave, and it provides 2 lanes available for traffic on each street. Why the change? Well, the King Street option was originally recommended because it was much better from a transit perspective, and also because it didn't impact other approved or planned projects that the city or community partners were undertaking. So in doing that, most impacts were actually experienced either by drivers on King Street or by the businesses on King Street. And it created significant challenges to Budweiser Gardens and Covent Garden Market, which was part of the motivation for us to go back and to take on some additional consultation. In doing that, this council had charged us to take a look at this couplet, and we have taken a good look at it. It does retain traffic capacity and some loading and parking on both streets. It reduces access issues for the major venues. It reduces construction duration on King Street as well as on Queens Ave when we're doing both. And it allows local service to share lanes and stops with rapid transit on both streets. Additional considerations, however, there are 3 primary impacts related to making this change. The first that is the Back to the River project, which has been created as a concept that's been submitted to council and has won a really great process with London Community Foundation, had been planned to be car-free with rapid transit only on the Kensington Bridge and the space leading to. We can no longer do that under the couplet scenario effectively, but we would be committed to working with LCF and other stakeholders to design a pedestrian-friendly space as that project unfolds and subject, of course, to it being approved by council. The Queens Avenue cycle track that was in the design stage would no longer be able to proceed as planned. We would have to look for a new east-west route through downtown. It would be possible to integrate it into Dundas Place, but that has not been the preferred scenario in the past. And finally, transit functionality is impacted. Transit users will now get on the bus and off of the bus at a different place, so we need to make sure that there's appropriate wayfinding and local options for people who need assistance in making those connections. Richmond Street versus Warncliffe Road. We are recommending that the northern route remain on Richmond Street. Why the no change in this case? Richmond Street serves the most transit trip generators simply. The most existing and future population and employment numbers are along Richmond Row, Oxford Street, Victoria Park, St. Joseph's Hospital, King's University College, the center of Western University campus, and University Hospital. Secondarily, it minimizes impacts to some heritage conservation districts that are important. It avoids traffic congestion at Warncliffe and Oxford Street West, and it avoids the floodplain and the restriction on future development associated with it. Essentially, along Warncliffe, where we remove single-family housing, it could only be replaced with the same, and the parcels remaining would be insufficient in size to allow any redevelopment in the future in many cases. The additional considerations in this case is that it does mean that we still need to find a way to cross the CPR tracks on Richmond Street, and that the cross-campus route still needs to be negotiated with Western University, who had indicated a preference for Warncliffe. With respect to the tunnel, at grade now versus long-term holistic solutions, at this time we're recommending decoupling the conversation related to the tunnel from the transit debate. We would provide one dedicated rapid transit lane and one vehicle lane in each direction. Additional turn lanes would be provided at key intersections to help with capacity, and no grade separation would proceed into the TPAP process, the next phase of the transit planning process. We'd always anticipated the tunnel to be a very difficult build that carried a great deal of risk, and we expected it to use a great deal of our contingency. We'd originally estimated a $90 million capital cost. Based on where we were in the planning process, we had assigned about 50% of our contingency based on capital, 50% of capital and contingency at $45 million for a total estimated expenditure of $135 million. On May 3rd, we received a more detailed design work that had been advanced from later phases, and a new cost estimate was received, and we've gone through a great deal of work to review that and its impacts. And the estimated capital cost would now be $170 million. The percent of contingency relative to capital could be reduced because we do know more about the unknowns, but it does put a maximum expenditure at $220 million. So why the change? Well, we could spend $85 million more to make sure we have appropriate contingency for the full delivery of the project, but that does impact our benefit cost ratio, and it puts us into a range for about 0.95 to 1.05 versus 1.13 at the current scenario for benefit cost ratio.
At that price, the question we put to council and to ourselves really has been, is it worth it? And is it better to look holistically to address road-rail conflicts in a broader sense for all users, particularly in the downtown? If this were to be approved, the additional considerations for council this evening, or for committee this evening, pardon me, are that there'd be one lane of traffic in each direction, meaning there's a need for north-south vehicle capacity for vehicles who are not destined to immediately that area of Richmond Row, so the north parts of downtown, south parts of Old North. And Warncliffe Road improvements that are currently underway will help with that, but the Adelaide Street underpass would also need to be advanced, and that would allow people who are trying to go through downtown to have 2 grade separated options on the east and west side of the downtown area. There are certain impacts on transit reliability, and that is the reason the tunnel was recommended in the first place, that cannot be fully mitigated with operational changes. Our colleagues at London Transit Commission have indicated that they will do everything they can to manage impacts, but it is not the same as having grade separation for the buses. Addressing downtown road rail conflicts, including the potential for a tunnel or other options, in a more holistic way, though, that could include vehicles as well as buses, would address a very long-standing and significant concern for all Londoners. So should this be approved, we would develop a detailed work plan and funding strategy for that work and bring it back to council this fall. So what next? It depends very much, of course, on what happens tonight and tomorrow. If council were to approve the recommendations in this report, we would update the master plan and the business case. We'd plan any appropriate public engagement for TPAP, and we would report back on July 24th and 25th to council. And then we'd bring back a project work plan for the road rail review as well in the fall. If the additional recommendations were approved, we would be seeking an additional $85 million in funding to be approved. We'd again update those reports and come back at the same time. And of course, there is a question in the community and a question that I know everybody here has heard about either starting from square one, reviewing this from first principles. In that case, that's a very big change, and we would have to go back, develop a whole new project plan, as well as a new schedule, and bring you back something significantly later. A number of other projects would have to be put on hold as well. So in closing, BRT does remain incredibly important for the future of London, and we are really committed to building a system that can grow and evolve with us. If the recommendations in this report were to be approved, the cost of BRT would be $440 million, and our contribution would remain unchanged at $130 million. And I think what we've heard clearly through the process is we need a stronger public engagement approach on this project, but also on other major initiatives. So as I mentioned, regardless of the outcome, a communication and engagement plan will be brought forward for subsequent phases of BRT. And any lessons learned, and there are many, will be applied to some of our other large projects as well, particularly One River and Dundas Place, which we expect to have broad impacts and interest. Thank you very much, and we have a team ready to answer questions.
Thank you. So I'll work my way through the speakers list. I have one speaker, Deputy Mayor Hubert. Anyone else? Mr. Van Holsten?
Just one point of clarification, if I could, Ms. Scher. I think you indicated on one of your first slides that King Street would be going eastbound, or sorry, westbound, and Queens would be going eastbound. I think that's just a typo. It certainly says different in the report.
Through the chair, and my apologies, you're correct. King Street is eastbound, Queens Ave is westbound.
Thank you. We already have enough people going the wrong way on Queen Street from time to time. So just by way of context, I wanted to just comment before we dive into the particulars tonight on a couple of things. And I've been really reflecting on this quite strongly over the last number of weeks and months, I guess. And I think there's three things that leaders do. They listen, they learn, and they make decisions. And I think as I've reflected on this process that has been going on for actually years, not just months, but years, but certainly what has happened in the last several weeks, we've been called upon as council to listen, learn, and then make a decision. And Winston Churchill said this: courage is what it takes to stand up and speak, and courage is also what it takes to sit down and listen. And we've had to do both over the last number of weeks. And And I think Ms. Scher has said that there's lessons that we have learned, and there are many of them, and perhaps to some degree, it would echo Carl Rogers' statement when he said man's or people's inability to communicate as a result of their failure to listen. And we missed some of that in the process. But we've really done an outstanding job in the last number of weeks of cycling back and re-engaging sectors of our community and really listening hard to them. And listening to our consultants and listening to the folks at LTC and to our staff. So I just wanted to say that from the beginning, that I think that we've learned a lot. So we've listened, we've learned a lot, and tonight we're really called upon to make some decisions that will begin to move us forward. I'm going to say one other thing. One of the things that I've struggled with this project, and maybe a few of my colleagues have as well, from parts of the city that rapid transit isn't going through at all. And I've heard from my constituents, and some of them have blessed me with red signs all the way down my street, what's in it for me? I spoke to a woman who lives down the street from me, and she says, I haven't been downtown in 10 years, older lady. She says, I'll never get on the bus, and she probably won't. And I started to think about it, colleagues, just about, it's not about BRT or LTC or the people, or getting necessarily, it's about the city. And it's really about increasing the capacity of our transportation system, both those that will use the BRT, the feeder routes that will come into BRT and will be redesigned so that they're much more efficient and effective. But even for those that never ever use it, and I do, in parentheses, caution that many of us don't use the hockey rinks either, or the swimming pools or the soccer fields. But for those who will never use the public transit, by us moving more people onto public transit, it creates capacity in the overall system for those who are not able to make that shift. And that's a good thing. I think the second point is that there's a cost mitigation. It scares me to think of the amount of roads that might have to be built in the future to make up the space of people not using public transit. Let's face it, Richmond Street is at its capacity. It will never be 6 lanes wide. And so somehow we have to move folks downtown and through the center. And this is one of the ways in which we create capacity in the overall transportation system. And that's why Smart Moves was so important, because it was a transportation master plan that kicked this whole process off. So colleagues, I mean, I'm not going to delve into a lot of detail tonight. I'm sure we'll have a great conversation. But I just think there's the stepping back to saying listening, learning, and then deciding. And tonight, I'm certainly prepared to move this conversation and make decisions that'll move us forward.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hubert. I have Councillor Van Hol, Squire, Usher, Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Were we just asking questions at this point? Was that or are we just going to go into debate? Because I think you did say questions. I'll ask a question, or I'll just launch into debate.
We're launching right in, and
okay.
So go for it, and let's get this discussion going.
All right, thank you. So there's some of these recommendations that I'll approve, and some that I won't. I guess this has been a long and kind of difficult time for me in this one, and I wonder if I haven't been persuasive enough in this debate. I remember at the very beginning moving that we just go with buses, because I thought rail was going to be a waste of time and an unnecessary debate, and that turned out to be the case. And then we decided that we would make our path forward so that it could be upgraded to rail. And I urge that we not do that and rather just focus on one technology and do it well. Because what we find now is, of course, we're trying to combine the strengths of buses with the weakness of rail and the length. And then we're coming up with this tunnel, which surprised me a little bit because one thing we did do was vote to say that design it just for a potential upgrade to rail. It's not a sure thing at all because we weren't sure if rail was going to be a relevant technology in the future, and I doubt that now. So I was surprised to see that. I think this was actually designed for the rail. I made a motion that we should drop that recently before the red signs went up, but that didn't get seconded. And so here we are. I made recently and did get some support to pass a motion along to the Rapid Transit Implementation Group that we roll the BRT out using a low impact and agile strategy. So low impact means that trying to have as few a few difficulties with it as well. And agile, just do it incrementally. Put out a piece, one piece at a time. Our engineer said that we should grow and evolve this, and she meant that a couple times. And I think one of our problems may be that we're trying to design a rapid transit system rather than grow one. And I think that's going to be a problem for us. So I was looking at what would make this a good decision. I think it's important that we think things out well. And I think there's some considerations that we as a council haven't made. And I made a list of kind of priorities that we might have when considering this. There's the travel time, there's traffic congestion, the frequency. Are we going to service the major destinations? Are we going to try to pick up populations along the way? Which I don't think should be the case. We could avoid business closures, avoid rail crossings. There's the issue of tree retention if we're expanding roads. How direct do the routes need to be? So those are things that we might sacrifice. All of these things are sacrifices that we could make. Does the RT need to be on the major arteries? Or could we put it off? There's the heritage preservation. Should we be contemplating the advent of automated vehicles? And I think that's an extremely important thing for us to do because that may change the game entirely. So if we're going to commit too much to something, that would be a mistake. So that's another reason we would want to move slowly and incrementally. I'm probably going to ask for an extension, but I hope that would be all right.
Motion for an extension, colleagues. Moved by Councillor Park, second by Councillor Usher. Any discussion? Let's call the question. All those in favor? Okay, passes.
All right, thanks. There's, of course, the priority of having rapid transit be able to focus development in certain areas. So we're using rapid transit as a planning tool as well. And we should decide whether that's really the way we want to go, or is that something we can sacrifice? We got to look at the construction impacts. There's the rapid transit and branding. How important is that? I mean, I don't want us to be. I don't want to be a magpie in my next life because I went for the shiny things necessarily. Do we need them on the center lanes? Do we need to conform to the business or our consultant's business case? Do we have to follow the staff recommendations? I mentioned, does it need to be upgradable to rail? So these are a bunch of things that we might have to prioritize in order to come up with a good plan and a good route. And if we have different priorities, then we're going to come up with a different route. For instance, as another route that I might even suggest at some point. And by the way, I would suggest that we A/B test our routes. There's a couple routes we could use try them both and see what people are going to use. That's more of an agile strategy as well. We can actually experiment with them and see what we think. But we could come from Masonville down to University Hospital, through the university, come up to King's College, and then move along Waterloo until we get to St. James or Grosvenor, come down to the hospital, St. Joe's, and then cross Richmond to Talbot, and then we'd be able to go underneath the tracks, and there we found a way to avoid the rail crossing. But that takes us right to the high rises that are there and are going up, and that will pick up a huge population. We could go to York Street, hit the bus station, the train station, back across, say, Wellington or Clarence to get to the city center and the park, and go back down Central to Talbot and return. And that wouldn't require us doing a few things, and that would be building another grade separation or taking lanes from Richmond Street. So it's not as direct a route, but we also don't have to tear down trees and heritage buildings and other properties. So that's something that could happen tomorrow. That route could be tomorrow if we wanted. So I think we should consider some of those things. I wonder how much our business case, thank you, was based on the ridership. For instance, I don't know that going Dundas or King or Queen or even that area is necessarily needed. I think that could be serviced well by local buses. I would put the cycle tracks right on Dundas Street. I think that's the best place for them. East-west route that makes sense to me would be Oxford Street, and then sometime in the future, Commissioners. If we move to automated buses, certainly that will cut the cost down well. And looking at the costs of those technologies, they've dropped drastically. The sensors have gone from $90,000 to, in some cases, $250,000. So that's going to be a technology that comes forward, and we're going to be able to use this. So I think we need to think this out and just move forward with some of the obvious things. There's some pinch points that we should address, and I think we should do that. I'm glad we're not doing the rail tunnel, but I think we could look at that corridor and deal with that in an agile way too. And I made some suggestions of what agile rollouts are in the Civic Works. You'll see this tomorrow. But what would make sense there? First, run it in mixed traffic. Then we could expropriate some properties and actually expand that to 6 lanes just at grade. And then we can look for the grade separation. We might be able to just go 2 lanes underneath that, and at least traffic would be moving, but it wouldn't be as bad as the 4. And then sometime in the future, maybe we would want to do a tunnel, but I think that's more than we need to do. So there's some thoughts and comments about this project. But I do think we need to rethink a bunch of it and slow down, because there's other opportunities than what we look at here. Thank you.
5 minutes, right on the nose. So thank you. Just before we move to Councillor Squire, Usher Park, Morgan, and I'll continue that list, I do want to point out that we have some 2 key leaders from LTC here with us, available to answer any questions that we might have. I just want to survey the group to see if anyone has a question for LTC, because I think we should move that to the front end of this discussion. We do lose them at 8 o'clock. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to go to Councillor Helmer. Anyone else? Usher?
Thank you, and I see Ms. Pellegrini is here. I think it's a question for her. Talk to me about the different ways that if there was a at-grade crossing on Richmond, what kind of things LTC would have to do to deal with the delays that would happen? Would you consider short-turning buses? Would you consider lengthening the route so there's longer dwell time at the ends of the route so that you don't have to change the schedule? I just wonder if you could speak to some of those.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you've actually made the question very easy because you provided most of the answers. There are a number of ways we could deal with it, but the first one, short turning buses. So what we would see happening there is the first bus that would get held up at rail would radio back to dispatch, or dispatch would be aware, because with our AVL system, we know where all the buses are and whether they're moving or not. And essentially then we would get in contact with the bus immediately behind on either side of the rail lines, and let them know to basically turn around and start going back the other way. So essentially what those buses that you short turn do, take the place of the ones that are held up at the rail, and that allows us to stay on schedule on that 5-minute schedule. The unfortunate piece of that whole thing from the rider's perspective is, if I'm on my way heading south and I'm on a bus that's going to get short turned, I'm going to be asked to get off that bus because that bus is turning around and going the other way. So there is an inconvenience in that method from the passenger perspective, but that would allow us to stay relatively on time. The other piece is also looking at adding, like you said, that extra dwell time in at the end of the routes. We build time in at the end of the routes right now to allow us to get back on schedule if we get caught up in congestion or any number of things. So we may look at along that corridor building in some extra time that would allow us, again, that flexibility to get buses back on schedule if they were held up at the rail.
So 2 brief follow-ups. On the second one first, I guess, what's the operational impact of adding the dwell time? Because that's something you're going to do all the time, you can't anticipate when the freight will block.
We haven't done the math on it, but I would guess it's probably an extra bus on that corridor, because you've got to be able to have by the time you add the time into the running time, it would probably be one additional bus and then the running time associated with that bus.
And if you could perhaps put that in percentage terms in terms of the fleet serving that corridor?
I don't have the numbers in front of me in terms of the number of buses that would be serving that corridor. I don't know, Brian, do you have that? Okay, Brian's looking that up, but it would be one bus in addition to whatever number would be on that corridor.
Okay, so second question, when we're talking about unloading passengers and then having the next bus presumably is going to be the one that they get on. If there's a 5-minute delay, maybe you'll get on the next bus. There's a couple of opportunities to do that in advance of the Richmond grade crossing. There's a stop around the hospital, there's a stop around the university. Are we talking about an entire bus of people who just got picked up on the university getting discharged, for example, at University Drive Station, waiting for the next bus, which is going to be jammed with students from the university, and then trying to get on it?
That could well be the case, and again, we haven't worked out the details. This is something that we've talked about at a very high level. Operationally, when we get into short turning, we may not utilize the actual rapid transit stops. We may have to put some other, stops that we would use for those mitigation efforts, so we could get people as close to, as close to the tracks as we could before we short turn the bus. So we haven't got into that level of detail yet, but there are things like that we could do that would, again, help to mitigate that. But you're right, there is a potential that we would be asking people to get off that had just got on the bus.
Councillor Usher, Armstrong, anyone else?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, so I'm just asking LTC questions, right? I'm going to come back and be able to address this. Okay, thank you very much. Before Ms. Palestin leave here, I just want to thank her very much for coming out to Ward 12. She and Ms. Kelly Shear last week, Wednesday. They spent 2 hours, made a presentation in half an hour. The next hour and a half, they answered a multitude of questions to my constituents. And from my perspective, they were very satisfied, and it was very sober. And I just want to thank you for that. I've got 2 questions at this time that I'd like to ask. And my first one is that we've been working on this. We originally identified the requirement for bus rapid transit system. I believe it's either 2007 or 2008, somewhere around there. And we identified an east-west and north-south links at the time. Not exactly what we have today, but nevertheless to get from one to the other. There was a mention at some point in time about numbers that, can you identify that these links, the way they were based on ridership at that point in time and still do?
So it was 2006 that LTC brought forward the long-term growth plan that called for a move to a nodes and corridors network, which is essentially what the rapid transit network evolved to. That went through the transportation master plan process, and that's how we're here today. And certainly, yes, that report was in response to the previous transportation master plan, which called for transit to increase their mode share. So the response from the Transit Commission was, if we need to continue to increase mode share, we need to improve the transit system as a whole. We need to look at improved frequencies. We need to, find ways to have buses travel through the city more quickly, those types of things. So yes, it was in a response to the numbers in the Transportation Master Plan looking for that increased mode share. That's where that came from.
I'm glad for that, Mr. Chair, because it wasn't numbers that were just snapped and we came up with two lines. So my other question through you, Mr. Chair, is Councillor Hubert mentioned something earlier about a lot of people look at it, and you heard it from my constituents, that how will I use it? Because I'm sitting out here and the branch is out here somewhere. Can you help us understand a little bit about the two layers? In other words, the transit layer as well as the BRT layer? You know what I'm talking about?
So in conjunction with the rapid transit plan that we've been dealing with over the last number of months, the commission also had a study done to look at post 2019 changes that would need to be made to the base transit system to support the rapid transit corridors. We came up with a number of principles, essentially looking at we wanted to design a system where we don't force the rider to transfer to rapid transit if it doesn't make sense. So if we know we've got origins and destinations in the city that aren't near a rapid transit corridor, we'll have a route running from that origin and destination. So we don't want to increase the amount of transfers that a rider has to make. We don't want to make it more inconvenient for a rider to take transit. We want just the opposite. So the other principle that we looked at was increasing the frequencies on all of the routes that will feed the rapid transit corridors to be no more than double the frequency on that corridor. So for example, on the Richmond corridor, we're talking about operating at a 5-minute frequency. So the plan is all of the routes that feed that corridor would operate at no more than a 10-minute frequency. And essentially what that means is in the cases where riders do have to transfer, they have no more than a 5-minute wait. So you're not coming off of a 30-minute frequency service to a 5-minute where you could have significant waits or going the opposite way. So there are significant improvements that are in that post-2019 plan that look at significantly enhancing the transit service across citywide, which will all help to grow ridership, but also help to support those rapid transit corridors and the growth that we're looking for on those corridors.
So this could go for any part, but let's just say somebody live on Bridges Street, just around the corner from your office, and they work at the university. And they would like to make use of the rapid transit, so they're going to leave their car at home. Can you help us understand how they would get there using both systems?
Again, the way we're looking at designing the system is not for people to want to use that corridor. It's to make every trip as good as it can be, as short as it can be from the rider perspective. So it's not about somebody starting a trip and then getting to that rapid transit corridor to finish, because there will be many cases where it will be quicker to just get on a local route and complete your trip versus trying to get to that corridor. So it's really not about that. It's about improving the system as a whole to make transit more attractive and more viable option for people.
But the chances of that bus, let's say from Bridges Street to the university, might be faster after rapid transit, right? Can you explain why?
Because the post-2019 plan that the commission has tabled includes frequency improvements for all of those routes.
Councillor Armstrong, anyone else?
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess my first thought, Your Worship, is there's been quite a change here as far as the Richmond Street Tunnel is concerned, and I guess I'm sort of concerned about potential delays because of trains. It could be very problematic. So I threw you to staff. I mean, these trains on Richmond Street quite often are there for quite a while. I mean, a little while ago, we're talking tunnel a few weeks ago, and suddenly we're okay with, we're okay, and we have a brand-new plan to deal with trains and train stopping traffic. So I'm just, if you can help me get my head around, do you really think this is gonna work now that you're proposing? And I'm not proposing, I support the tunnel, but this just is a radical change now. It seems like this big plan isn't happening, but we got a new plan that's gonna work. It'll be fine. And I'm just having a hard time getting my head around that. So
Sorry,
what are you
you
gonna
asking a
do with
question
that?
about that?
Question, what are you gonna do when you've got a train that's there for 10, 15 minutes?
So through the chair, perhaps we can ask Ms. Pecuniary to talk about the operational things she would do, and I can speak a bit more to why the change and where we are now, if that's productive.
Yeah, I think what the councillor's asking is take the tunnel out of the equation. What's different? What's the impact to the ride?
And again, I can reiterate that it's basically the responses that I had to Councillor Helmer. We would look at either short turning buses so that you would never have more than one bus on either side of the rail sitting there waiting for the train. You would turn the other buses around so they would go back and start completing the opposite direction of the bus. I mean, that's really the most effective option for dealing with a long delay. Obviously, if it's a significantly long delay, you know, you're still going to have those two buses, and you could get into you could get into a situation where you're offboarding numerous passengers trying to short turn those buses to keep them on schedule. Again, we've talked at a very high level. We may need to look at, you know, some kind of alternate routing, other options to mitigate that. We haven't got to that level of planning yet, but there are things we can do.
So that deals with the strategy portion of your question, but really I think what the councillor's saying is how often does it happen? How long can we expect? And then what would that impact be on the ride?
Thank you, through the chair. So we have been updating our counts in terms of the CP railway interruptions. Typically speaking, we're seeing on an average between 9 and 10 trains a day, and the average delay runs between 4 and 6 minutes. So there are some exceptions. We had one recently where there's a 95-minute delay, and absolutely that was an unusual circumstance. Max time delay can be up to 8 to 10 minutes as well. So any bus, I think, during a peak hour encountering a train, there's about a 1 out of the peak hour would likely experience that. Just to be clear, we know that the tunnel is preferred from a reliability perspective for rapid transit. With the new price information, though, we felt it would be remiss not to bring back that the benefit to cost ratio does change, and certainly that's something we want council to be aware of and to weigh in on.
So, and again, to the councillor's question, 5-minute service, 12 buses an hour. How many impacted within an hour on average?
So on average, it depends on what time of day we're talking about, because the trains do run 24 hours and some are outside of service hours. But typically in the peak hour, you could expect one bus in that hour may encounter a train.
And and I guess that's the problem, is the trains. And Your Worship, I did have an opportunity. I'm sure all council received an email about looking at the issue of eliminating the trains from North London.
So, councillor, you'll absolutely have that opportunity to speak. We only have our LTC folks here for a very limited time.
Okay, I'll come back to that later.
Yeah,
I'm good with that.
Councillor Armstrong, Cassidy, Helmer.
So are there still LTC people here? I just noticed that Ms. Pecuniary is gone.
Looks like we've lost them. Yeah.
So my question was, rather than these short turns, and I know she's not here to answer, but I'm just going to put it out there. I would just wonder if there's any kind of feasibility in rerouting a bus down Talbot rather than doing that short turn.
Ms. Sher.
So certainly this has been, in the short period of time, we've had to review this potential change to what we may do at Richmond. We've had a lot of conversations about how we can manage this operationally. Can we manage it operationally? I think we all agree that we cannot fully mitigate this for when there is a train. But certainly, if this were to be approved, we would come up with a detailed operational strategy, and it could include things like rerouting. There are obviously some complexities to that. It can also include things like real-time information, both when trains are approaching, when we're experiencing delay, as well as to passengers. But
I have a follow-up on the same thing about the train crossing through you, your worship, to Ms. Scher. What about, are there federal rules governing how long a train can actually be stopped and blocking traffic?
Through the chair, the railways typically have running right and precedent at most level crossings, including at this one. So they really are able to do much what they need to for their operational purposes.
Councillor Helmer, recognize that we've lost leadership from LTC at this point. And I do want to point out, anyone who's wondering, they made extensive efforts to be here today, extensive travel there, and they've had to, at this point, get back on an airplane and return to the conference that they are participating in. So it was really significant to see them here for the time that they were available to answer our questions. And unfortunately, the way the agenda ran today, our time was our enemy. Councillor Helmer?
Thank you. I just wonder if Mr. Hollingworth had an answer to the question I asked earlier about what the percentage impact would be on the fleet requirements.
Through the chair, actually, I can provide that information. It would be one additional bus relative to 15 peak vehicles, which would not include spares, so approximately 7% change in fleet for having the end of line delay.
Okay, colleagues, I don't have any additional speakers with questions, so why don't we move back to our original list. I have Councillors Squire, Usher, Park, Morgan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I thought I was going to be ready to go, but a lot of questions. I just want to take 20 seconds of my time to wish my wife a happy 24th wedding anniversary. On May... Her birthday was on May 3rd, which, as you'll remember, was the night we were at Budweiser Gardens. So she came up and met me there, and we went out to have something to eat. Tonight, we're not together. One thing a woman has to be married to Squire is a lot of patience and a really good sense of humor. So if I'm a little emotional, it's just because of the way I feel about her and how she supports me in this role. So I don't mind giving up part of my time for that. I've been waiting a long time for this. I've been waiting 2 years for this opportunity. Let me tell you when this started for me and how difficult it's been for me. I went on a road trip to Toronto in 2015, May or June of 2015. I was told that I was going on a field trip to look at rapid transit systems to see what might be the best system for London. I thought I was going there with an open mind to look at different systems and see what might be best. At one point, I ended up in the boardroom of IBI, and lo and behold, they showed me the routes. They showed me what they had planned for London. Up on the screen came the route up Richmond Street, the tunnel. It still looked like a fait accompli to me. But what bothered me the most was the reaction in the boardroom that day. People started laughing and making light, and they said, "You're really in big trouble. This is going right through your ward. You'll never get reelected. You've got big problems. Good luck, buddy." That stayed in my mind for 2 years, and I wanted to say it publicly because you have to understand where I'm coming from when I talk. I don't expect my ward to be talked about or dealt with in that manner. I remembered the people who were laughing, and it's not something that I forgot. I realized very early on that I had to get my own information, my own evidence, to find out what was the best system. Now, if somebody says tonight, Squire just doesn't like BRT, he's against BRT, that is absolutely inaccurate and untrue. If you go back to my platform from the last campaign, I went back and looked myself. I wanted a BRT system. I just don't want this BRT system. I just don't believe this is the best BRT system at this time for London, Ontario, and I reserve the right to vote against that. Now, I'm not going to be difficult in the future, don't worry about it, but I reserve that right. All I ask is that tonight, that Ward 6 and myself be treated with the respect I deserve and my ward deserves when I'm making a decision. That's all I'm asking from my colleagues. I want to say some thanks. I want to say thanks to all of the public who spoke on this issue, whether you were in favor of rapid transit or against rapid transit. I know at certain times it was adversarial. I know people said, you're spreading misinformation, you're doing this, you're doing that. You did a fantastic job, all members of the public. I enjoyed every minute of listening to you, and I heard everything you said. I also want to thank the people out there who are experts, people who took the time to reach out to me and talk to me about what an integrated transit system can look like. Saul Morrison, I want to thank you for all the mathematical work you did. Rocky Moretti, I want to thank you. Bill Fellner, you're not here. I want to thank you for providing me with that information. Lastly, I want to thank Ms. Scher and Mr. Hayward for stepping up last week when it was difficult and presenting your position on the tunnel. I don't agree with everything you did, but I respect you. And you're the kind of civil servants that I want to work with. So tonight I'm going to be voting in favor of parts D and F, but I'm not going to be voting in favor of the plan. It's an integrated plan that I can't support. And I'm going to speak more than once because there's some things I want to talk about. Things that people haven't talked about. I want to talk about the operating costs of this system. I want to talk about what Londoners have in store for them once we build this system in terms of the cost of operating it. I want to talk about what I call the ridership myth. This idea that if we build this system, there'll be this explosion in ridership. I want to talk about that because it's not accurate. It's just not accurate. I want to talk about the agreement we have with Western University. We don't have an agreement yet. Western University, because I looked at the minutes of the meeting of the board of directors. They said it was not their preference to have rapid transit through campus. Let me say that again. Western University said it was not their preference to have transit through campus. They wanted the Western Road route. So what did they say? They said, okay, if you guys want to come through campus, here's the 15 conditions. Here's what's going to happen. So don't blame Western University for putting those conditions on. We forced them to do that. We made them do that. We don't even know what those conditions are going to cost. We have no idea today what those conditions are going to cost. I want to talk about the Warncliffe route at some point in time. I want to talk about this idea that there's this massive opportunity for development in Ward 6. Yeah, there is. If you knock down all the houses on Richmond, yeah, you can do a lot of development. But that's not on for Ward 6. That's not on for my constituents. We want to preserve what we have in Ward 6.
Councillor, you're at 6 minutes minus 1 minute for your comments to Yolanda. Would you like an extension?
I'm not going to ask for an extension because I want to speak again.
Okay. If you could wrap it up.
Thank you. Done?
Thank you very much. Councillor Usher, Park, Morgan, Armstrong.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I gave my thanks to Ms. Chair already, but I just want to say it again that I really thank you very, very much for coming out and explaining this at our conversation last week, Wednesday. I think that the people were very, very grateful, and the way you presented you and Kelly Palatsny was very, very sober and very helpful. Mr. Chair, I have been involved with this project, I'll call it Rapid Transit, since its inception in 2006. I cannot remember all the details, but I do remember during those years, about 4 or 5 or 6 years, that it was in the LTC hands and it was being reviewed by staff in order to get it on the Transportation Master Plan. And all those times, it used to come back to us as a commission on a regular basis. There were numbers and there were routes. And I'll just use the route as east-west, north-south. That's more or less what it was. At the time, we didn't talk about tunnels. We didn't talk about how we were going to cross railways or anything like that. But we knew that we had to get through that because part of it was definitely Richmond And we had to work on that. But it has changed, evolved over the past few years. It has evolved ever since we presented it as part of the Transportation Master Plan. That's when it was presented. That's when the staff, city staff, began to become involved. I would like to say take it over, but I don't want to use a term because I've always insisted that LTC should play a role in this because they're really the experts with respect to the numbers and the ridership and so on. So recently, there are a number of things that began to happen. For example, we move off Oxford coming from Fanshawe onto Highbury and then Dundas, because before that it was, like I said, it was just a line, but the line implied that it was going to be Oxford, but we had to look at the ridership and the usefulness and where the development, the infill and all these things that we talked about were going to be advantageous. And then we dropped Wonderland to Highbury, because that was part of it at one time. And I hope that at some point in time, we're going to come back to that. So, like I said, it evolved, and then all of a sudden, one day, we had the tunnel. According to Councillor Squire, it's about 2 years ago. It didn't feel that long to me. It feels that just the other day that we started talking about the tunnel, but it's because I'm relating it to the length of time that I have been involved with the project. So the tunnel is not something that was there right at the beginning. The tunnel is just something that came out of the work process. In fact, I believe the tunnel only came into existence after we started talking about the environmental assessment, because it's only about a year, 14, 15 months that we gave the direction to proceed with an environmental assessment. And that began to change things. That began to make us evolve. That, I believe, brought in Highbury and Dundas and King Street and all of those different things. And then the downtown. And we've had, over that period of time, many public presentations or displays. I remember going to several of them at the Goodwill. I remember coming to, okay, I'm going to need an extension, so I'm going to ask for it right now.
Seconded, all those in favor?
Thank you. So I remember going to all those presentations. But what broke the ice was that recently we formed the Rapid Transit Working Group. And then the environmental assessment began to come to us. And then we began to see this new route. And then we began to see the tunnel. And then we had the meeting in January. And then all hell broke loose. And I mean that positively. I don't mean that negatively at all, because that is when the people who were being affected by the tunnel and the downtown began to see what was happening. And they began to take actions. And when I say actions, ask for more dialogue. And that's how we got all of this additional dialogue, which I think was, for me, it was very educational. And I hear most people talk about it being very educational, not only from the content, but from the process. And I think it's good because we see something that maybe we missed in that. So I think that we had to have a look at that. We decided that we needed another look at the downtown. We decided we needed another look at Richmond. You can call it the tunnel or whatever, whichever route you want to call it, the northern route. And I think that there are additional tweaking that needs to be done, but I'm not going to go there today. But I wanted to say that that's how we got where we are. And I think that it was good that we listened to the public about the downtown. And we decided to come up with a couplet. And I'm not going to say to you that that is the best thing since sliced bread, but I think that it pleases a lot of people because we are going ahead with BRT. It's just a matter of how we do it. And if we can please as many people as possible, especially the people who are going to be affected by it, then all the better. And then we look at the tunnel, and most of us have been hearing lots of things about the tunnel. Some of them, from my perspective, I wonder if they were true. Some of them I knew that they were not true. But nevertheless, the fact is that it was a massive challenge, And I think that by, I'll use the word deferring that, removing that from the equation for now, I think it's a very good idea because I think that we need to proceed with this project. I think that we need to proceed with the environmental assessment and we need to get on with the design and we need to begin to get this thing moving. I want to stress that this is not a 1-year project or a 2-year project. This is a 7 to 10-year project. It's going to be about 7 to 10 years before this is all into fruition. So I think that it's reasonable, the decisions that the city is coming up with. And the other thing I'm glad to see that in this process that we're trying to incorporate Adelaide Street crossing, because I think that Adelaide Street crossing should be a part of the whole project. And if we don't want to make it a part of the project, then we need to advance it so that we can have Adelaide Street crossing remedied before we start using this BRT for Richmond so that it provides a relief. So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to come back and say a few words later on, but I'm going to stop there for now because I think that it was important that I start with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Usher. I have Councillor Park.
Thank you, and I think the most prolific thing I can say to my colleagues today is I'm in a position today that no matter what I decide, I'm not going to make anybody happy. What's been said to me by many community stakeholders is that what's being proposed is making no one happy. LRT proponents are let down because they feel that BRT was second best. Concerned merchants along Richmond Row and King Street are not happy because of the concerns of length of the construction, in particular the Richmond Row merchants, and how it would impact access to their properties, their patrons, suppliers of goods and services, trades, etc., and also the residential tenants above a lot of these businesses. Current transit riders want better transit today, and this is a 10-year plan. We have to remind ourselves the underlying principle is to move people, no matter the mode of choice, easily and effectively to where they need to go throughout the city. We have to not forget that the practical need to get ahead of the looming problem in terms of a serious congestion problem that's on the horizon. What this process has outlined that the City of London needs to do a better job of explaining these complexities of how an environmental assessment works. We've heard throughout that last PPM that we had that maybe we weren't doing the process right. From an engineering perspective, the boxes were getting checked, and we've heard both the city manager and the city engineers say that they're committed to making this process better going forward. During the last 2 years of this process, the perception of many in the community was that the city was holding their cards very close to their chest. And what I've seen from staff's actions since mid-February has been a tremendous about-face in terms of the openness and willingness to listen and react to the serious concerns. And this is something I haven't had an opportunity to address publicly, so please indulge me, and if I needed a motion to extension, that's my first time in the whole time we've been here. Significant change in a community is never easy, but we as London and as a larger community need to figure out how do we deal with change going forward. There are members of staff that their kids are getting bullied at school because of their parents' involvement in BRT. There's patrons that no longer feel welcome in some merchants' establishments because of their stance on BRT. There's some patrons that are saying that they're no longer going to patronize a business because of their stance on BRT. And these are just very big concerns that I have about how we deal with things as a community, because collectively, how we take these little bits of change, it's incumbent upon all of us to maintain a respectful dialogue so everybody's viewpoint is heard, and then we can come up with the best plan possible, no matter what we're dealing with. And I recognize that my remarks are a finger wag, and they're not directed at any particular member of the anti-BRT, the pro-BRT, or the guy just up the road trying to get a BLT. I'm just talking about how we talk about things as a community, because the tone is set here at City Hall, and it precipitates out into the community. So what I'm getting to is everybody, what I've heard from everybody, no matter their stance, is that they want better transit for this city. It's a matter of how we're going to do it, and that's where the big problem is for us as a community right now. So I have significant concerns about the price increase that we've seen with the tunnel, and I can completely appreciate the rationale behind this recommendation that's come to us from staff. The 60% bump in the anticipated cost for the tunnel, and that's without a shovel in the ground. To me, that is very concerning. And I totally see the vision behind the tunnel and the increase to service. And I'm very thankful that Councillor Helmer was asking the questions that he did of Ms. Pecuniary, so that we have a really clear understanding what the impacts are if the City of London chooses not to go forward with the tunnel from a transit rider's perspective. So I know wholeheartedly that the talented engineers that we have in the city and in the nation of Canada can build a tunnel, and they can do it in a very successful way. For me, right now, it's a matter of the price point, and that's where I'm frustratingly stuck at this point. I support the King's Queens couplet. I think that that's the best compromise for property owners along that corridor, in particular Budweiser Gardens and Covent Garden Market. And I really want to thank staff for the enhanced engagement that they did with these stakeholders. I was told that by a member of Covent Garden Market at the beginning of one of the engagement sessions, they were figuratively sharpening their pitchforks, but at the end of it, staff were actually getting hugs from people. So that's a big turnaround in any sort of a conversation. And I don't think that I can thank staff enough for being that open to have that dialogue.
Just going to get a quick extension, Councillor Zafir.
I'm done, actually. I don't need
Councillor Usher, all those in favor? Okay. You got 5 minutes?
I got 5 minutes. I could filibuster, I suppose. I see this recommendation as a good step forward, because no matter what, that tunnel was going to be the one aspect that would deep six this whole project. And I don't want to lose any sunk costs on the work that's already been done to lose that element. So I support the decoupling of that piece of the rapid transit program. As Councillor Usher said, we need to get going. This has been a long-standing conversation, and then we can come back with other strategies and how that we increase that time for any mode of transportation going north and south. Because let's not get lost in the fact that people are thinking about this is not BRT with or without a tunnel. There's other legs of the line that don't cross the tracks at all. So let's not forget that.
Councillor Morgan Armstrong Zafman.
Yes, so as my colleagues know, I have some conflicts on most of the recommendations before you. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the process. And I wanted to pick up on some comments that both Councillor Park and Councillor Deputy Mayor Hubert mentioned. Councillor Park said the great about face in mid-February. Councillor Deputy Mayor Hubert said, you know, that in the last few weeks our staff has done an excellent job. And I think our staff who've been working on the project throughout the whole time have always done an excellent job to try to do their best, to try to bring the best ideas forward, to try to do the work that they've been assigned. But I think what has changed here significantly is leadership. And I think two of the best decisions that this council has made is hiring Mr. Hayward to be our city manager and hiring Ms. Scher to be our city engineer. And I think under both of your leadership, this process that we're on has taken a completely different turn than where it was headed. And I completely mean this when I say it, and I think that there was an absolute failure on the part of the previous city manager's office in leading our staff effectively on this file for a while. And I think that we had tension through the process between very excellent people in the planning department who want to build and grow our city, who want city building, and people in our transportation division doing the hard work on ridership and numbers, and how those two things came together to put transit and city building in the right possible package. And we know that we've made a lot of changes over the period of time. We've gone from, you know, an LRT system to a BRT system. We've had some issues with the way that we've engaged the public and the way we've counted public engagement for that matter. So I have every confidence that, you know, what council decides, of which I won't be able to participate in all of it, will be led highly effectively by the current leadership team and the current team of staff supporting them. And I wanted to say that tonight, because I mean that. And that perception is widely recognized in the community, no matter what your opinion on rapid transit is. So thank you. The Ward 7 residents, and this is something you have heard me say, as we move forward with whatever we move forward with, their main question is really about the LTC routes that support whatever it is we want to do, whatever form of bus rapid transit. And like many of my colleagues, I am very supportive of bus rapid transit, and there are certain things that I can't comment on this plan. But my constituents, where they feel like we're not having a full conversation, is really on how do I get to what you're talking about? How do I get to a rapid transit route? And what does that look like? Because I could better tell you my opinion when I know where that is. And the way that LTC supports any sort of rapid transit structure in the city, and the way that we do maybe BRT Light along corridors like Fanshawe or Wonderland or Hyde Park that runs through my ward, the way that we use express buses, the way that we pick up residents through neighborhoods, those are critical to understanding, to my constituents' understanding of how they can weigh in effectively on this particular project. And I think through the process, we found that LTC, very smartly so, is we need to know what you're doing, then we want to layer kind of our plan on top, although they have done work on the future framework, and there has been work done contemplating what would happen through routes, but we haven't really engaged the public in that discussion, and I think that has been a mistake, and that is something, no matter what we do moving forward, I think needs to become a key part of the discussion for the public. Thank you. So it's hard for me to take that and then talk, because I can't talk about some components of this, but so I say it in general terms. We need to have that layer of a complete transit system across the city and how the improvements are made to it as part of the dialogue from this point moving forward. The work has been done. We need to start talking with residents because there are improvements to the ridership and the frequencies that may come from all corners of the city, including the corner I represent. And they want to weigh in on that, and they want to discuss it, and they want to talk about it in the context of rapid transit, and they want to give their feedback, and they want to probably make changes to it or suggestions to it. Because you need, if you want a successful transit system, you need to make it better for those who use it, and if you want to pick up riders, you got to be speaking to some
Make
people.
an extension, Councillor?
Yes, please.
Moved by Councillor Helmer, seconded by Councillor Usher. All those in favor, please proceed.
Thank you. We need to be more effectively talking to people in the northwest corner of the city, in the area that I represent, on the transit system and how it impacts that area. And I know my colleagues can speak for their own areas, for those who aren't maybe directly on rapid transit lines. So I know I have an extension, but I'm going to leave it at that for now. And I will, observe a good portion of the rest of some of the debate, and I will weigh in on things that I don't have a conflict on. So,
Councillor Armstrong, Zafman, Helmer.
Thank you, Worship, and I'm going to get back on track here. Your Worship, I guess the thing is, one of the biggest concerns I think I have with this change is that, of course, now the northern route could very much be affected now and in the future by rail traffic. In fact, it could end up being, so problematic that people will be very disappointed in our new system because of the issue of buses being held up in the future by trains. And Your Worship, I did send out a copy of a memo to all council. I believe it was on Friday, was sent out talking much about eliminating potentially the operations of CP Rail in North London and having CP Rail work out an agreement with CN to use their track. This is something that realistically could be done, would have a very big impact on the need potentially to build the Adelaide Street overpass, would eliminate any conflicts in the future with rapid transit on Richmond Street. There could be a great deal of benefits if they were to move their operation. Now, this isn't a one-off, Your Worship. Many years ago, council voted to have staff go and work with CN and CP on this very issue. And that was way before rapid transit was on the scene. So there was, I believe it was our city manager, Mr. Fielding, that was charged with going off and trying to work something out with them. I think it's important, Your Worship, that again, we facilitate, discussions between CN and CP through the Canadian Transportation Agency, serious discussions about them moving their operation. It can be done. I have information that it can be their CP operations can be accommodated on CN tracks. And in fact, there are other places in Canada where that actually happens. There's shared tracks. So, Your Worship, I'm hoping every member council got an opportunity to look at that memo. I sent it out. I think that this is something that needs to be initiated, looked into. We would be negligent not to, faced with the new recommendations of the city engineer. And actually, through you, I'd like her to comment on how, if there was no CP operations on that track anymore, how would that affect the need for the Adelaide Street overpass, a tunnel now or in the future? How would that, if that suddenly disappeared, how would that make your system you're proposing now? Would it make it a better situation, worse? Could you just give council some overview?
Ms. Sherman.
Thank you, through the chair. I think certainly we all agree that eliminating level crossings, level rail crossings from the city would be a good thing for our transportation system across the board. We have not received a lot of receptivity from CP or CN, but we certainly believe that as part of D, should council direct us to do that, then it would be prudent to continue to talk to them both about their future plans as well as their operational plans in the shorter term.
Just to give you some more background very quickly, do I have 5 minutes or longer?
Yeah, I think you need an extension at this point. Councillor Van Hol, second by Councillor Helmer. All those in favor? Opposed?
Some quick facts, and somebody said today I should have a report on this, but that's not my job to do reports. But I just want to point out, my understanding is CN and CP only have one customer in London. They do very little train shunting in London anymore. It's done in other municipalities. Truly, they're just traveling through. And as I say, I think it would be very beneficial. If you heard from the city engineer, if that operation wasn't up there, boy, London would be totally different. It really would. It'd solve a lot of problems. It only makes sense for us to at least go off and explore this. And so, Your Worship, I do want to bring a motion on this, that if this is appropriate time, or I'm willing to wait till later. Add it in? Okay. Perhaps the city clerk can work on the appropriate wording. But Your Worship, if we're going to look into this, if council is going to support this, I think it's important that our city manager take a lead role, that you be involved, Your Worship, representing the council, and that we take this very serious, because the fact is, having that two rail systems when they're traveling through the city, when they could travel on one track, I mean, London would benefit greatly if we could make these changes. And I think we've got to go off and really work with our federal counterparts, our provincial counterparts, and make them understand how this could change London. So in any event, Your Worship, if the city clerk, I think I can give her this memo, and maybe she can pull the appropriate wording. And so I'll end it at that for now, and whenever.
Thanks, Councillor. I'm going to move to Councillor Zafin in a moment. One option you might want to consider is to amend Part D of the recommendation, which is looking for alternative methods to separate rail from traffic, and so it might be a perfect fit there. I'll leave that up to you as the mover of the motion.
I'm good with that. Your Worship, but the only thing is, if we were successful down the road, some of this would change, like the Adelaide Street overpass, and I'll through you again, I'll ask the city engineer, would you need the overpass?
Through the chair, should there be no active rail line on Adelaide Street? No, we would not need to have the Adelaide underpass.
30 million. And of course, we would not, the debate on the Richmond Street underpass would never happen again. So, and the final thought, Your Worship, once that, if CP were to abandon their operation and amalgamate on the CN track. Suddenly you have a rail line going east to west through London, out to the airport, goes all the way out to Hyde Park. Many of you know some of the locations where the crossings are, even Richmond Street for that matter. You know, there's an old rail station there. So there's always an opportunity to put back into the mix down the road to utilize that unused track, that unused infrastructure. So I just want to throw that in there. But that's a bigger picture for another day. So thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Councillor Zaifman.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just very quickly, I was hoping to confirm with staff through you just on the next steps of this process, because I just want to clarify. Today, we are confirming the routes, which is obviously a big part of this process. But specifically, I think there's a lot of concerns about wanting to make sure that we communicate more about this plan in the future, how it's going to work, details how LTC is going to connect onto this, a bit more details as wards break down. I just want to make sure there's going to be an opportunity to do that over the next year or two over this phase before we actually have any construction begin.
Thank you, through the chair. The short answer is absolutely. The somewhat more in-depth answer is we would bring back a communications plan to guide our engagement and discussions in the community for the remainder of this project. Certainly, we do have time before you're going to see shovels in the ground. That includes consultation on the more detailed design elements of the approved corridors, as well as the overlay of local routes through LTC. We certainly have heard that we need to do things not just to check the process boxes under TPAP, under the next phase of this project, but to ensure that it's meaningful and it's a two-way dialogue with Londoners.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm just gonna, I've sort of shared my thoughts and comments with colleagues in the community because my energy levels are what they are and trying to limit that. I've taken quite a bit of time to look into this, and you know, I have to say a big thanks to our staff because, and I think Councillor Morgan said this as well, but not just for the last couple of weeks, the last couple of months, but I mean, this process has been going on for so long, whether you take that from the very initial planning processes, which Councillor Esser talked about, or even going up to the last 2 years. I mean, there's a lot of work that has gone into this. So to all of our staff that have been involved, thank you very much. One of the things that I guess, you know, with our engineers, when we're looking at this plan, what are the best routes? What are the best options? Well, obviously, you know, when they're looking at multiple options. What is the best? And I'm very confident in the routes that they've suggested because there are very good reasons behind them. I think there could be pros and cons to any route that you pick. And I think what we're looking at here is what's the best for the future of the city. And I think especially along the northern and southern corridor routes, we look at some of the biggest employers in the city, whether that's Western University, Huron College, Brescia, King's, get to St. Joseph's Hospital, University Hospital, we get downtown, we get down farther south and we go to LHSC, we get to White Oaks Mall. I mean, and going east and west as well to Fanshawe and west. I mean, there's just, these core routes make so much sense as a spine for our city to operate on as much more efficient routes. And, you know, when it comes to my constituents, there's been a wide range of people that have an interest. Let's do the project, let's not ask questions, let's just go ahead. And then there are people on the opposite, let's just scrap the project completely. We don't need this for the city, let's build a ring road. Sorry, that's not gonna happen, I don't think, in terms of feasibility or possibilities in terms of what we can do as a city. I think we need to recognize where we're at. And while yes, it would be lovely to move the tracks, I think that in the however many years the tracks have been in the city, we should continue on this discussion. But as far as I recall from last week at Civic Works, our engineer, I think Mr. Soldo stated that the cost of doing that would be in the billions. So yes, this project is expensive at $500 million, $500 million. And that is already much more sure of the cost, which we still need to figure out. But we have an estimate of billions on something else. And so I think we need to make sure we're thinking about that as we're moving ahead. And specifically, probably the biggest concern that I received from my constituents is the tunnel. And so now we have a staff recommendation that we not move ahead with the tunnel. And so obviously for a lot of people, that's, oh, great, we don't have to do that. People on downtown, I might ask for a quick 2-minute extension.
Councillor Park, Councillor Turner, all those in favor? Opposed?
Thank you. You know, there's obviously lots of concerns with the tunnel, and I've had concerns with the tunnel since it started. I mean, we've had lots of people from the community give us feedback and say, we're, as an engineer or just someone who has a business along the street, that they have massive concerns with what's gonna happen on Richmond. And I completely understand that, that's gonna be, if we were to go ahead with a project like that, it would have massive impacts over many years, and who knows what could happen. I mean, there are potentially lots of negatives. And I would say the main reason that I thought the tunnel was a great idea was because, and I still continue to think that it's a good idea, or some form of grade separation at the tracks on Richmond, is that as far as I've seen from our engineers, there is really no great possibility. I mean, there's not magic solution that we can just say, hey, let's just go under and it'll be fine and it's great, or we can go over and it'll be great. I mean, anything that we do there to try and avoid the tracks at Richmond is going to be a big, big project, no matter what. And so whether we do that now or in 10 years, I mean, I think there's something that people in London really need to think about, is that yes, the cost of the tunnel is already going to be high, and if we were to go ahead with it, it would likely be a lot more expensive. Who knows? I mean, we have estimates, but I mean, again, until we get in the ground, we don't know for sure. And so that concerns me. And that's why I very much appreciate our staff, because they said, listen, we can do this and let's continue exploring it. And they've come back to us and said, this is very difficult to do within the budget that we've set out. And if we want to expand that budget, we'd have to get that from somewhere. And I'm not sure if that is within the realm of possibilities or not. We're already looking at a fairly significant, expensive project here. And while I would love the tunnel, because I don't see a better way of getting some form of traffic under those tracks there, because our staff have already showed, if we tried to do a full grade separation with 4 lanes there, we'd have to take out blocks of Richmond Row, which in my mind is probably a lot worse than years of construction along the road, which then results in the Richmond Row being left as is afterwards. Yes, there could be very significant negatives and some businesses might close, and that could be extremely bad for Richmond Row, because yes, we put a lot of years and effort into it. But at the same time, if we don't do this with the tunnel or find a way to go under the tracks, that whole area could just be avoided in the future, because then we'll have Adelaide as where you can avoid the tracks and Warncliffe as you can avoid the tracks. Why would people want to drive down Richmond anymore? I mean, to me, that is a major reason why we need to at least, and which is why I'm very happy that staff have put option D in here, because we really need to make sure we keep studying this in the future. Because if we don't, there's going to be significant traffic problems, much more than what we're expecting now. I mean, if we continue with BRT at grade, I think it's okay. It's not my preferable option, but given the costs and circumstances, I think it's the pragmatic solution that we have currently. And in my mind, every time I look at this project, it's vision versus reality. And we can plan and vision as much as we want, but, not to have such a pun with related to buses or cars, but, once rubber hits the road, I mean, that's where we really find out what's going on, what the costs are, what the realities are, and what we can and can't do. And we can't always do exactly what we want, or exactly what we hope, or exactly what we plan for. And I think that's the situation we're in today. And so I think our staff recommendation very much reflects that. It's very much, in my mind, a compromise, and I think that's great. And I'm very glad that they brought that forward. And so I'm going to wrap up here, and if I'm not jumping too much of the gun, I'm actually ready to put staff's recommendation forward as is. I'd look for a seconder if people want to have continued discussion or amendments, obviously, but
I think it'll help narrow the
rolling.
discussion. We're going to call a lot of portions of this separately, and I'm certainly not calling the vote anytime soon. There might be some amendments and changes where our committee, that'll help us steer the conversation. So it's up on screen if you want to move it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor. I will look to Councillor Helmer.
A couple of questions for our staff first before I get into comments. And it was referenced that we're looking at perhaps benefit cost ratio for the tunnel option. And I'm just going to clarify for everybody, it's not just a tunnel, right? It is a tunnel and an underground station at Oxford and Richmond. Underground station, not just a tunnel and underground station. It's one of the reasons why it's expensive, because every underground transit station you build is a pretty expensive undertaking. So how do we get to one that is below 1.0? I was just looking at the numbers, the sort of net present value, benefits and costs for what's there with the tunnel now. I added in $85 million. I didn't even net present value it, and it's still positive. So how could we get to something like in the range of 0.95 if we're just adding $85 million.
Through the chair, I'm going to ask that Mr. Hollingworth join us and answer the methodology questions.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the range, the benefit cost ratio with the added cost of the tunnel is actually 1.02 when we plug it in, and we put a range on it for the purpose of Kelly's presentation.
Thank you. It's one way to get me to stop asking questions is don't turn the mic off. Similarly, for the at-grade BRT, I know we just have the range there. Could you give me a sense of the total benefits, the net present value total benefits that you'd use for calculating the benefit cost ratio? I know the ratio is between 1.1 and 1.2, but I wonder if you just give me the benefits line.
The total benefits are similar to the full BRT option, slightly reduced because of increased travel times. Save 2 signals with the tunnel, and of course the reliability, which is difficult to factor into the business case. So it's similar to the full BRT option.
Thank you. So the costs are quite significantly less. The benefit cost ratios are not that different. How could the benefits be similar? Surely they're much less than 560 million, for example.
So the capital costs are brought back. So when you bring them back to present day, they're discounted, whereas the operating benefits continue till 2049 or a 50-year period. And I don't have the numbers right in front of me in terms of the actual benefit cost ratio, but I can get those.
Okay, thanks. This is a question for our staff on the engineering side. There's a reference here to the Adelaide Street underpass, and obviously this is of particular interest to me as I represent one side of where the Adelaide Street underpass would go. Obviously, people who are adjacent to any kind of grade separation, generally speaking, are not hugely in favor of grade separation as it's really disruptive, all kinds of construction. We see that in terms of the feedback from Richmond Street about doing a tunnel or an underpass. Similarly, in Adelaide, there's businesses that are on Adelaide and there's residents who live along Adelaide, and this is a major project. Could you give me a sense of what the current estimate for the budget for that is?
Yes, certainly. There was a original placeholder in the DC model at 25 million. We've gone through a great deal of work on the environmental assessment. We're planning to hold our last consultation in the fall, and we're looking at an estimate of 50 to 60 million at this point.
Okay, so I think that's it for a question. So I'm going to get into some comments, and I'll definitely need an extension. Just give you a heads up. So in terms of making decisions on this front,
Just don't have to cut you off. Let's just do it right now. So Councillor Salee, Armstrong, all those in favor? Opposed, if any? Motion carries.
Okay, so in terms of how I'm thinking about this project and how to make decisions on it, I want to give my colleagues and the public some sense of how I think about it. So one is, the most important thing in this project is improving this transit service quality for current riders and future riders, right? Like that's the primary purpose of rapid transit. We're trying to improve transit so that it's better and it's a better mobility option for people to get around the city. Related to that, we want to maximize ridership growth as much as possible because it relieves congestion on the rest of the network and relieves our financial commitment to have to widen parts of the road network if we can't shift the mode share. And from a financial perspective, that's hugely important to the municipality. The municipality pays the cost of road widenings through development charges. They're really, really expensive, right? So in that 20-year period for our DC study, just the major projects is in the neighborhood of $700 million. Right, and growth-related major projects. There's another $100 million in minor stuff. I also want to maximize intensification inside the primary transit area so we can avoid the huge costs of sprawling out. And that's essentially the same thing I'm talking about, which is avoiding the road widenings, avoiding having to build new things if we can get more growth happening in the primary transit area. And again, that's for a couple of reasons. One is it helps bring the things that people want closer together. So you get more people living in an area, you get more services popping up in an area. You don't have to travel so far to get to the things you want. And it's from a municipality's perspective on a long-term financial basis, it's much, much more sustainable. The fourth is I want to maximize federal and provincial capital funding to minimize the operating costs. We pay the operating costs. The operating costs are paid by fare payers, which is over 50% of all the operating costs are paid by fares. 37% is around the city's contribution, and only about 9% coming from the province. I want to minimize those operating costs because we're the ones who pay those operating costs. I can tell you the benefit cost ratio on transit investments that happen in Ottawa or Toronto or Hamilton to the residents of London is like 0, right? It's not 1, 1.1, like it's 0. It benefits people who are in Toronto and in Ottawa and in Hamilton. But if the transit money goes to some other city, Londoners are not any further ahead, I guess, unless when we're visiting. And so I really do want to maximize the capital investment from these existing pools of transit funding so we can minimize the operating costs. I want to speak briefly, that's sort of how I think about this project. I want to speak briefly about the origination of the routes because it's been, I think, we're not perhaps remembering everything that's gone on. So in the Transportation Master Plan, this is in April 2012, these routes, essentially the exact same routes we're talking about now, were identified. April 2012. Those fed into the development of the London Plan. The first draft of the London Plan, May 2014, sorry. Those exact same corridors identified as the RT intensification corridors right on the map. And they're basically the corridors we're talking about now, some small changes. That leads into the February 2015 Public Information Center. That was the first public meeting for SHIFT. Hazel McCallion was there and said, do rapid transit right. It's my biggest regret being the mayor of Mississauga is we're doing it later, and it's a lot more painful. Those maps were up showing the routes, February 2015. Then, of course, when Councillor Squire and I and a couple of others, staff and so forth, went to see rapid transit projects in Toronto and Kitchener-Waterloo, those were the preliminary routes, so the same that were in the TMP, the same that were in the London Plan, the same that came up in the IBI presentation, and that they've essentially carried forward with some small changes, taking things off Richmond onto Clarence, a couplet from Dundas and King went to 2 ways on King, and then now we're talking a couplet of King Queens. But there have really been very small changes since 2012, right? That's 5 years ago. So they've been going on for quite some time. On the issue that Councillor Armstrong is raising around CPCN, and of course VIA runs on those tracks as well, and potentially high-speed rail if the province ever does that. It has to run on one of these railways as well, one of those right-of-ways. And we cannot load all of those things on the same rail line. It just would not work. There's something like 12 million tons of freight that's going in and out of London all the time. And just combining the railways, I mean, they have a lot of tonnage that they're moving. And the idea that they can fit on the tracks and VIA can fit on those tracks, I just don't know that would work. And frankly, if they consolidate, they might consolidate them on the CP line and leave VIA free for, SCN line free for VIA. They use it already. So I'm not sure the consolidation would go that way even if we wanted to. I want to talk about the cost, because obviously no one likes $85 million more. I don't like $85 million more. I'm glad we found out about this now rather than later. I think it's always better to have it earlier. And I know that it seems like a huge amount of money when you're talking about one particular part of 23.7 kilometer network. But I want to put it in context, the things that have already been funded in the province of Ontario. These are transit projects funded in the province of Ontario. The York Subway Extension is $370 million every kilometer, right? It's expensive because it's only 8.6 kilometers. 6.4 of that is in a tunnel. And it's expensive. It's $370 million a kilometer. Our entire project, if we were to do it at the tunnel, is $650 million, rounding. Eglinton LRT is $350 million every kilometer. It's $6 billion. It's 19 kilometers. 10 kilometers of that's in a tunnel. Right? It's really expensive, $350. The Confederation line in Ottawa is $168 million a kilometer. It's 12.5 kilometers, 2.5 of that is in a tunnel, which they're building right now in downtown Ottawa. Finch LRT is $91 million a kilometer. Stage 2 LRT in Ottawa is $97 million a kilometer. These are all funded projects where the province has looked at the benefit cost ratio, in some cases the feds have looked at the benefit cost ratio, and they funded those projects. Now you might say those are huge cities, right? Big cities, the land values are higher, the costs are higher, et cetera, et cetera. Let's look at things that are more similar to London.
Just need another extension. Moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Van Holst. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Councillor Ridley, I saw that. So Hamilton, York region, and Waterloo region, they all have existing transit ridership around 22 million. They actually all have lower transit ridership than we do. These are 2015 numbers. All three of those cities, same kind of transit ridership that we have. I'm going to just put it in terms of the peak corridor ridership for their projects. So we have a peak corridor ridership somewhere around 1,800, and I've done this math. So Hamilton is $476,000 per peak hour rider. The York Region is $436,000 per peak corridor rider. Waterloo Region is $333,000 per peak corridor rider, and our project, if we did the tunnel, would be $337,000, almost identical to the region of Waterloo in terms of their peak corridor riders. And I got to tell you, Hamilton and Waterloo, I think that their ridership estimates on the peak corridor is probably a bit high. Our business case, frankly, has gone through a lot more rigorous analysis than both of those did. The Viva BRT, the one I gave an example from York Region, that is $39 million a kilometer. It has no tunnels. It's 35.8 kilometers. It's all at grade, right? Our project is only $26.9 million a kilometer, and that includes the $900 tunnel, and that includes the increased cost. From the perspective of the province and the federal government, this is the best bargain transit project in the entire province. Like, there have been some that have been a bit cheaper on a per kilometer basis. There's one in Mississauga that ran by a highway. There's a couple that are a bit cheaper. But basically, this is the cheapest one. And it's certainly the cheapest one that's not funded. And because it's huge for London, it's like, we've never done something like this. It seems really big. But in the context of transit projects, it's not big. It's a pretty small tunnel, frankly. It's smaller than all the tunnels that I mentioned in there. And it's not really that expensive on a per kilometer basis, even with that increase. The benefit cost ratios for Hamilton, York Region, and Waterloo Region, 1.1 in Hamilton. Ours is around 1. York Region is 0.9, it's lower than 1. And Waterloo Region is around 0.75, also lower than 1. All those things have been funded by the provincial government, in some cases the federal government. In some cases, the province has funded the entire thing. York Region is entirely funded by the province. Hamilton is entirely funded by the province. The per capita investment that's going into those projects in those communities from the province is $2,000 per person in Hamilton. In London, we need something like $690 a person, right? So that's adjusting for the size of the community. It's all different. Our project is cheaper. It's just as good from a benefit cost ratio perspective. It's cheaper per kilometer, and we need less per person than a lot of these other places. So I do not want to build a less than great transit system when we've got great alignment between the federal government, the province, and the municipality around building transit. It doesn't happen all the time. We really have one great opportunity at this point. We might have more in the future, but I wouldn't count on it. It doesn't necessarily happen. It just takes one level of government to be out of alignment, and it's not necessarily going to happen. That's why the province has had to fund so many things in such a big way in the past. So I would encourage my colleagues, I know that the $85 million increase makes it seem like this tunnel and underground station is like prohibitively expensive, but it's not. It's not, and it's especially not if the province and the federal government are paying for the large portion of it. We're not talking about lowering our contribution to do a smaller project. We're talking about lowering our contribution, keeping our contribution the same, and lowering the provincial and federal contributions so we can do a smaller project. Why would we do that? The idea of doing that grade construction, which will be significant, to rip up Richmond, build the lanes, build the stations, then we're gonna come down the road and replace that with a tunnel and do another construction disruption? That's a terrible idea. Like, this is now we're talking about 2-3 years, maybe 4 years total, over what kind of time period where Richmond Street will be ripped up. When you do at grade, you're gonna have this median running down Richmond. It's one of the reasons why when we were looking at the center running option down Dundas in Old East Village, a lot of business owners said, you know what, I don't like this one running down, right down the middle, because it's gonna divide the street. People won't be able to use it the same way they do now. I'll wrap up. And it's gonna create a different kind of street that we don't want. And so they said, you know, it's fine that it's both ways on King. People can walk a little further to get to the station. The tunnel allows us to preserve Richmond Street the way it is. Same kind of capacity for vehicles, same kind of pedestrian experience. Except it'll be a brand new street, which is nice. We'll have the capacity underneath so people can actually move around in the transit system with the reliability they need. The delay is not the big problem. The reliability issue is the problem. A 5-minute delay on the one side means you miss your transfer on the other side. It's a huge issue from like, will you take transit on a regular basis to get around the city, is the reliability piece. So I may speak later, I don't know, but colleagues, I don't think we should step away from the tunnel at all. We should do the tunnel.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Turner, Hopkins, Cassidy.
Thank you, Your Worship. One should never follow my colleague, Councillor Helmer. He has articulated a lot of wonderful points. I just wanted to ask a few questions first, and then consider whether I'll do some some commentary, but my biggest concerns with where we're landing here is that we're walking away from a lot of the integration that was really key in rapid transit, with a lot of the downtown building, a lot of the synergies that could be realized with the Richmond Road development, with integrating transportation networks such as VIA and Greyhound. By moving to the couplet, we move further away from these things. We move away from our Back to the River plans about pedestrian-free, or sorry, vehicle-free and pedestrian-friendly forks. We move away from our cycle tracks. A lot of things get left on the curb. And that, I think there's a lot of things that we can do to preserve that. I'm wondering, the other part, we talked about this last time, and it floated like a blood balloon, was the extension to the airport. It's 4 kilometers. There would be almost no infrastructure requirements because there's almost no traffic in that. There's some major employers between Fanshawe College and the airport, and it connects our transportation corridors. So the questions I'm going to ask are kind of focus on those things. Well, first off, is the routing that sees the southern route come northward along Wellington into downtown, passes King Street and continues on to Queens Ave and then turns. Rather than coming along King with the other infrastructure, where you've already got east-west, or potential for east-west coming east of Wellington. So this is going to be hard to articulate, but the corner of King and Clarence, why would we not have both routes, the southwest and the northeast route, converge at King and Clarence, which is a block away from the VIA station, and everybody in all directions could head out northeast, south, and west from the VIA station within a block. But instead, by moving it over to Wellington as that corridor passes, then now it becomes a little more difficult to have that integration. So that's the first question, if I might, through you, Mr. Chair.
We'll get an answer for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll ask Mr. Hollingworth to weigh in on the routing decision there.
Yes, we did look at that option. In fact, drew it up. We feel that the combination of using Wellington and Clarence is a little easier to design, but it is, the advantage would be that it concentrates the routes on Clarence with access to the VIA terminal. Yeah.
Thank you. So the second question is with respect to the entrance into downtown from the west. The proposal is to come up Queens Ave. So a series of questions here. How much capacity does the Queens Ave Bridge have in terms of vehicle lanes? Because if we're going to consume 2 of them for rapid transit buses, then I'm not sure how much is left for cars. And the second is it possible to have either buses run on Kensington Bridge, or one bus run on Kensington Bridge and keep it pedestrian bikes a bus, and have the other bus run along Queens Ave Bridge and have bidirectional traffic along the Queens Ave Bridge?
So to answer your first question, the way that the couplet has been designed is it's 4 lanes for all vehicles on Queens Avenue Bridge, of which 2 of those would be dedicated to rapid transit and 2 would be 2 vehicles. So for cars, it's 2 lanes of capacity going westbound and then providing 2 lanes of capacity eastbound on Kensington Bridge. Again, we, in looking at these new alternatives, did look at different combinations for the couplet. It is possible to take the westbound route down to Kensington Bridge, but it introduces a left turn at Rideout, a right turn at Dundas, Kensington, and then it requires the other solution to get back into traffic along Riverside Drive. So the solution that was proposed as part of the King Two-Way. So it's just more turns, more circuitous routing.
Councillor, would you like an extension? Sure. Okay. Moves. Councillor Park, seconded by Councillor Usher. All in favour?
Thank you. Thank you for the extension. So that's my concern. I mean, if it's just a question of a couple turns and we're losing cycling and we're losing pedestrian for friendly forks and all of that stuff, that it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm a long ways away from that. So I wish there was a way that we can try and reconcile that, because I don't want to walk away from some really good plans. The next is the question about the airport. What's involved with extending 4 kilometers? And I'd imagine it's predominantly operating cost, not capital. Is that correct?
If I may, through the chair, just on the last point, certainly we are only introducing turns. There are concerns about both vehicle and bus capacity through those turns, and it does introduce additional delay into the system. So for all the reasons I think that we're struggling with the tunnel, there is additional delay and reliability that comes every time we have to stop and turn one of the rapid transit buses. With respect to the airport, that's been a really great discussion in the community. It's come up at a lot of our public meetings. Right now, the intended stop would be at Fanshawe College, and there is actually more frequent service between Fanshawe and the airport as a result of this synergy with this, some programs being offered by Fanshawe at the airport proper. Could that extension happen at some point? Yes, we don't have that all costed, but through the TPAP process, it wouldn't be a problem to include that in what we bring back.
Thank you. So I guess this starts to land us at the tunnel question. When we take a look at the tunnel, we've got 2 choices. I think Councillor Helmer articulated some really good points about why the tunnel is viable, why the benefit-cost ratio is a reasonable benefit-cost ratio. He listed off a series of projects that had less favorable benefit-cost ratios than London's with the tunnel and the additional costs. The question in terms of impact to businesses is short-term impact now or ongoing impact forever, because we're going to have a significant reduction in traffic volume along that corridor, that stretch, because we're going to have the vehicular capacity along that stretch. So we get a choice. Do we, and the trade-off is that there won't be any parking, certainly along there. Maintaining the streetscape as it exists right now is something that's accommodated by a tunnel. Increasing the efficiency, significantly increasing the efficiency and effectiveness of the rapid transit routes with the tunnel exists as well. And ultimately, we've seen, my question was going to be what's a reasonable benefit-cost ratio that would be supported by the province? Well, Councillor Helmer just articulated it. It's less than what the benefit-cost ratio is for this project with the tunnel. So we have a pretty good sense that if we went to the province and the feds with this proposal, with the tunnel, that it wouldn't be turned on. It would be received and it would be considered, and considered in keeping with the other projects that have been funded as well. So this is where I'm sitting with this, and I recognize the couplet as having the advantage of not being as disruptive to business. I think that's good to see. I really, if we're going to go to a couplet, I don't want to lose everything else with it, because I think the costs are far too high to lose the integration with VIA, to lose the pedestrian traffic at the Forks. We had a letter from the Museum London that talked about the plans that they're doing for redeveloping their centre at the Forks. If you take a look at all the development that's occurred in London already in anticipation of our rapid transit corridors, people are getting ready for it. They know what's happening. So at this point, I would encourage my colleagues to actually reconsider and think about maintaining the tunnel as part of this, and look for options. I'm trying to figure out how to best, I guess, is a motion in order to say in the TPAP process to consider extension to the airport and to reevaluate the opportunities of the turns at the Forks, or does that require an entirely new submission? For those 2 components, the Kensington Bridge, Queens Ave Bridge thing, and possibly the VIA intersection and the airport.
Through the chair, I think the discussion around how we manage turns on the bridges certainly can have some space in the TPAP process. I don't want to provide a great deal of false hope that that's likely going to be a viable solution, but we will look at any way we can to mitigate the impacts on the pedestrian-free space, or, sorry, the vehicle-free space down at the forks of the Thames. We have work to do on that concept, and we have significant work to do on that concept relative to a number of utility conflicts related to the winning concept. So we know we're at the table with London Community Foundation. We know that that's going to be an integral part of the Back to the River project. In fact, we're meeting this week to start working on how we deal with some of the conflicts. So we would address any redesign issues as that project unfolds as well. With respect to the airport, I think it doesn't hurt for that to be a part of a formal motion, but it's a fairly minor extension, and we can certainly look at it one way or the other.
I have Councillors Hopkins, Cassidy. I'll speak after that for the first round, and we'll move to second once I've confirmed that no other councillors want to speak on first. Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to follow up on Councillor Turner's questions, I just want to ask staff that is there flexibility with the routes as we go forward? Are we making decisions on extending routes at all? Are there going to be possibilities in the future, say, to extend to the airport or to, without getting into other business plans, but can it be part of the process? So tonight, I understand the city's recommendation has come forward with the couplet and with the tunnel. But as we move forward through the process, I think it's really important that we understand that there will be opportunities, from what I've heard, that we can discuss further tweaks, let's say, to the routes.
Through the chair, I think it really does depend on the magnitude of what that tweak would be. So when we're talking about taking the north-south section of the couplet off of Wellington and onto Clarence, we have not consulted on that as an option, and that would not be a tweak. Adding length, I think, is somewhat can be simpler, but we'd have to look at them individually. The other thing I think it's important to recognize is as we go through TPAP, we're going to be encountering things that we need to bring back to you as well. Because until we have the routes, we can't do the work on the design. And I know that's a frustrating part of this process, but at one point we had 13 routes. You look at various combinations of how those could fit together, and we'd be in this sort of transit master planning phase for, we'd never turn a shovel, I don't think, on it. So as we go through that process, as we come across things that we believe council needs to weigh in on, same as we have with what we consider the risks and benefits and impacts of the tunnel, we will be back here as well. And we don't want to save those to the end. We want to make sure that we're having that conversation while there's still time for change.
Good, thank you for that. One of the things I've learned from all the emails and phone calls that I've received the past couple months is that there is a consensus here in London that we need to improve our London Transit. And I always start from there with the conversation that we do need to improve it. Without a doubt, most Londoners agree that we need to do something. I recall back in 2006, when I was a member of the Urban League of London, London Transit Commission coming forward with their proposal of the BRT, and basically that spine that we are talking about tonight. The tunnel, of course, was not included, but the conversation has been in the community for 10 years. So we're moving very slowly, and I think it's very important that we keep carrying on and making decisions with the BRT. I think Londoners do need that. To procrastinate and to put it off again, I don't think we are doing a service to Londoners. I've heard loud and clear from my constituents in Ward 9, two things: cost and what is it in it for me. And I think those are two important things I have to consider as the councillor of that ward. The costs, as it relates to the tunnel, I cannot ignore that cost. Meter is about 39 inches. That is 10 million with the old cost. That's a large amount of money. And my constituents have concerns about how we can afford that as a city. I know there's funding opportunities. Without a doubt, that is something that we are seeking for. Funding, to get that funding is going to be important regardless of where we put it. It could go into buses, it could go into many, many other things, but the getting funding from the province and the feds is very, very important. And I know this council and staff are continuing that conversation. So the tunnel to me is something that is a concern. Put the costs aside, the fact that we can even do it is that other part of my concern as well. And I'm as a councillor, I have to be fiscally responsible, and I have to be confident in us as a council that we are making the right decisions. So I was pleased to see staff's recommendation coming forward. I really am pleased to hear that that staff have reached out the past couple months. I have been so pleased to see the reports and updates coming to us as a council. And I feel that we as a council are constantly being on top and aware of what's going on. And we do a service to our constituents, being that informed, and it starts from staff. So thank you for that. And I really think that that is a big part of the problem that's happening in the public, is that we didn't start out doing that. We had started out, if I recall back a year and a half ago, with the environmental assessment. Well, you know, there's 4 alternatives there, and it was very, very confusing, and we had to pick one, but really that's not the one that we went for last year. This time, last year, we were discussing 4 alternatives, and that was another discussion that I don't think the public really was that engaged with. But now we are having that engagement with the public, so I think we've come a long way for that, and a lot of that comes
Just look for a motion to extend, please. Thank you.
From staff.
Councillor Park and Turner, all those in favor, opposed if any, motion carried.
Thank you. I think the other part of the problem that I've had that I've seen with the public is with the BRT, that we have not made it clear that building the BRT is being progressive, and it will improve the service, the frequency, and enhances the regular service. And it will serve to grow our ridership. I think all those things are very, very important, and we have not articulated that, how these feeder routes will support the BRT and vice versa. And I know when we build it, Londoners will use it, and not all of us, but it will be there. The other part, being a councillor of Ward 9, you know, we're about containing the sprawl here. It's about supporting the London plan. It's about building in and up and supporting shift and that spine and the transportation. So I think we're moving forward in the right direction, and I will be supporting staff's recommendation. I know with Councillor Armstrong's motion about having further conversations with CNCP, the federal government and the provincial government about the trains coming off the tracks, I think is something that it would serve us well to have those discussions. There's nothing wrong with following up that to see if that's possible, so there isn't that stop of that ridership and the buses having to be routed. We owe it to ourselves to at least inquire to see if that's a possibility. So when it's all said and done, I'm still looking to my colleagues for some other comments coming forward to see how we can improve this recommendation. I'd be totally up for it, but I would like to sort of end on the note, and my colleague here to the right of me quoted Winston Churchill, just as your worship did a little while back. And so I'm going to quote a Winston Churchill quote, and it's my favorite quote, and that is never, ever give up. And I think that is really important as a council, that we continue to make sure we improve transit here for Londoners.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cassidy?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to start with going back to something that Councillor Park said. She didn't want to wag her finger at any particular group or individual in this argument. That's been a pretty heated argument. It's been pretty emotional. I am going to mention one thing that happened on social media, and I know that there was a woman whose address was published on social media. And it was an anti-BRT group that did this, without anybody stepping forward and saying, I'm the individual that did this. It was a group. And that's not okay. I just want to say that's not okay. This woman did nothing. She happens to be married to somebody who's a very vocal proponent of BRT. And they victimized her. And I don't think that's okay. And I don't think it should be okay for anybody that sits around this horseshoe or for anybody who's invested in one side or the other of this project. I just wanted to bring that up. So, where to begin? I'm going to start with the tunnel. I don't see the recommendation from staff as taking it off the table completely. I think it remains an option, but I still will hear from my other colleagues. Councillor Helmer made some very articulate points, as well as Councillor Turner. The long and short of it is the tunnel remains the very best option for Richmond Row. We all want to see Richmond Row preserved, maintained, continue to grow and thrive, and the tunnel maintains Richmond Row as it is. We heard publicly in a newspaper article from Jeff Smith of Ellis Dawn. This is a world-renowned firm. They're operating around the world. They are building tunnels in today's world, not 20 years ago, in today's world, using today's technology. It's doable. I have a question on that point to staff. Mr. Smith was quoted in the paper talking about modern techniques and boring. And I know we've done boring projects here in the city under railroad tracks. We approved that project in Civic Works a couple of years ago when I was on Civic Works. And it was a project that we tried to do many years ago, over a decade ago, and we had to halt the project then because the technology we were using at the time was causing some instability with the tracks. And so we halted that project over a decade ago, and then there were such advances with technology that we were able to revive that project and move it forward. So I'm wondering why we're choosing this cut and cover and why we're not using a more modern technique using boring technology.
Through the chair, certainly directional boring is something we actually have explored as part of the tunnel preparation and discussion. There are two challenges for us on the directional boring front. One is that what we're left with for this tunnel is very large. So we have much of utilities we need to move and they need to be physically removed so that the tunnel can exist when it's done. The other one is that because of the distance we're going and the depth we're at and some of the soil conditions, the space that we would need for that boring equipment on either end of the construction site is substantial and disruptive. So we would be cutting up another couple of blocks on either end, or block and a half, give or take. So we have looked at that. I completely agree the tunnel is buildable. There is some upside risk, though, that I think we won't know about until we're in the ground. And I think should council choose to see the other benefits and the ones that we quantify through a sort of a risk management, engineering, financial perspective, that we should be aware that there is some potential that we will be back here should we discover things outside of what we currently know to be true. But I do agree that it is absolutely a buildable project.
Thank you. Yes? Thank you. I will need an extension, so. Thank you. Okay, so again, with the tunnel, I like the idea of taking some of the heat off of that portion of the project, setting it aside for now to allow us to move forward and to allow us to focus our discussion on the project and not just 900 meters of the project. Because this is about an overall improvement to the transportation network citywide. It's not, we're focusing on BRT. That's the project at hand. But overall, it's part of an overall plan to modernize our transportation network. We're spending hundreds of millions of dollars in road improvements. We're spending millions on cycling infrastructure and millions in improvements for pedestrians. It's all about giving people options of how they want to move around the city. It's not about saying nobody is allowed to drive downtown anymore. We want to get you out of your car. It's about saying to me, if you have the option to ride a transit system that is efficient, modern, comfortable, easy to use, then yeah, I will do that. And definitely my kids will do that. And that's what it's about. It's not about me today. As Councillor Park and others have articulated, this is a 20-year plan. So my oldest is about to start university in September. If he stays in London, once he graduates, the cheapest places for him to live are outside of the downtown core. In order for him to do that and get to a job downtown or somewhere across the city, he will need a car. Because right now, the transit system as it exists is not necessarily the best way for him to get across town to get to his job. People don't like to spend 2 hours commuting within a city. If we want our kids to stay in London, if we want some of the kids, young people up in the gallery who are university students, if we want them to stay in London, we have to provide them with the things that they're looking for. Some have said, millennials are the biggest market for new cars. Of course they are, because they are the biggest cohort. They are bigger than the baby boomers today. So when you have that many people in one cohort, they're going to be the biggest consumers of everything. But in general, millennials want better transit. And millennials are who we are trying to attract. Because if we are all to retire today and downsize into a smaller condo or into an apartment building, the property tax base will collapse. If we're going to continue the services that the City of London provides, we have to grow. We have to attract young people to come to the city, to stay in the city. We have to attract immigrants who are going to the larger metropolitan areas. We want them to come to London. That is how the city grows, and that's how I'm going to be able to stay in London after my retirement, so that the newer and younger generation can help to support the city and allow me to stay here. What happens to cities that stagnate and don't grow? They become retirement villages. They become stagnant. That is not what we want for London, and it can't happen to London. We are the hub of southwestern Ontario. We talked about the corridors and why these corridors are what they are. And it's almost like they were predetermined and nobody had a say in this. These are the corridors that have traditionally been the transit corridors in London, because it's a symbiotic relationship. Where the corridors exist, people move, development happens, and it's an ongoing cycle. That's why Richmond has such, the Richmond corridor has a much more dense population, both for jobs and for people, than the alternative route that was looked at, Warncliffe.
Councillor, would you wrap up or ask for a second extension?
I'll ask for a second extension, please.
Is there a mover for that? Councillor Park, seconded by Councillor Turner. I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? 2 opposed.
All right, I'm losing my colleagues. And let's put this thing in perspective as well. There are 24 kilometers of the BRT route. London has 3,700 kilometers of roadway in total. And with the tunnel, under 4 kilometers would be reduced lanes of car traffic. Without the tunnel, we increase that. We increase that lane reduction. And the other thing that happens, we're talking about cost And I wish Councillor Hopkins was still here because we're talking about costs and being the most effective in this project. Our operating costs go up without the tunnel. The operating costs of the BRT system increase without the tunnel. So as Councillor Helmer pointed out, 130 million is the city contribution, regardless of what the total project costs. That's our contribution. This is transit funding that the two other levels of government will be doling out to municipalities. London can have some of that funding or can choose not to have that funding or to have less of that funding. With that funding comes jobs. With that funding comes prosperity in London. And with that funding comes a transit system that is a vast improvement to the one that we have today. So I'm not going to say that I won't speak again, but I'll finish that for now.
Okay, I'll turn to the mayor. By the way, Councillor Florine and Saul were quite appreciative of the reference to them as being kids in the gallery. So, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Hubert. We've been talking about quotes today, and I was at the Royal Canadian Legion's 50th Biennial Convention that was hosted here in London over the weekend. 301,000 members Canada-wide, 104,000 members here in Ontario. And they had a quote. It was the theme for the entire convention. Times and conditions change so rapidly that we must keep our aim constantly focused on the future. And that's what this conversation is about. It's not about tomorrow. It's about 10 years from now. It's about 20 years from now. It's how we are as a city for the next generation. There was some new information that came available last week. And I have to say, I went through a range of emotions. I had a few things to say to the city manager and to the city engineer. But today, I say thank you. I thank you for your courage, because that couldn't have been good news to deliver. But it was important for us to understand what significant change had occurred and that our professionals are coming forward with a recommendation based on their expert advice. And that is to decouple the tunnel from this conversation. So thank you. 3 months ago, we found ourselves in what I would describe as a communication crisis. And I remember saying at the time in the media, we need to hit pause. I remember Deputy Mayor Hubert bringing forward a motion through a committee asking for exactly that. And I'm glad that we did. And thank you, Deputy Mayor Hubert, for formalizing that. I'm glad that we did because we have better information today than we had 3 months ago. We have a more informed decision. Because we were able to engage with the community, we have a better system moving forward. Moving the buses from King Street by itself to King and Queen is better. And that's because of the discussions that we had with our community partners. And we need to acknowledge that. Taking the time to understand the numbers behind the tunnel, we have better information to outline that I don't know if it's worth it. And I don't know if it's the best option. But I do know that 96% of this 24-kilometer route is 96%. So we can move forward with that. We can take some additional time on the Richmond-Oxford intersection, and we can come up with the best solution. Could very well be a tunnel just for buses. I don't think it's going to be. I think we can look at a lot of different options, including the one that Councillor Armstrong brought forward. Thank you very much for that. We'll have to see. It's worth having the conversation. It could be an underpass. It could be a tunnel for both automobiles and for buses. But we don't need to decide that today. We can decide that down the road, and we can move forward with our plans. That's what decoupling gets us. This is a huge decision. There's no question in my mind. There isn't a city council ever in London that has had to make a decision this big. So I get it. I get the angst. We should have angst as we're making this decision. But if we think back to a generation before us, before I was on the planet, before many of you were on the planet, believe those that were out, we don't need to identify some folks that were here, when council was faced with what was a great opportunity at the time, a ring road paid for largely by the province. They took years and years and years of debate, back and forth, indecision, no ring road. What do we hear when we're out at picnics or at community events? Why doesn't London have a ring road? Because council chose to delay, and that meant we got nowhere. Council chose to bow to some significant pressure from neighborhoods that would be affected, and we got nowhere. I do not want this to be the 21st century version of that. A generation from now, people saying, why didn't they? And so that's why I'm supportive of the plan as we move forward. How am I for time?
You're ready for an extension.
All right. I wonder if someone might grant me an extension.
Councillor Van Holst, second by Councillor Hopkins, all in favor? Any opposed? One opposed.
Thank you. There's a consistent person there, and I appreciate it. I was, let me see. So, how many of us ran on the London plan? Ask yourself that. How many of us voted to approve the London plan? Pretty sure it was unanimous. If we look at that document, these are the corridors that are identified. This isn't a surprise. This is something that some councillors have pointed out has been around largely since 2006. So you voted for the London plan, you knew what these routes were, or you ought to have known what these routes were. How many people here say they support BRT, but just not this one? Just not this one that's in the London plan, that has had extensive community-wide consultation? I think that's a question that we have to ask ourselves. So moving forward, assuming that this vote passes, we've got a great opportunity ahead. We'll deal with the Richmond-Oxford issue with the community over the long term. We'll work the two ideas together down the time frame. We'll move forward with rapid transit. And then what we need to do is we need to learn from that communication crisis that presented itself in February. That was awful. That shouldn't have happened. I've taken responsibility for that. I don't want to take responsibility for that again, and I don't think any of us do. Because we need to, as we implement the system, engage our community. We need to improve our communications. We need to focus on conversations about how to mitigate the damage, the issues that this system could cause along the routes, so we can balance it out with the massive impact in a positive way it's going to have on our community. So it's balancing out the greater good versus the challenges that some individuals quite legitimately will be facing. We need to address that head on, and we need to mitigate wherever possible. So I guess the last thing that I would say is thank you to the community for being part of this conversation. It's been a very heated conversation over the past 3 months. Thank you to my council colleagues for taking this so seriously over the course of the past several months, over the course of the past 2.5 years. And thank you to Mr. Hayward. Thank you to Kelly Scher, to Ms. Scher, and to your teams for what has been an unbelievable amount of work over the past 3 months, reacting to our request, our direction for you to hit pause and do consultation. I don't think people understand how early you've been up in the morning working on this, how late you've been up at night working on this, and it's not sustainable. It's time to make a decision. We have information, we have better information than we had previously, and because of some of the motions brought forward, like Councillor Armstrong and others, we're going to have even better information moving forward for some of the biggest challenges with this project. So I would urge you to consider supporting this recommendation very carefully, and I completely accept that this is a difficult decision for each of us to make, but it is so important that we make it. Or 40 years from now, 50 years from now, it's us in the newspaper with a bunch of names that nobody recognizes who made a decision that held our community back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Last person for round one, Councillor Sully.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Chair. So I just had a couple questions through you to staff. I know members of the community, in particular, Argyle Community Association, have asked about, them being the Eastern Corridor. Could you just kind of touch on that versus the Fanshawe decision and the rationale? Because I'm sure they're following from home and on Twitter.
And thank you, and through the chair. We did look at Argyle Community Association area as a different corridor. The ridership numbers just simply aren't there, but we are aware of the desire to make sure that we have great interface service with the eastern corridor as currently proposed.
So my second question that I had was, if we remove the tunnel from the plan, because how I interpreted it in the past was that it was, I guess, integral organ or a vital organ in the success of this actually being a rapid transit. So has that changed, or has that just never necessarily been the case? Because I know earlier on you said that you can anticipate in peak times 1 out of the 12 buses maybe stop or be impacted by the train delay. So I just kind of want to know how you feel about that at this stage.
Through the chair, I think this is one of the more difficult things in 15 years in the civil service I've ever had to put in front of a council. And certainly the system is stronger and more reliable with the tunnel in. And I think that everyone who spoke about the tunnel has raised very good points. But we do have some significant challenges with respect to cost and with respect to impacts and risks. And that's why we've asked to have council consider approving the system to go into the next phase of the transit project assessment process with an at-grade crossing as the alternative. And in the meantime, we would decouple that decision and look for opportunities to deal with that reliability question that I think is very important, potentially this way and potentially in other ways. And would need the time to do that work well.
Thank you. And I guess you kind of answered my question, but I guess what I sense from it is, for me at least, it sounds as if the tunnel's not necessarily in the picture, then we just have maybe an enhanced bus route system, but not necessarily a rapid transit system, is what I'm concerned about and kind of what I want maybe some clarity about, because I don't want to go out there and say we're investing in rapid transit and that what we actually have and all these pains and all these millions of dollars of investment, and it's just an enhancement, but not really rapid transit if the train is a barrier. So I just want to kind of get some clarity and, maybe if you can, whether directly say, will this still be rapid transit in its definition?
Ms. Sher.
Thank you, through the chair. This has been a point of consensus or discussion internally and with LTC, and I think we unequivocally agree that this is still a rapid transit system, that we have 3 legs that are unimpeded by this decision on the tunnel, that if this is approved as recommended by staff, we're still investing $440 million in a much higher level of service throughout the system. But we do have a reliability challenge that would persist at this particular location. That said, though, absolutely, you are still investing in rapid transit for London.
So I'm pretty good for comments for now. So thanks.
Councillor Ridley, last speaker on first round.
Thank you, Mayor. I had to spend the time listening to my colleagues and continue to think, and I was away last week for work, and I spent a lot of time thinking about this, and I tried really hard not to. I tried to say, I'm at work, I'm going to do work, but of course, like many Londoners and like probably everyone in this room, this topic has been on my mind 24 hours a day for the past several months. I question myself, am I doing the right thing? Am I supporting the right thing? Are things going to change? And even now I still go through that, and I'm going to put a couple of our staff on the spot, and I hope that they're going to forgive me because I gave them no preparation, because I was really listening to the debate and I was trying to figure out, how am I going to do this? Ms. Sher, if it was your decision in your home, if this project was 100% your decision, would your recommendation change?
No, I believe what we're recommending with the information we have at hand is our best advice to you at this time.
And Mr. Hayward, if it was your checkbook, would the decision change?
No, it would not.
There comes a point when I recognize my limitations. I know a lot, I talk to a lot of people, I am introspective, and I'm getting hot and red, and that's not typical of me. But I know my limitations, and I know that I need to have some trust in the recommendations of our staff. And I heard very clearly at the very beginning, Ms. Scher say it is our professional opinion that this is what we need to do at this time. I also know that, there are many problems with construction and engineering, but something being impossible isn't one of them. Anything is possible. Enough time and money, right? That's what my husband tells me all the time when I say, hey, can we do this? He says, yeah, anything's possible with enough time and money. So I'm not concerned that the tunnel isn't possible. I'm concerned about things that I heard, like unknown risks and increasing costs. I'm concerned about that. And I heard what some of my colleagues said, and there are a couple of you that really get me every time, and I pay attention, I listen, I'm like, oh, those are good points, and they make sense. But for this, I need to defer to the professional opinion of our staff to know that the risks outweigh the benefits, because the risks are unknown, the risks are a concern, and it's not the recommendation. I think the other thing that's really important for people to know is that the discussion doesn't stop. This project is going to be going on for the next decade, and the discussion is going to continue. And even though we're making decisions tonight, there's going to be times that staff come back and they say, we need to change gears here. We need to change this decision, or we need to alter something, or we have a new recommendation, because as new information becomes available, things are going to slightly change and adjust. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's not the expectation of Londoners, though. And so I think when we're working as councillors and as a city, we need to be communicating really, really well with people. And I don't want to say that hasn't been done, because I know I hosted board meetings, I did communication, but I think what we heard from Londoners is we didn't do it well enough, and we need to do it better. And I know that I will commit to doing that, and I know that, our city staff are committing to doing that. Even information I put out over the weekend, I had people saying, why can't the city put something like this out? Why am I getting these pamphlets from this one side and I'm not getting the other side of the information? Because that's what I need as the balance. So that's what we need to keep doing, because we're going to encounter problems. Any significant project like this, there's going to be unknowns, there's going to be problems, there's going to be things that change, and we need to be communicating that transparently with Londoners about what's happening. I'm going to finish before 1, because I won't vote for my own extension. The last thing I want to say is the transition to train. So an LRT ready system was something I didn't support the first time around. I think it was Councillor Van Holst, myself, and someone else. Because I know that the ridership is going to be a long, long way before we need to make that transition. So as much as there are problems with BRT, with the at-grade crossing, I support Councillor Armstrong's idea of approaching the rail, but I think that we can look at the tunnel when we're ready to do LRT down the road.
Thank you. So we've been through 15 speakers, which means we are entirely through the first round. We have a motion on the floor. I know that there will be people looking to speak in the second round. I have a short list here. I think it's important to ask questions, important to state your case, but I'd also encourage us all to remember we need to make a decision this evening. It's 9:30, and I know you've all been at this since 2:30 today, and I thank you for the work. So I will go to Councillor Squire, Van Holst, Hubert, Armstrong, Usher, anyone else?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have to admit there's a certain comfort in knowing you're going to lose a vote, and you can, but you, at least I have the desire to state my case. Quite frankly, I'm more stating it to the people I represent than the people around this table, and I don't mean any offense by that. But that's who I'm talking to, the people I represent, to explain to them why I take the position I do. And I'm fully cognizant that the members of the student council are up there who want the route to go up Richmond Street. The president, Eddie Avila, Jamie Cleary, the vice president, Toby Salibo, the incoming president, and Landon Tulk, the incoming vice president. But you know what's nice about this? We've been emailing back and forth. We both respect each other when they will accept the decision I make, and I accept the position they take. And I think a lot of us could learn a lot from that. They'll put out a few bad tweets about me tonight, but you know, these guys have been the best, and that's why they're the best, because that's the way they operate. So I think we can learn a lot from that. So the difficulty I'm having is that I want the Riverside, Warncliffe, Western Road route to stay on the table, because in all the evidence I've looked at and all of what I've looked at, I believe it's the best route. I believe it's preferable to the Richmond Street route, and I'm going to tell you some background, and I'm going to tell you why. But I want to talk about operating costs and ridership first, because there's been a lot of discussion tonight about how much it's going to cost to build this system. But for me, the scariest thing, the most difficult thing, is what is the cost going to be of operating it? Because we're going to be stuck with operating it in perpetuity. So let's look at that. And this is directly out of the LTC plan for operating this system. I'm not making this up. You can look it up online. And I want everybody to know about this. It's called the Transit Network Rapid Transit Integration Strategy and Financial Plan. It's the plan as to how London Transit's going to operate. And let me just tell you that in this plan, between 2015 and 2035, they are assuming, for the plan, a 67% increase in rider revenue. 67% increase in transit revenue. But even with that, we have a 59% increase in operating costs. So even if that ridership comes through, the cost of operating the system is going to go up 59%. You can look it up, or I'll show it to you, or I'll send it to you. So let's think about that for a second. Anybody here who says they can promise you that your taxes are not going to go up or other things are not going to get cut because of this rapid transit plan, they're not being truthful with you, because the numbers don't lie. But I think it could get even worse, and I'll tell you why. We made a lot of assumptions about transit ridership increasing because of bus rapid transit. You've heard it. You've heard a lot of it. People will go. They will go ride the rapid transit. There'll be this big movement. We're going to save all this money from fixing roads because they'll go from their cars to rapid transit. No, it's not true. I'm sorry. It's just not true. It's not true anywhere. Let's talk about Ottawa. You want to talk about Ottawa? Ottawa put in a bus rapid transit system. Do you know what? Since 2011, their ridership has decreased. Their ridership has gone down. Let's talk about the LTC. This is my favorite, and I've been waiting a long time to talk about this. The 94% increase in ridership. I love this. This is fantastic. We have had an increase in ridership of 94% since 1996. It's beautiful. It's fantastic. It's amazing. It's very misleading, though. During that time period, all of those transit passes were sold to Western and Fanshawe students. So whether they use them or not, that's that increase in ridership. Hate to tell you that. So, you know what some of them do with those transit passes, by the way? They sell them. They don't use them, they sell them.
We're going to have to get you an extension, Councillor.
Right, I'm not even...
Elmer, all those in favor? Opposed? Carries.
But let me just quote you from London Transit's own documentation. This is a report, that, and again, I'll send it to you. A report commissioned by the London Transit Commission shows that ridership decreased by 2.6% on a population growth of 24% from 1988 to 2005. Now, nobody tells us that one. Nobody gives us that number. The LTC experienced ridership growth because of the introduction of transit passes. It's the same, this report, here's what it says. This was a one-hit wonder and represents an unparalleled opportunity for ridership growth and likely cannot be replicated in London. And yet the Shift Rapid Transit business case itself is calling for a 40% increase in ridership. But all of the facts, not evidence, because evidence could be right or wrong, but facts are true. The facts do not support the ridership that this plan has. So I feel I have to warn you that the operating costs, which are going to go up anyways, may be even worse than we think. So I just want you to all to know that. Some people may think that's okay, but you need to know that. What I'm asking for and what I need to see, because we know we're taking out the tunnel and that's going to increase operating costs, I need to see an updated business case for these new routes and this new plan. What we're doing tonight is we're jettisoning the Warncliffe Western Road route on a wing and a prayer, on a hope that the ridership is going to increase greatly. I also want to talk about the routes through Western, because a lot of people have said it's a done deal. We've got a deal with Western to go through. That's just not true. That's just not accurate. What we have is an agreement to try to negotiate an agreement. What does that mean? Right in the minutes from the report, it says, Western, the university did not want us to go through campus. They did not. They wanted the Western Road route. They wanted the Warncliffe Western Road route. That's what they wanted. But we're not doing that. We're going to do the Richmond route. And we're going to go ahead and eliminate that Warncliffe Western Road route, so it's not going to be on the table anymore. So we're stuck with having to negotiate a deal to go through campus with 15 conditions. Do we have any idea what the cost will be of implementing those conditions? No, we don't know. An actuary told me today, just roughly, he thought it could be around $50 million. We haven't even negotiated. And bad negotiating, folks. We're taking the one option off the table where we don't have to pay them and keeping the one on the table that we do have to pay them. That is not smart. What happens if we can't go through Western? What's going to happen? You're going to go through my ward even more, up Richmond Street, and try to squeeze it in before the bridge? I don't know. I just don't know. There's too many unknowns right now for me to do what you're asking me to do tonight. Here's why I think Warncliffe's a better route. It's cheaper, less expensive than Richmond. The problem of going through the Western campus is gone. But my students, I shouldn't call them my students will still be picked up at the UCC where they all congregate. They still will have access to London, to rapid transit taking them downtown. There's an assumption that we can do development on Richmond, but we can't do it out on Western Road. Well, let me tell you, drive up through my ward on Richmond Street. You'll see there isn't a single lot. So if you're going to develop, you're going to have to tear down houses. You're going to have to do it. The only lot that's available is the one that's just before the bridge, which is now tied up with the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority, because lo and behold, it's in floodplain too. If you go over the bridge, you'll see most of that land's developed other than houses, and the other land up near Masonville is developed.
1 minute.
So I think the Warncliffe Western Road route should stay on the table. What's wrong with leaving it on the table and continuing to develop it as a possible alternative option? What is the downside of doing that? I don't know. I have no idea. All I know is this. If we can't figure a way to go under those tracks on Richmond Street, if we can't make a deal with Western to go through at a reasonable cost, the Richmond Street route is going to be horrendous. Horrendous. So why not leave the other route on the table? Do you think the government's going to get upset if we say, hey, we got 2 north-south routes we're looking at? Continue to develop both of them. But we can't do that tonight, apparently. We got to go with Richmond Street. So I'm done. Just give me a minute if people don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
Folks, I mean, there's a better way forward. Pittsburgh found a better way forward. Pittsburgh found a great way forward. You know what they did? They developed an intermodal model across their entire region. They brought business to the table. They brought the education sector to the table. They brought their citizens to the table, and they started with them. That is not what we did. We started at the other end. We made a decision, and then we went to our community and said, take it. You take it. We're the smart ones. The people sitting around this table are smart. We got it figured out, and it's the wrong way to do it. It's the wrong way that we're doing this, and I know it, but I can't do anything about it. So I'm speaking to my community. Let's leave it at that.
Okay. Councillor Van Holst, Hubert.
Thank you very much.
Well, just one moment. You know, we've had a great decorum tonight, and I want to thank everyone for that. We do have an expectation that we don't have applause or booing or comments from the gallery, and everyone here is the constituent of everyone here. We are all members of City Council, and we all represent each and every one of you. Councillor Van Holst.
Okay, thank you very much. A few thanks. One, thanks to Councillor Helmer for reminding us that we're trying to improve the ridership for the transit riders. Let's do that, a little piece at a time. Thanks to Councillor Squire for pointing out the cost for the university, right? This unknown cost for the university going forward is a lot bigger than our unknown cost for ranked balloting, say. And also the point about the ridership. People are working at home a lot more, and that's going to continue and probably drop travel as well. And also, I want to thank the mayor for attempting to rearrange the schedule for this meeting because Ms. Palachny flew here to be here at the beginning of the meeting and answer questions about this, the biggest project ever. And had I known she had to leave, I wouldn't have gone for that. So we don't owe the LMHC an apology, but I think we owe her one. So I'll make a few comments. One was made, the tunnel is going to give us a great transit system. I don't think that's necessarily true. So right off the top. Maybe I'll go with my biggest objection is that I really want to play this game. So there's just the context of what goes on here I've seen before. And what happens is the staff comes to us and says, you have to make some of these decisions. And so what they're telling us is that you have to pick the route and then we'll go out and figure out how to deal with it. But actually it's not.
Councillor, if I could, Deputy Mayor Hubert.
If I may. Please.
Are you rising on a point of personal
privilege?
privilege?
Point of privilege, please. Okay. Please do not refer through you to the councillor as this is a game. Okay? None of us could see it as a game. Okay? It's a very serious discussion, the biggest infrastructure decision we'll make in this term of council and probably in the decade.
Okay, so my apologies for that statement and perhaps for studying game theory and that idea. But there is a dynamic that goes on. We're offered a choice of routes, and then they'll figure out how to do it. Whereas I would rather say, here's how I want you to do it, and then you tell me what the routes are. So, for instance, if we're going to do something low impact, I'd say, well, I don't want you to take traffic lanes away. I want you to run the buses on the sides and not the center lanes. Don't use dedicated lanes where mixed traffic flow is fine. Put routes on the streets that have the potential to be expanded. And also, rather than do complete dedicated lanes, just do them where they're needed. So there be places where along the street, all we really need for a dedicated lane is for the buses to jump the queue where the cars back up. If things are moving fine, we don't need it longer than that. So those are the kinds of things I would say, do these things and then come back and tell me what route matches those requirements. So that was what I'm talking about there, and I'd be more comfortable if we took a plan like that. I'm going to talk about the L. So we're going from Masonville to Fanshawe, and we're worried about crossing the tracks. Well, we could just go Masonville and then take Oxford Street and never have to cross the tracks. And I would now wonder why that wouldn't work and what the business case for that would be like. I'm going to ask a question, but I'll maybe make another few statements about the airport, the route to the airport. You know, I see in the future something different happening there. And it would be, if we're talking the automated vehicles, you would just have a vehicle sitting at Fanshawe and a vehicle sitting at the airport, and they just sit there until somebody gets on them. And as soon as somebody gets on this one, starts to ride, the other one goes the other way, and they match up. Right now, we could actually use the taxis, as was brought forth at our meeting, to do something like that for us, to fill in, so we can use them to fill in certain places. I would point out that there's, even at its best, we're going to get 20% ridership with the bus rapid transit. So 80% of the people are still going to be in cars. So if we're doing things that make car traffic worse, that is a mistake. I also, I have a question. Oh, let's make this point that...
Councillor, we're just at 5 minutes.
Okay.
You want to test the group and see if you can get an extension?
If you wouldn't mind.
Okay, moved by Councillor Armstrong, second by Councillor Helmer. All those in favor? I'm gonna have to do a count here. I just want to make sure all those in favor. 1, 2, 3. Okay, yep. Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's great. So it was pointed out we're looking for the future this time, but we've got to be sure we don't necessarily know the future was. Upstairs, how many people have iPhones? You've gone, okay, look at that. These did not exist 10 years ago. This did not exist. What's going to exist 10 years from now that didn't exist now? Should we be looking to anticipate that? One of the big reasons that I was for BRT is the fact that we can sell it like that. Selling a bus to another community is easy if we want to implement the next thing that's coming up. So if we want to be on the leading edge, we may not necessarily need to make huge investments in BRT. We want to work, but we do want to improve the transit for the riders. Okay, I do want to ask about the maintenance and rehabilitation for the tunnel. So one of the things that changed the debate about LRT was Councillor Zaidman's question about the maintenance. And and that's something I don't think has been brought up here. If we put a tunnel in and want to put a rail in, we may have to do rehabilitated before that even happens. So I'm going to ask through the chair to Ms. Scher, just tell us about tunnel maintenance, what's required there, how long those last before the ventilations and the systems, et cetera, have to be replaced, because that might be something to think about.
Ms. Scher.
Through the chair, it varies depending on the tunnel components. Certainly, certain things like air exchangers would have a fixed life and would need to be replaced more frequently. Major rehab structurally could be 30 years out, give or take. But it does depend on the wear and tear and exactly how it's designed. Until we have a design, we wouldn't have a full maintenance profile. Is it foreseeable that we would have to do some sort of major rehabilitation on a tunnel in advance of a transition to LRT, should that happen? Yes, that is possible.
Okay, thank you. I still would tell you that LRT is probably not a technology that's going to be pertinent for London in the future. And LRT, by the way, was just going to be streetcars. I think we should remember that. I think the word LRT, we use the acronym LRT, and some people think streetcars and think this is bad. Other people think the monorail, and that's good for them. But I don't think it won't be the kind of thing that we were expecting. Certainly not when the route is making numerous right-angled turns. That's not the LRT that we envision. I'm gonna leave it at that and hope that we just continue debating quite a bit. I think it's great that we're finally getting to talk about this. I would wish that we had the opportunity to have this debate before we had the public session, because the public didn't know what we thought about it. They just thought that we all supported the same thing. And it's important for them to hear, and also important for them to be able to respond to our thoughts as well. So I'll pass this on to my colleagues now, and thank you for the extension. I won't be looking for another one, but who knows, I may decide to speak again.
I missed the last part. Okay. Moving on, we have Councillor, lost my list, Armstrong.
This is the last time I'll speak on the issue, Your Worship, and I'll try to be really brief. I think, first of all, I'd like to thank all my colleagues who acknowledged that issue to do with the rail crossing. I think it's a very important issue for us to pursue, Your Worship. You have the letter there. I gave it to the clerk. I just want to make sure, Your Worship, that we have a commitment from you on the issue and from our city manager and our city engineer that you will participate in that process, or whoever else is here in the future, you know. I just want to make sure that this thing isn't going to happen overnight, Your Worship. And this is a serious issue. It was looked into way back, and things could be different today had it been looked into and seriously pursued. There is an opportunity here, so please please take it seriously, and please, which I know you will. And can we also, Your Worship, make sure that our federal counterparts are involved in this process, because without them, I think the opportunity would be reduced greatly. So I hope you will all look into that.
Councillor, if you're asking for a commitment, 100%. It's actually in the motion now. Your idea
Yeah.
is in the motion, and I commit to working with you or the next Ward 2 councillor, if that's the case. To
That'd be fine. That'd be fine with me, Your Worship. That would be fine with me. I'm sure that person will continue on in my legacy. Your Worship, first of all, I want to clear the air on a couple quick issues. ACA, there was some discussion about, taking the BRT out to Argyle Mall. This plan's been out there for a long time, and it's only in the last week or two that that issue's been raised. Our staff, LTC staff, were out to see, for an example, our BIA to explain why the decision was not to go out to Argyle, not to go that route rather than Fanshawe College. We were happy with their explanation. It's out there. It's been out there for a long time. So for there to be an inference that this has just come forward in the last week, and I think it's kind of unfair to throw that into the East London community at the last minute that, it should be out there when, for 2 years now, we've been talking about something different. I was kind of different. I think there might have been some confusion created out there, especially they only hear about it after we had our public participation meeting. That's troublesome for me. So I just want to raise that up. And again, one of my colleagues had raised the issue of what can it be done? Can we eliminate trains in North London? Unfortunately, I cannot reveal who I was talking to, but I will tell you that the people who I communicated on this issue and got my information are as knowledgeable as they come on this issue. I have no doubt about that. I wouldn't pursue it if I didn't feel confident it was doable. I was told it's doable. But it's the will of the people, the will of us as a council to pursue it aggressively to the end. That will make it happen, and it will change North London forever. So I just wanted to say that, Your Worship, and thank you again.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I have Deputy Mayor Hubert, Councillor Usher, Cassidy, and Turner.
Well, I won't need an extension. I'll just say that right out the bat. This has been really interesting discussion tonight. And I reflect back on that meeting, Mr. Mayor, about 2.5 months ago. I started my comments by talking about a Gordian knot that was so tight that we could not somehow unravel it and begin to look at the pieces again, defined as an intricate problem or an insolvable problem on its own terms. And I think tonight we've actually figured out a way of cutting the Gordian knot and taking it apart and being able to look at those things together. One of the things that I reflected upon over the years, or over the last few weeks, is the fact that Richmond Street has been the spine of this community since there was a railway running up it, and it stopped at a little place called Bruffdale. Is that anywhere near the gates of the university? I think it is pretty close to the gates of the university, about 100 feet from where I started my time at Western. And then it would go up to another place called Masonville and carry on up to another little place called Arva. And it's always been the spine. I was reviewing some historical documents a while back, in Wellington Street and Road traditionally was the route that farmers brought their produce into the market downtown London. These are historical transportation corridors of this city. Adelaide Street, quite frankly, has been, and anyone would know this, that Adelaide is probably the second most highest priority infrastructure project. It's been ongoing. It's been on the docket in this community for a number of years. The EA is well done. And anyone who's been paying attention to what's happening in the last couple of years would have known that Councillor Helmer and others have had extensive consultation with the community out there, and I think that's very good. I want to go back to what I started off by saying at the beginning, and there's a reason I started, and was listen, learn, and decide. I have to say that I've heard some things tonight. I learned some things tonight. I want to particularly thank Councillor Helmer for his analysis of the various systems across the province. Found that very enlightening, very interesting. But at the end of the day, the last word's really important. It's decide, and we need to make a decision. Not that there's other options. I, in jest, sent a note to my colleague from Ward 7 and suggested that we go back to the 2012 plan for BRT, which I might remind you started not at Wonderland in Oxford Street, but in the heart of Ward 8 at Hyde Park in Oxford Street, and we would welcome that extension, but we understand that that would be a tweak, and we can deal with that at a later date. However, one of the reasons why I'll be supporting the staff recommendation is this, is we need to make a decision. We've unraveled the Gordian knot, and quite frankly, this decision, the tunnel itself, I think threatened to tear our community apart. It threatened to tear business people apart from the people who are actually coming to patronize their businesses. There was, riders and non-riders, downtown versus out on the fringes of the city. And it threatened to tear our community apart. And quite frankly, great analysis is great analysis. But at the end of the day, the decision that we need to make is how do we bring our community together to move forward. We are only leaders of a community if people follow us. And if we somehow make a decision that becomes so acrimonious in the community that we lose the followership that earn trust in our community, then we may have won the battle, but we've lost the war. 30 seconds. And so I just have to say, and this will be my final comment for the evening on this matter, that I'll be supporting the staff recommendation because in my view, not that there's other options and other possibilities, there's always that, but it's the one that most likely brings our community together to move forward.
3 seconds to spare. Thank you very much. I have Councillor Usher and then Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to make a decision this evening for the benefit of London. And I want to make it for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 generations. I don't want to make it for who is going to benefit tomorrow. But I do not want to interfere with the lifestyle and the profitability of people who are operating businesses today. I want to make that clear. So I'm going to ask a couple of questions, and I need to be able to get these answers so that I could assess myself. First of all, I want you to know that my understanding is that our Minister of Infrastructure at a conference in Montreal, the same conference that our General Manager for LTC is going back to, he did mention this project yesterday morning in his speech to the group there. So I thought that that was a good thing. He didn't elaborate on it, but he mentioned it. And just for him to mention it, to me, means something. And I believe that the information that Councillor Helmer analyzed the way he did it would be very good information to offer to the federal and provincial government when we are asking for funding. I just wanted you to know that, so don't put it in the garbage yet. We may need it. We talk a lot about extensions to the airport, extensions to Argyle Mall, extension to Hyde Park, and so on. They were just mentioned. I mentioned them right at the beginning, and I heard them being talked about. But I don't think that that's the issue here. I think that those are relatively dead. I have a few questions, 3 questions, I think, that I want to ask. And I want to ask the staff to turn to page 356. of the report. And the reason I'm asking for this is because, oh, thank you very much, is because this has been mentioned many times with respect to the CPC and all. I'm not trying to discourage, already? I just started. I'm not trying to discourage people from voting for this. But I think that it's important that we understand that we've approached the NNCP on this matter before. We may find a new way of doing so, and I am quite in favor of the motion that is made. But in this, it says that we got a letter from them on the 23rd of August, 2016. That's just the other day. And if I remember, about 10 years back, we talked about this also. So could you just confirm that through you, Mr. Chair?
Through the chair, certainly we have heard from CP that they had no intention of changing their operations in London as recently as last November as well.
So, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to bring that up. I'm not saying that we should vote against this. Another try doesn't hurt, but I wanted to make sure we understand it. Now, Mr. Chair, I do know that that one of the things that we are talking about is the part there with respect to the tunnel. And we also mentioned something about Adelaide. I believe in here it talked about the tunnel would cost $170 million now. And I believe that our last cost for Adelaide was somewhere between $25 to $45 million. There may be other things, but here we are coming up with a budget for $440 million. And I know it's not mentioned anywhere here, but when we approve this, I know that what's going to happen out there is that we're going to talk about $440 million. But right in there, it says C, and at grade level crossing at the CP Railway with dedicated bus lanes be approved as the preferred cross-section of the Richmond Street corridor at this time. Alternate methods for separation of automobile, etc., that is going to be about $170 million. My point, Mr. Chair, is that I believe that when we approach the other orders of government, we shouldn't approach them for $440 million. We should approach them for a combined amount of money, even though we separated it. We did this with the HELP water project some years ago, where we had 10 different projects and there was stimulus money available, and we combined all of them and asked for can I just ask for a quick extension?
Yeah, looking for an extension. Councillor
Yeah.
Park, Councillor Zafman, all those in favor? Opposed?
Thank you. I'll try to be as quickly as possible. We got one person opposed. I just want you to know that. I'm just kidding. When we did the Help Water project, we combined 10 different projects, and we said it would cost $150 million. And at that time, it was a $50 million, one third, and we were successful. In fact, I believe we're still spending that money. We haven't completely spending it yet. So the point that I'm trying to make here is that I think that when we approve this, we ought to be cognizant of the fact that we are not just going to we're not just going to price this for $440 million, but we should be pricing it for $440 million plus whatever other money that we need that this motion is advocating, which would include the $170 million, which would take it up to about $620 million, more or less. $610 million. I'm not saying that the project is going to cost $610 million. What I'm saying is that whatever we think, even though we're separating it, I think we should joint it because we could get that money if we need to from the federal government. I'm going to vote in favor of the motion as it is. I'm just saying that in there, you've got a project that is going to cost another $170 million, and we should be combining them together when we approach the government, not when we talk about this project as it is $440 million with a potential of another $170 million if we ever go with the tunnel. And if we don't go with the tunnel, we're going to have to find an alternative to make this crossing or getting over the other side a little bit smoother. So it's going to cost us some money. So that's my last word for the day on this project. I think that we had a really good discussion on this and very educational, and I hope that we all got something out of it, despite how we each individually feel about it, because I like something different too, but I don't think that we could get it.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Turner and then Sally.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a very robust discussion. I have to say I'm a little disappointed that it seems rather apparent that the votes aren't there for the tunnel. London's got a bit of a history of half measures. We did this with the Aquatic Centre. It was supposed to have a warm-up pool so that we could host the Pan Am Games. Cut it back to one pool, and so we really lost out on a lot of the events that we could host. We did it with the John Labatt Center as well. It was supposed to be a larger venue. In the end, scale it down a little bit. Now, nothing to disparage the John Labatt Center because it has been a very successful venue. But nonetheless, it was, when originally conceived, it was supposed to be a bigger venue. And London, I mean, I remember when we first started, we had a big debate about what our vision statement should be, and it seems that whenever we talk about things, we want to land right in the middle. So it's like London, right in the middle. You know, we not too big, not too small, not too hot, not too cold, right in the middle. So it's kind of where we land a lot, and that's where I'm a little disappointed. But I can move past that. All the discussion about rapid transit in general, one of the things I really wanted to address was this discussion about autonomous vehicles. This is the one that drives me nuts, batty. Autonomous vehicles will come at some point. But the discussion about rapid transit right now isn't about the technology. It's about preserving the corridors. Whatever technology travels along those corridors, whether it's hover cars or whether it's autonomous vehicles, the buses can be driven autonomously ultimately, or trains, or whatever it is. But if we don't preserve the corridors now, the chance of being able to obtain them 10, 20, 30 years down the road becomes significantly smaller and significantly more expensive. So that's why we have to do this today. That's why I supported the tunnel. I see it's not in the cards there. But I wanted to address another piece about the cost impacts, the tax impacts to Londoners. Let's be clear about it. Okay? I'll take it from the business case, which talked about we're looking at $13 million of property tax revenues for the capital cost. And then we're looking at the operating costs of about $860,000 in 2019, escalating to $5.5 million in 2024 and $12.3 million in 2029. Councillor Helmer talked about how about 40% of the operating cost is tax supported. The rest is transfers and fare box revenues. So in all of that, if you were to take a look at it and make those calculations, the tax impact, the direct levy impact, if we were to do nothing other than do exactly what we're doing today and add those costs, in 2018 would be 0.065%. In 2019, 0.065%. In 2024, it would increase 0.37%. And in 2029, 0.5%. That's assuming that the ridership proportion maintains what it is today. And so that's a total of 1% over 10 years. Now let's take a look and say the business case itself shows an assumption of about an increase of 1.5%. That's about an overall 10 to 15% increase in ridership as a result of rapid transit. But over those 10 years, our population is projected to grow 13%. That's on the basis of 1.2% a year. That's not a huge, it's not the 2% projection, it's 1.2%, it's reasonable. Right? So the tax impacts here are quite reasonable. And even if it's half of what the projections are, then the tax impact doubles to 2% over 10 years. So I just want to be clear about what it is. I'm going to wrap up right about here. What I do want to do is put a motion on the table, though, and the motion is for an amendment. It's small, and it's just for consideration in here. It's that options to support back to the river and service to Via and the airport be explored further during the transportation project assessment process.
So I look to the seconder, or the mover of the motion, friendly amendment. We're at committee. I'm the seconder. I'm fine with it. We'll work that in. You sold us. Councillor Silly. Any other speakers?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So I know I had heard earlier, we may make some of these, I think from some of my council colleagues that said that what we're voting on today doesn't necessarily mean what we do now is set in stone. But how I'm reading some of these pieces, for example, C, be approved as a preferred cross-section on the Richmond Street corridor at this time. So I mean, it still sounds as if it's a decision being made. And I think that, I think in the past where I've seen instances where we say at this time, and then when we look back and someone pulls up the motion or Helmer finds it, and then he presents it, and then we treat it as a decided matter of council. So I think I will proceed accordingly as if this is what we're deciding today, and this is kind of permanent. And then I guess if there's need to change at that time, they'll kind of be the case at that point of discussion. So, I mean, for me, initially, I never really supported bus rapid transit. I wasn't really a fan of bus rapid transit. I'm a fan of rapid transit in the real sense, from my perspective. And I'm not overly convinced or overly confident of what I've heard today, because there's still some unknowns, and I'm just not sure how successful it will be with some of the elements not being there at this stage. Hearing some of the support and where the support is falling in relation to some of the items. Now, so it kind of puts me in a difficult position, because I want to support rapid transit for our community and move us forward and make some decisions. But then again, I want to make what's the best decision, and I don't want us to go through all these pains and then have to come back. I know in the past we've talked about we'll be easily able to convert from where we're at today, which is bus rapid transit, and then move over to the future in light rail. I know I just looking at a note from Ottawa where now their transportation manager sent to their councillors, continuous dedicated bus rapid transit lanes through the downtown will no longer be needed on Albert Slater and Mackenzie King Bridge. So I don't know what the reason why they no longer need those dedicated bus lanes, but that kind of gives me an additional pause here, where we have said or been under the impression that we will have dedicated bus lanes, and then that'll be something that could be easily converted in the future. But it looks like there's a conversation happening on Ottawa right now where their dedicated bus lanes, they're not converting them for whatever may be the reason. I don't have the information all in front of me, but that's just the one note that I have that came out today from Ottawa. So, I want us to do more, but I do feel that in some instances, this is really, we're watering down, and I don't really necessarily believe it's going to be sincerely rapid transit, and I don't want us to kind of go through all of this without realizing the real benefits. And I have a question to you, to staff. I know Councillor Squire had raised it or touched on it, but my question is a little bit different. So what if Western says no, they don't want us, and they don't want to work with us? What happens then? How difficult is it for us to move forward with a project like this?
Through the chair, one of the options would be we go straight up Richmond and then cut across Windermere to the hospital and then out that way. So we'd reconstruct the route that way. That would be one option, but we'd obviously have to look at other options.
And so, I mean, again, that's just one of those unknowns. I mean, there's a lot of these realities that are really out there that are sometimes out of our control. If Western just says no and closes their gates, and decides not to, participate in where we want to head in this direction. I guess the same thing with Fanshawe College, if there's some challenges there. I mean, it's not as significant, but those are just some of the points that I wanted to raise. So I'll continue to hear the discussion, but I mean, in the sense of what I'm looking at today, I don't really see that this is, to me at least, at this stage, real rapid transit. I do feel it's a little bit watered down and a little disheartening. Wasn't really supportive of bus rapid transit, so not really enthused here. So, but it is what it is, and I'll support the council, decision of council, but I'm not really sold.
I have one final speaker. It's Councillor Helmer. Anyone else?
Thank you. First, I'd like to start by a small little amendment I'd like to add on, which is to have our staff report back with a communications plan around rapid transit. I think it's universally acknowledged that we could do better on that front, and I think putting that in as a direction would be helpful.
Thumbs
have
up.
A report come back. Okay, second, very early on in my term, I think it was maybe around this time last year, a little earlier, we were talking about tax policy, and it was very clear at that time what was happening with the vote, and I I apologize to the residents of my ward, especially those people who live in apartment buildings, who I think are taxed unfairly the way we have our tax system. We've now got to the kind of place I wanted to get to in 2015, just after we passed the tax policy this year. But I do want to apologize to those residents as well around this particular one. As many people know, there's a huge correlation between people who live in apartment buildings and people who take transit. And I have, the regular pleasure of sitting on the 21, that's my usual bus, which runs through a very densely populated parts of town and picks up all kinds of people on its way from Huron Heights down Richmond to downtown. All kinds of different people ride that bus. And I have to tell you that we are not creating the best kind of transit system we could for those people and the people who are going to be on the buses in the future. And I want to just give you a sense, because you can actually drill down in the census, right, to get a sense at the dissemination area level, a very small area, the kind of percentage of people riding transit in my ward in different neighborhoods. In Kipps Lane, 56% of people take transit as their main mode of getting around. 56%. 30% in Adelaide and Huron. 27% Adelaide and Cheapside. 40% Adelaide and Dundas. 24% Highbury and Dundas. That includes Mornington, which is in the same dissemination area on the other side of the tracks. 30% in my own neighborhood, which includes Booley, both housing complexes, Huron, the housing complex at McNay. This is a regular thing for people in my ward. It's really, really important to them that we have a great transit system. We know from surveying riders that about 30% of the people on the bus right now are people who are choosing to take the bus. 70% of the people who are on the bus don't have other choices. This is their option. If they want to get around the city, they're going to take transit. We know that improving transit has come out time and time again, most recently in the Mayor's Advisory Panel around poverty. This is really important. And it is difficult to increase the mode share for a minority of users in the city. Of course, you have a small group of users, much, much smaller than the vast majority of people who drive. And when it comes time to make the trade-offs and make the decisions about who's going to get the benefits of infrastructure, of course there's way more people who are driving. We put huge amounts, and we have put huge amounts, hundreds of millions of dollars into roads to benefit all road users. This is our one big chance to do something on transit that's going to really improve things from an infrastructure perspective for transit. And we've continually downgraded it from an $880 million project to a $500 million project that became a $560 million project that's now becoming a $440 million project. And I just have to apologize to the people in my ward who take transit now and the people who will live there in the future who are they want this transit system. You know, they don't have lawns to put lawn signs on, frankly. And I gotta tell you, there's times when you're a counselor and you're like, we have to make the right decision. We gotta do something that's good for the long term. I know that this is not something that benefits people all over the suburbs of London. This is what benefits people in the core areas of London, and everyone who comes down here, it gives them a better option on transit to get down here. There are other things we're doing to benefit other people who live in other parts of the city. Not every project has to benefit every person. I don't drive on Hyde Park Road. We've spent $45 million on that. I don't think I can convince my colleagues at this point, but I have to say, there are times when you gotta do the right thing for the city. There's times when you gotta do the right thing for your ward. And rapid transit, the very best rapid transit we can build, is very important for the people in Ward 4. And I'm sorry that we're not delivering it.
Thank you, Councillor. Other speakers? I'm at the end of the list. I'm sorry, Councillor Van Hulst, I did have you on.
Thank you very much. So I want to make a couple comments. When I talk to people, I tell them we don't need rapid transit to solve today's problems. What we need is more frequent bus services. And I think many of the people that would be addressed are those that were addressed by Councillor Helmer would benefit from that. Now for instance, along Dundas Street, we don't need a rapid transit. Rapid transit is supposed to take somebody a long distance from here to here. But if we've got a whole bunch of people that need to be picked up along the way, then a frequent local service is what's best for them. So I think we're forgetting that. we're trying to do a lot of combining those two things and then saying that rapid transit is going to be great. Rapid transit isn't in my area and in some of those areas that we've recognized there. So we can do things to improve this that aren't rapid transit. I wanted to, just for fun, point out to Councillor Turner, who suggested it's about preserving the corridors. I think that the corridor underneath Richmond Street will be preserved for a long time. We'll be able to access that whenever we want in the future. But I also want to ask through the chair to staff about the funding for this. My understanding is that the federal government has a portion of money set aside for London for transportation, and it's not specifically for rapid transit. And we don't necessarily need this particular business case to get some of that. I don't know. That's what I was told. So perhaps we could find out about exactly what we need to get
So Ms. Graham is here,
access
she
to
can
this.
address that question.
So through the chair, as you know, we've been in very regular discussion with the provincial and federal government for a number of years. And one of the consistent messages through that process has been that this is a local decision. So once council makes a decision on routes and the other design elements of the plan, we'll continue to communicate that to the federal and provincial government and pursue every opportunity to seek funding.
Okay, thank you very much. So it doesn't seem very nimble for them to force us to choose a route when we may be having issues coming forward. We've been told by staff that we'll pick the route and they'll come back and say, well, we may not be able to do this. So if that's the case, how is that going to impact the funding?
Through the chair, I would say the experience for London, and as has been the case in other cities, is that this isn't just a one-time kind of conversation. It would be an ongoing dialogue throughout the whole term of the project. You spoke specifically about federal funding. The good news there is that the federal government has not yet released the details of phase 2, but have already identified that this is a potential project. So again, it'll be a continued discussion between the city, the provincial government, and the federal government as we move towards more detailed design, full costing, and so on. So it's not just a one-time submission and a yes or no, it's more of an ongoing dialogue.
Okay, thank you. And perhaps I'd ask through the chair again, staff, to remind us what was at stake today. I think there was a reason we had the meeting today, because there was it funding for the cycle tracks where we're making that decision? Is that what we were concerned about, losing the money for that?
Thank you, through the chair. The cycle track decision has largely been deferred as a result of the timing for where we are right now in the process. What we need to do if we intend to move forward is to move out of the rapid transit master planning process and into the transit planning assessment, project assessment process. And that prepares us to be ready to submit to the phase 2 PTIF funding, which we expect to hear details about this fall. So the intent was really to ensure that we had the ability to be prepared to move into that next federal funding program when the details for application are ready for us to participate in.
Councillor, you're just under a minute left, but you have had some of your time taken up by some very articulate answers. So I'll give you a little bit extra time, but if you need an extension, you'll have to ask for one in about a minute.
Okay, thanks. I'll just continue asking questions. And in our city engineer's presentation, she spoke about the cycle routes perhaps being on Dundas Street and reaching the Flex Street. Should we put a motion in here to deal with the cycle tracks now that it looks like we're picking the Queen and King couplet?
Certainly, council could direct us as to where to put them. We would suggest that we would evaluate the options and bring back something to council. It is an existing approved project. There is federal funding attached to it, but we have warned our federal funding partners that there are potential changes there. So I would suggest that let us come back to you and confirm the option that we're recommending.
Thank you very much. And maybe my last request is that we separate some or most of these for voting on.
I've got a plan of attack here, and we'll do lots of separations to allow councillors to vote in the direction they choose to. Okay, I have no additional speakers, and so I am prepared to call the question. It has been moved and seconded. If you take a look, each of the amendments has been included. Councillor Armstrong had an amendment, Councillor Turner, Councillor Helmer, and I think that's it. It's all in there. What I'd like to do is pull D and G separately. That's a request from Councillor Squire, I believe. I believe we can do A, B, C, H, I, and J together. So why don't we do those first? And if you'd like something called separately,
Yeah, F,
please catch my
please.
attention.
F, please.
Pardon me?
I'd call F separately.
We're going to do F separately. And Councillor Morgan, if you could use the microphone so people can hear at home, what would you like pulled?
Yes, I don't have a conflict on A. I'd like to vote on that. There was discussion at the start about separating out the routes in what was the old E.
So it's F now, and I'm not calling that at this time.
Okay, so, but I'd like A separate because I can vote on that. I can't on pretty much everything else.
So, okay, so you can't vote on B, C, H, I, or J? Correct. Okay, so we'll do A separately right now. Let's do A now. And so this is the King Street, Queen Street Avenue couplet system be approved as the preferred downtown east-west corridors. Any discussion on A? Okay, let's call the question. Voting.
Motion carries 13-2.
Okay. I'd like to do now B, C, H, I, and J. Please use your screen, everyone. A number of the amendments are included in this. I'm sorry, my hearing is not recovered, and if you could just use your mic, please. Yeah, Councillor Park.
The people in the gallery commented that they'd like to see the voted and get recorded on the screen.
Oh, thank you very much. So if we can just have a report out on that vote that just occurred, A, on the couplet.
The vote was 13-2.
And I think there's an interest in seeing who supported, so if you could say the nays.
The nays were Councillor Squire and Councillor Turner.
And a request for C to be dealt with separately, so B, H, I, and J. Any objections to B, H, I, and J? Councillor Van Holst.
Yes, would you separate B from I and J? Or I and J from the others?
Yeah, I think so too. Let's do B at this time, and I'm going to read B. That the Richmond Street corridor be approved as the preferred northern corridor through the downtown, noting there are some conflicts that have been declared on this one. Okay, this is B. Any discussion? Councillor Armstrong?
Just so people are clear, that would be without the tunnel.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, moved, seconded, call the question. We're voting.
Councillor Squire? Motion carries 10-4 to 1. I don't know why it's not.
The vote's not coming up on the screen, so if you could just outline for those viewing from home.
The nays
vote went.
are Councillor Van Holst, Councillor Salee, Councillor Helmer, Councillor Squire, and Councillor Morgan is recused.
Councillor Park?
Thank you. Just before we proceed any further, it was articulated at the beginning of the meeting after a few of us had declared interest on the Wellington Road Street corridor, and I haven't seen the wording as such to deal with that. So I'm having an issue with that.
Yeah, we're going to deal with that in F. F will be broken into 4 parts if necessary: north, south, east, and west. Okay, let's go to C. I'll read C. That an at-grade level crossing at the CP Railway with dedicated bus lanes be approved as the preferred cross-section on the Richmond Street corridor at this time. Okay, colleagues, that's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on C? Let's call the question. Yeah, Councillor Helmer?
Just to clarify, contrary to what Councillor Armstrong said, this is the part about being at grade.
Okay. Let's call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 9-5 with 1 recuse, and the vote is as follows. Councillor Van Holst, Councillor Salee, Councillor Helmer, Councillor Squire, and Councillor Turner, nay, and Councillor Morgan recuse.
Okay, so we'll work through the alphabet here. This is D, that alternative methods to separate both automobile and transit vehicles from the railway in the downtown, for example, a tunnel or grade separation, be evaluated. Whoops. It's gone. For the long term, it also includes the amendment introduced by Councillor Armstrong. This is on Part D. I'll look for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Salee.
Is it possible, to the chair, is it possible when you put Part D to put what that motion is? Because I missed part of what you said, and I can't remember exactly what the wording was. Because it's so significant, I don't want to just vote for something that I can't.
Yeah, no trouble. Let's do a cut and a paste, and instead of doing a Part D shortcut, let's just cut and paste the whole motion, and we'll put it up on screen.
If folks can hold off moving and seconding, so I can do that, that would be appreciated.
Armstrong, if you could remove your motion, please. If everyone can step away from their mouse, please.
Unfortunately, the system won't let me copy at this point in time. What I'll do is I'll read the motion prior to us putting it up for voting. Sure. D is that alternative methods to separate both automobile and transit vehicles from the railway in the downtown, bracket, for example, a tunnel or grade separation, etc., and bracket, be evaluated for long-term implementation, noting that this evaluation would be subject to a separate assessment and future business case for implementation.
Okay, that's D. So it'll be up in a moment. That's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on Part D? Let's call the question. Voting.
That motion carries 13 with Councillor Salee voting nay and Councillor Morgan recusing.
Okay, let's
that motion, sorry,
I go ahead.
I believe I heard that I wasn't heard. The motion carries 13 with Councillor Salee voting nay and Councillor Morgan recusing.
Okay. Let's deal with E.
For the purposes of the public, Part E actually ties back into D. Staff be authorized to contact the Canadian Transportation Agency to request they facilitate discussions between CP and CN Rail in order to negotiate an agreement for CP operations to relocate and merge onto the CN operational tracks within the City of London limits. And that would be Councillor Armstrong's requested amendment.
Okay, we'll look for a motion on E. Councillor Morgan?
Yes, the clerk just linked this to D, and I'm not sure that's the case. If the clerk is linking this to D, I have to recuse on this as well, but I see this as a completely different, in the absence of being able to call the Integrity Commissioner now and advise on this, I'm going to recuse, but I will check into that before my vote on council on this particular one.
Well, the way I interpret this, as I would interpret any motion that we're breaking up into pieces as separate. And so that's certainly how I'll be voting. This is separate from any other component.
I just want to make sure the clerk didn't mean what she said then about saying this is linked to D, because this could certainly happen independent of any sort of D decision, because it's general to the entire network across the city.
It can happen independent of D. At the time that Councillor Armstrong brought it forward, he had asked that it be an amendment to D. I actually had set it out as a separate clause.
Councillor Ridley.
Thank you. I'm not sure if Councillor Morgan was done there. My comment was to staff before I vote on this. This is very, very specific and certainly not what I thought I was supporting per se when I said that I supported in general. So what I was supporting was that our civic administration begin that process of discussions. I didn't know it had to be quite as specific as the motion laid out before us, which is no longer on screen. So I just wanted to make sure that if there's a better way to do this, whether it be civic administration to contact one party or the other party, or is this the only process by which we're authorizing civic administration that they would feel comfortable moving forward, would a broader motion be of more help to begin the process of that discussion?
Mr. Hayward?
Through the chair, I'd suggest maybe a broader motion might help us in this particular case, unless there's some more specific information that council has, because I really don't know how we're going to move forward, but we will certainly investigate this.
Okay, we'll work on some wording for a broader motion that encompasses this and perhaps other options as well. Councillor Helmer.
So first of all, I want to say our staff have already talked to the railways about their plans for the right-of-way. And I also believe that this has almost nil chance of happening. There's a huge amount of freight tonnage that travels on these tracks. There's a reason why there's two rail lines. And if there was consolidation, I would not presume that it's going to happen on the CN part of the freight rail. It could happen on the CP part. There's a huge amount of shunting that happens in London, especially at CP, which is why we need to build an Adelaide underpass. Anyone who drives on Adelaide knows there's lots of shunting. So I'm in a weird space. On the one hand, people have already talked to the railways about this topic, and certainly our staff are free to do that at any time without any direction from us about this particular topic. I don't think the consolidation from CP to CN is how it would necessarily happen if it did happen. And so I think I'm going to vote against it because I'm not sure that there's any likelihood it's going to succeed or that it's necessary direction we need to give our staff.
Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you very much. I agree to second this, and I'll certainly support it. Councillor Armstrong seems to believe that there is a possibility that probably the best thing that could happen to London might happen. So I think we should follow up on it because it's probably going to be very inexpensive to make that inquiry.
Okay. Ms. Rowe has attempted another version. I'm just looking for feedback from colleagues. It's up now. And I think Councillor Ridley might have some ideas for Ms. Rowe, and it's just working its way down. Yeah. So I'm going to read it. How do we feel about this? That civic administration enter into discussions with appropriate parties with the purpose of exploring options to move the trains to tracks outside of the city. Okay? That's not what's been discussed. So we're going to just take a moment here and we're going to get it right. So just everyone hold on. You've been at this for 8.5 hours, so I can appreciate that there's some frustration. I want to thank you for the amount of time that you've put into this debate. We'll get this motion right. Okay, take a look at your screens, colleagues. That Civic Administration be directed to undertake consultations with appropriate parties to investigate the potential relocation of CP railway tracks within the City of London. Bill, it's your motion. If you want to jump in here and give us some wording, that would be fantastic.
As long as we're talking about within London, I'm good with it. Like not moving tracks, railway, CP railway tracks within the city. Okay, I don't want people to think, that was the discussion this morning, that you're moving tracks, the CP tracks outside of London. It's the operations to the CN, because there's a big difference. One, moving tracks outside of London's $1 billion, so I don't really think that's in the cards. So if we could make sure that moving its operations to the CN track.
Just so we all understand, trains travel on tracks, though. Okay, right. Okay, take a look, refresh your monitors if you need to. I think we're there. Look for a mover. Moved by Councillor Armstrong on screen, seconded by Councillor Van Holst. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. Voting.
Motion carries 14-1 with Councillor Usher voting nay.
I'm going to deal with F last because that's a number of councillors have declared a conflict on a portion of F. So we're going to deal with G now. G reads that subject to the approval of C, the implementation of the Adelaide Street CP Railway grade separation be considered a necessary element of the rapid transit system and a request for funding under the Public Transit Infrastructure Fund Phase 2 program be advanced. Okay, this is G. It's been moved, seconded. Yep, please, Councillor Helmer.
I know everybody likes the idea of this $55 million project being partly covered by the federal government, but I've got my doubts about whether it's even going to be eligible. I mean, I support bringing it forward to see. Certainly it has benefits for a lot of the transit that runs along Adelaide, but I'm not so optimistic about this one.
Other speakers? I'll call the question. We're voting, colleagues.
Motion carries 14 with Councillor Morgan recusing.
Okay, colleagues, I think we can deal with H, I, and J together. This is Councillor Turner's amendment Councillor Helmer's amendment, and J is to receive a communication. Councillor Van Holst.
I think I would not vote for the back to the river, but for the other thing.
So we'll deal with H separately right now. On H? Okay, let's get your comments afterwards then. Okay, we'll deal with H. Thank you. And I'm just going to ask the Deputy Clerk to read out H. It's been moved by Councillor Turner, seconded by Councillor Cassidy.
Part H reads, options to support back to the river and service to Via and the airport be explored further during the transit project assessment process.
Okay, any discussion on H? Let's call the question. Voting.
Motion carries 12-3. And the nays are Councillors Van Holst, Squire, and Morgan.
Okay, colleagues, this brings us to, I believe, I and J. Any objections to calling I and J together? Yep, go ahead.
I'm wondering, the former E, is that one of these? Because we have E here.
We're dealing with I, which
Oh,
is, I'll read it to you. We're dealing with I, civic administration be directed to report back with a communications plan for bus rapid transit. And J, that the staff presentation and staff report and added communications be received.
So that's J.
So, yeah, it'll be very different than what's in your printed version because of the amendments, but it will be on screen. So we'll deal with I now, and I'll read I. Civic administration be directed to report back with a communications plan for bus rapid transit. Moved by Councillor Hopkins. I'll second. Any discussion on I? Let's call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 14-1 with Councillor Squire voting nay.
And J. This is to receive communications, staff presentations, staff reports, and added communications be received. Moved by Deputy Mayor Hubert, seconded by Councillor Turner. Any discussion? Let's call the question. Voting.
The motion carries 15-0.
Okay, we've got to circle back now. We're circling back to F. Councillor, this may be the item that you were looking for. A number of councillors have indicated that they have a conflict on a portion of a route. And so what I'm going to suggest we do is break F out into 4 parts if necessary. I'll just sort of poll the group. Obviously, we have conflicts on the north leg, so we're going to call the north leg separately. We have conflicts, I believe, on the south leg, so we'll call the south leg separately. Any conflicts on the east or west legs? Okay, so we'll deal with east and west now. We'll just have to give Linda a moment to write the language, and I'll make it really clear that we're dealing with only the east and west legs of BRT. If I could get someone to move that, please. This, as I read this, is only the west corridor. Okay, so we'll deal with them one at a time. Moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion? I'll call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 13-2 with Councillors Squire and Morgan voting nay.
On east, please. Colleagues, this is the east corridor, east of Wellington Street to Fanshawe College. Moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Usher. Any discussion? Let's call the question. Voting.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 12-3 with Councillors Van Holst, Squire, and Morgan voting nay.
Very quickly, Council, it's almost 11 o'clock. If we're going to go beyond 11, we'd need a motion to do so. We've got about a minute. If anyone wants to jump in. Thank you, Councillor Usher. Seconded by Councillor Park. Okay, let's do a manual vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And we'll now circle back to F, and this is the East Fanshawe College line. Colleagues, we're going to deal with North now, the North line. Richmond Corridor, north of Queens Ave. Moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Helmer. Let's call the question unless there's any speakers. There are none. We're voting.
Motion carries 11-3 with one recuse. Nays are Van Holst, Selly, Squire. Recuse is Councillor Morgan.
Okay, colleagues, we've got one last line. This is south. Coming up. Moved by Councillor Usher, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Any discussion on the south line? This is Wellington Road south of King Street, regardless of the King Street, of King Street or Couplet. Okay, so it's just clear. This is that leg. There are no speakers, so I'm going to call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 9-3 with 3 recuse. The nay votes are Van Holst, Squire, and Morgan. Recuse are Ridley, Turner, and Park.
Colleagues, I think we are all set. We're through that extensive debate. We've made a recommendation that will go forward to council tomorrow evening. It's just past 11. We've been at this for 8.5 hours. What I'd like to do is, in a moment, we're going to hear from the clerk, and then I'm going to call a short recess so we can refill our coffee cups, that sort of thing. Go ahead, Linda.
I just want to verify through the city engineer. North Quarters, the information I was provided was Richmond Quarter, north of Queens Ave, which is correct. I believe they approved the couplet in part B.
Just colleagues, if having side conversations
you
is
have
difficult to
reference
follow.
here to-
Colleagues, order.
You have reference to Warncliffe Road Western Corridor, Thames River to Warncliffe Road Western Road. Are we needing to include that as well? No, that's off. Okay.
To the clerk, we provided a number of permutations depending on what was voted on with respect to the routes. So what you've put forward would adequately capture what was in the original case and what was been amended tonight.
Okay, absolutely worth double checking. So colleagues, look for a motion to recess 5 minutes. We'll be back. We'll carry on with the agenda. There's still a number of items. We should talk about that when we return. Moved by Councillor Usher, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. All those in favor. So let's reconvene at 11:10. It's 11:03 now. Okay, we've got quorum, folks. It is 11:10. Let's call the meeting back to order. What have we got left? Let's see. Let's deal with item 2. So this is the first report of governance working group. That's been moved by Councillor Park, seconded by Deputy Mayor Hubert. Any discussion on item 2? Let's call the question. Voting.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 9-0.
Item 4, this is the staff report. Update on municipal implications of the Truth and Reconciliation Committee report. Do you want to speak or are you moving it? Speak, okay. So it's been moved, be up on screen in a moment. Councillor Cassidy, other speakers, Councillor Park.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I might have an addition to the motion as well. So I just want to thank staff for this report. It's a pity that we had, that it came, it was on the same agenda as the BRT thing, because it's important. And I don't like to see it get lost and, you know, everybody's gone, and this is really important. As the staff report points out, the Prime Minister called for a renewal of the relationship between Canada and Indigenous peoples and full implementation of the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in partnership with Indigenous communities, the provinces, territories, and other vital partners. At a meeting of the Big City Mayors Caucus in Ottawa last year, the Prime Minister actually went further to say specifically that municipalities can and should be actively working on building strong relationships with First Nations communities. So this council has demonstrated a strong commitment to the ideals of truth and reconciliation from the very beginning of this term. Initiated by Councillor Van Holst, we began our very first council meeting held in this chamber with a traditional smudge ceremony back in December 2014. In February 2015, I was asked to attend a Community Infrastructure Partnership Program workshop hosted by Chippewas of the Thames First Nation, attended by members of all 3 First Nations, other regional municipalities, and facilitated by FCM. In addition to the FCM CIPP program, the issue of relationship, cooperation, and collaboration with the City of London came up again and again. They weren't talking about this to the other representatives from the other municipalities that were there. They were talking specifically about the City of London. A year after that, in February 2016, the mayor, Councillors Hopkins, Zafman, Van Holst, Usher, and I attended a follow-up workshop. At that time, at that workshop, it was the relationship that was the whole focus. Then in December 2015, Councillor Ridley moved to direct civic administration to see how we as a municipality could implement some of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action. And that's what the report was today, an update from that direction. In April 2016, Council gave direction to the Mayor to work with area First Nations with a view to strengthening our relationship with them. In May 2016, the Chief of the Chippewas of the Thames First Nation, the councillors from Chippewas, and the staff met with the Mayor, City of London staff, a big contingent of City of London staff, and with me to again discuss ways that we can work together. On September 7th, 2016, in commemoration of the 220th anniversary of the London Township Treaty, for the first time ever, the Chippewa of the Thames First Nations flag flew at City Hall. Chief White-Eye raised the flag herself. And it was further to that, Councillor Park and I asked that staff be directed to report back on how we can continue to recognize this important event, the seminal event in London's history. In October 2016, Councillor Ridley hosted a Women in Politics Summit she organized and hosted it, following a conversation with her and Chief Leslie Whiteeye about mentoring young women into civic roles. The summit included Indigenous and non-Indigenous women leaders from across the province as participants and panelists, sharing their experiences in politics with the young women who were attending. And most recently, just last month in April, Councillor Park put forward a motion to ask staff to consult with the London Indigenous community about the idea of an Indigenous Advisory Committee at the City of London. So the things that I have listed demonstrate this council's commitment to furthering and strengthening the relationship between First Nations communities, local Indigenous people, and the City of London. Relationship is an ever-evolving thing, and improving relationship requires an ongoing commitment. So with regards to the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action, this council has indicated its resolve.
You have a minute remaining, Councillor.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done, thank you. To implement 3 of those, and it's my understanding that there are other calls to action that we've never gone forward with. We focused on these 3 from the beginning. And they are specific calls to action that could be undertaken at the municipal level. But there are others within the 94 recommendations, and I'm wondering how staff sees going forward, what I would like to move today, what I would like to add to this motion to receive is that staff explore and specifically items 57.
Have a motion for an extension, please. Councillor Van Hol, seconded by Councillor Helmer. All those in favor? Opposed, if any?
Thank you. I've got a number of them written down, but I'll leave it up to staff to look into. I've got item 40, 57, is it 57, 77, and 82 that are on this report through you, Your Worship? Okay, so I'm looking at items 40, 43, 47, 55, 75, 87, and 88. And my motion would be that staff investigate the possibility of implementing further calls to action from the report.
Okay, we'll get that wording merged into the motion that's before us. It's up. And do you want to limit it to 40, 43, 47, 55, 75, 87, and 88?
Mr. Mayor, those are the ones that specifically mention municipalities or all levels of government. There were a couple of others that mentioned all levels of government that have absolutely no bearing on our authority as a municipality.
So you're comfortable with the language that's up? Okay. Other speakers? Sorry, I've got a list, and I'll go to Councillor Park, Usher, Van Holst, Armstrong, Squire.
Thank you. I'm happy to second the motion here, and I thank Councillor Cassidy for recognizing all of the work that Council's done in progressing this relationship with all of our Indigenous neighbours. Going back to the report, I'm really glad to see the amount of intellectual property sharing that's being done with staff to staff relationships, and I just want us all to be cognizant of the fact that as a council and also as administration, we have a lot to learn also. So going forward with this reporting to council, I'd like to hear more about how we're learning about their types of, governance and the differences between the two and what we can do to enhance our own governance in terms of relationship building within our own sphere here. Because I know that that's an important part of the governance structure down the road, and looking forward to how we can make it better here.
Thank you for those comments specifically. I think that's an excellent suggestion. Councillor Usher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I just want to identify that I sit and before me, Councillor Cassidy used to sit on a committee at FCM during our board meetings. There's always this meeting after the board meeting in the afternoon. And I've been sitting on that over the past year. It's not an official group, but we get a lot of people from different cities, particularly those that are associated closely with indigenous groups. I can't say that I'm proud of what we've come forward with so far, but I think that it's a worthwhile endeavor that we are putting forward because we're learning and we are gradually moving into some motion from that perspective. But I think it's important that you know that London is represented on that group, even if it's informal. In addition to that, you know, years ago, there's a city, through the Race Relations Committee, used to celebrate June the 10th with the indigenous people out at Harris Park. And we used to have like a circle endeavor during the day around 10, 11, 12 o'clock in the day. I haven't seen them doing it recently, but I just want to identify that it used to happen at Harris Park. They used to come down to Harris Park. We used to join them. So it may be something that we're either just missing, or if they do have it, maybe they have it somewhere else and we could join them, because June the 10th, I believe, is Indigenous Day. I believe that that's the day that it's called. The other point I want to make is that I just caution, I know that at that meeting last year, January, out at the center there where we met, they talked about 5 of these actions. It was either 5 or 6. Now we are talking about 8. I just don't want us to bite off more than we could chew all together, because if the 5 is easy for us to get into, I don't mind doing it. We have to be careful that we don't set a precedent, because I don't know if these are all municipalities. There were 5 of them that were identified as municipalities' responsibility. Now I'm seeing 8 here. So perhaps I could ask Ms. Graham or even Councillor Cassidy if she knows why we're jumping from 5 to 8.
So why don't we go, Councillor Cassidy, and then we'll go to Ms. Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, Aboriginal Solidarity Day, if that's the date the councillor was looking for, is June 21st. I know one of the recommendations that is in our staff report doesn't actually specifically mention municipalities in the calls to action. I believe that was the archiving one. Is that correct? It was the monument to the residential schools. The monument to residential schools doesn't, in the calls to action, doesn't specifically say municipalities. So that's one that we took upon ourselves, even though it doesn't mention municipalities. So what I did was, when I went through the recommendations from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission through the calls to action, I chose ones that specifically said municipalities, as well as ones that said all levels of government that could possibly apply to municipalities.
So through the chair, so of the 94 calls to action in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's report, there are 13 that potentially apply to municipalities. This includes 5 that specifically say municipal governments and 8 that say all levels of government. So the 3 that are being advanced in this report with council direction are 3 of the 5 that specifically reference municipal governments. The other 2 are both legal matters. One is around the United Nations Declaration of Indigenous Rights, and the other one is around concepts about sovereignty. And so those 2 have not been advanced at this time, but we can certainly report back on the status of all 13 if that would be helpful to council, including those that may not have any kind of direct connection with the city.
Mr. Chair, with all due respect to Councillor Cassidy, I know that she has done a lot of work on this and with the folks. I would much prefer to get a report from staff as to how we could advance these and whether we should go with all 13, 8, or whatever number, rather than just jump into it at this point in time.
So, you know, when I read the wording of the motion, actually, Councillor, I think that's exactly what you're looking for. The Part B, civic administration be requested to explore items 40, 43, 47, 55, 75, 87, and 88. So I interpret that to look into, to see if further calls to action could be undertaken. And then I anticipate there would be a report back on specific calls to action that could be taken. So I think exactly what you're looking for is covered off in B. It's just worded in a different way. Okay. Other speakers? Councillor Van Holst, Armstrong, Squire.
Thank you. I just wanted to add to Councillor Cassidy's list of notable actions as a call out to Russell Green, who has worked with a number of Indigenous organizations and got a Sparks grant to establish a teaching medicine garden in my ward. So that's going to be coming up this summer and very exciting. We're happy about that.
Excellent. Councillor Armstrong.
First of all, I want to thank the Councillor Cassidy for the work she's done on this area and also the staff. Your Worship, I certainly have an issue that I would like to bring up, but I think I'll have to bring it up tomorrow under confidential. Obviously, there's calls for action, but sometimes you also have to go and make sure that people are comfortable with whatever you're proposing. I mentioned this issue to you may recall some time ago, so I think it's appropriate that I advance it now, but I would want to make sure that it's done in a way that if people aren't comfortable with it or for whatever reason, that I'm not bringing it up publicly first. I think it should be dealt with a different way and then publicly. So I'll discuss that with you tomorrow and we'll go from there.
Sounds good. Yeah, we'll touch base tomorrow. Thank you very much, Councillor. I have Councillor Squire. Anyone else?
And through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to make it clear that I don't mind people exploring things and looking at things, but I don't want my vote of this going through as affirmation that I'm supporting something being included. I'm always very conscious of what municipalities can do, what's just symbolic as compared to what we can do. So that's all I want to say about that.
Thank you, Councillor Squire. Other speakers? Councillor Helmer.
I just want to say I'm glad to see we made that kind of progress since April. I think April 2016 was the last time I reported on these things, and I'm glad to see that we've made good progress on them, especially around the intercultural competency training coming up in the fall. I think that's going to be excellent, especially with 2,000 people participating.
So, thank you. And the motion has been moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Usher. Let's call the question. Voting.
Motion carries 12-0.
Colleagues, I think we can deal with 7, 8, and 9 together. Why is 6 scared of 7?
For clarification, those are our standard housekeeping requests we get to initiate the annual general meetings for each of our corporations that we are shareholder for.
Just wait for that to come up on screen. Moved by Councillor Van Hol, seconded by Councillor Helmer. Any discussion? Let's call the question. Voting.
Councillor Armstrong? Motion carries 12-0.
Colleagues, we have a couple of in-camera items, C1 and C2. A suggestion I would make to all of you is that we could pick those up tomorrow. I think the council agenda is not nearly as heavy as the SPPC agenda, so we could deal with them both tomorrow or at another time. But I think we should have some time tomorrow. Do I have some consensus there? Okay, so we probably need a motion then to refer.
I'll move referral.
And we'll just get the language to come up on screen in a moment. And just while that's happening, colleagues, I do want to thank you for a 9-hour meeting. That was getting close to one of our records, and it indicates that we've got some pretty heavy agendas for SPPC in the weeks to come. So what I'd like to do is offline, I'll circulate some potential dates for another SPPC meeting sometime between now and the end of May. We'll see if we can find some convergence on timing, and we may do another one in June as well, where Mr. Hayward and I are spending a good deal of time talking about agenda management for SPPC to make sure that we deal with all of these important matters, but we do it in a way that, you know, considers your health and well-being as well as the important matter that's at hand. So watch for that in later this week when clerks have an opportunity to catch their breath and circulate some dates. Okay, C1 and C2 up on screen, moved by Councillor Helmer, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Let's call the question. Voting.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 11-1.
Okay, and I think we are done, colleagues. So I'll look for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Helmer, second by Councillor Armstrong. All those in favor? Opposed? Didn't think so. We'll see you all tomorrow at council at 4 p.m.